Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, today's program is about to begin.
Keep your video off. You should be in there. Rachel will turn your video on. You can just X out of this one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're up, Adam.
Hold on, I'm not getting out of yours.
Good luck, folks. Break a leg.
Hold on. How come I'm not getting out of yours? Adam.
Should automatically close unless you're running it on two different
No.
Zooms. What happens when you just click on your Zoom link?
It
that I
says
sent you?
Andrew. It says I'm.
No, mute yourself.
Yeah, all right, go.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 14th Annual Sustainability Summit. To begin our program, please welcome Brad Cox, Chair of the LABC Institute.
Good morning. And thank you for joining us on the second day of the 2020 LABC Sustainability Summit. We hope you enjoyed and were inspired by yesterday's outstanding program. The conversations yesterday were a reminder that collaboration across all levels of government and industry are essential in tackling climate change, environmental justice, and economic disparities. We were also honored to award several public and private leaders in the city of Los Angeles for their leadership on environmental justice and their commitment to increase access to clean energy. Council President Nuri Martinez received the LABC Sustainability Trailblazer Award for her leadership to ensure environmental justice is one of the main drivers for LA's energy investments. We presented the Renewable Energy Leaders Award to several outstanding business and government leaders who have led Los Angeles to become the top solar city in the U.S. We were pleased to recognize Jason Barrett of GAF Energy, Tom Butenbaugh of 8 Minute Solar Energy, Jonathan Port of Perma City Solar, and Osama Yunan, General Manager of the Los Angeles Department of Land and Safety. We are excited to have you all back for another day of important conversations in partnership with the University of Southern California President Carol Folt, the USC Sol Price School of Public Policy, and the USC Schwarzenegger Institute. I would like to acknowledge many of the people and organizations that have worked hard to pull this event together in these challenging times. Thank you to our summit co-chairs, 8 Minute Energy, Pattern Energy, Wells Fargo, the California Community Foundation, 5 Point Holdings, JP Morgan Chase and Company, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, Southern California Edison, and Walmart. And a thank you to our event hosts, AECOM, EDF Renewables, GAF Energy, PCS Energy, and United Airlines. Without you, we cannot proceed. And we want to have a big shout out and thank you to all our committee level sponsors. Please review all who are listed in your virtual program guide. Thank you, as your continued support is essential to the success of today's and future events. I think it's also important to acknowledge our 75 plus cooperating organizations representing important environmental, health equity, and clean energy organizations who are with us today. And thank you very much for your help in promoting this summit. Please reference the list of the cooperating organizations in your virtual program guide. Today, we have a thought-provoking program ahead for you, featuring keynote speakers like Emil Haddad, an innovative business leader developing the largest net zero community in the nation. Kevin Payne, the CEO of the nation's largest investor-owned electric utility, identifying pathways towards an electrified transportation and low carbon future. California Congressman Tony Cardenas, who has been a champion for the environment, renewable energy, and environmental justice throughout his career. And Karen Pierce, the British ambassador to the United States, discussing the importance of accelerating international partnerships to address critical climate change issues. The program also features multiple fireside chats with government and academic leaders discussing the need to transform institutions and create spaces that support sustainability, business innovation, environmental protection, and most important, global climate change efforts. You'll also hear from 4 separate panels featuring public, private, and academic leaders on environmental equity, innovations in sustainable construction, improving access to high quality water, and the necessity for clean public and private transportation. We are excited though to begin our program today. We have a very special speaker who would like to send a welcome message to everyone attending the summit. We are pleased to have as our guest, the 38th governor of the state of California. One of the most recognized individuals on the planet, he has long advocated for addressing our most critical challenges in climate change. As governor, he propelled California to become one of the world's leaders on renewable energy, decarbonization, water delivery systems, and investments in our critical energy infrastructure. In 2006, as governor, he signed the Million Solar Roofs Initiative, which set the goal of building 1 million rooftop solar energy systems in the state of California. In 2019, California hit 1 million rooftops of solar energy. His idea that once made international headlines for its wow factor became reality in less than 13 years. We are particularly proud to salute the governor's leadership role on rooftop solar, given the LABC's commitment in advancing the LADWP Solar Feed-in Tariff program, which has led Los Angeles to become the #1 city for solar in the United States of America. In 2012, the governor partnered with USC to launch an institute in his name, focusing on addressing climate change, building a green economy, political reform, health, and human wellness. I'm very proud, and please join us as we welcome the 38th Governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, first of all, good morning to everybody. And Mary Leslie, thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words here this morning. I was told to just talk for a few minutes, for 3 minutes. I don't know if I can do that exactly, but in any case, I want to just say thank you and good morning, everybody. And I just really appreciate the partnership between the Schwarzenegger Institute and the LA Business Council. I know your dialogue and conversation today takes place about the renewability and about the sustainability of Los Angeles and all that stuff. But I just want to go and say that you always have been great partners when I was governor. And I always feel that, there's never a time where we can do anything by ourselves. That's why I always say that I'm not a self-made man. You have the help of millions of people always to come together and to help you, no matter what it is. If it is for me training for my bodybuilding championships, or being an actor, or being governor, you always need people, a lot of people. And you were one of them that were very helpful when I was governor, so thank you very much for that. Now, as you know, that California is really facing some challenging times. I think that we can paint the picture of California two ways. We can paint it, very colorful and bright for the outside world, which is, of course, something that we always do, and this is why California has been always very popular. No matter where I go in the world, people always ask me, can I help them to get to California? It doesn't matter if I go to the Middle East or if I go to Africa or to Australia or anywhere in Europe, people always ask me, can you please help me get to California? No one asked me, can you help me to get to Alabama? Or no one asked me to help them get to Iowa or something like that. It's California. It is the Golden State, and it's the state that most people want to come to. And it's the bottom line, and it is the Golden State. But I think for us that are here, we also know that it has some serious problems. And I think that the only way we can address those problems is if we all work together. The governor alone, one person alone cannot do that. And so this is where you will come in. And this is what we have to do. We have to rebuild California. We have to go and build more highways, more freeways, more tunnels, more on-ramps and off-ramps, and all of this kind of stuff. And we have to address, for instance, the outside electric lines that are above the ground. In Europe, all over Europe, the electric lines are below the ground. With us, it's like a third world country. When you drive up Pacific Coast Highway or anywhere else, you see there's above the ground lines. And what happened with Paradise was those above the ground lines that caused the fire, and it caused 85 people died because of it, and 13,000 homes and structures were burned down, and it was a damage of around $25 billion. So it's unnecessary. We can fix those things, but we have to think far ahead, and we have to get into it and just do it. That is the most important thing. And I think that all of you are very important in this mix, and all of you are very important in helping the public sector, because the public sector, like I said, alone cannot do it. It needs the private sector, and it needs the people movement in order to demand those kind of things, in order to fix those kind of things. Because otherwise we're going to be a state that will be left kind of like with a lot of people leaving our state, leaving because it's too expensive to live here. So we have to address those issues, and it's very important that we take them head on. And I think that you guys from the LA Business Council are very, very smart people, because I got a lot of ideas from you when I was governor. You're brilliant and you're very dedicated. You are great patriots. You all love America. You love Los Angeles. You love California. And so it needs your help right now more than ever. So anyway, enjoy yourself. I hope I didn't talk too much about too many different issues, but I just rattled off things that came to my mind. I don't have a script here, but in any case, good luck with your meetings and about sustainability. I think it's something that we can be very proud of, the kind of things we've accomplished environmentally. If it's AB 32 to make a commitment of reducing greenhouse gases by 25%. Our million solar roofs was a huge accomplishment, and our renewable portfolio 50% now. All of this kind of stuff was accomplished, and I think we will go much further than that. We are number one economically. We are number one, environmentally, and I think this is something to really brag about. So thank you very much. Have a great morning. Enjoy yourself.
Joining us now is Ambassador Nina Hachigian, Deputy Mayor for International Affairs for Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti.
Good morning, everybody, especially to the students out there. It is my honor to introduce the British Ambassador to the United States, Dame Karen Pierce. I'm very pleased to have this honor because we in LA value so much our relationship with the UK. UK firms create more jobs in LA City than those of any other country. We have many exciting collaborations underway on sustainability, mobility, and the Olympic and Paralympic Games legacy. And of course, Mayor Garcetti is looking forward to working closely with the UK as we approach COP26 to highlight and leverage the ambitious action that cities are taking to confront our global climate emergency. I had the pleasure of working with the previous Consul General of the UK here in LA, Michael Howells, who is now working with you, Ambassador Pierce, lucky you. And I want to welcome the new British Consul General in LA, Emily Cloak, with whom I'm very much looking forward to continuing our strong partnership. I don't imagine that there's anyone more qualified than Dame Karen Pierce to take on her critical role as the United Kingdom's ambassador to the US at this time. Before this post, she was a permanent representative to the United Nations in New York since March 2018. And before that, she had an amazing diplomatic career, holding a series of important roles such as Director General for Political Affairs in London, an earlier posting during the George W. Bush Clinton transition at the British Embassy in Washington, in Tokyo, and as team leader for Ukraine and Belarus. I'm sure her insights on those countries would make for a very different, interesting discussion that we could have. Ambassador Pierce has also had her share of work in conflicts as well, serving in the Balkans as the Balkans coordinator from 2002 to 2006, a job which may have prepared her better than any other for her role in the US at this current time. She was the UK's special representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan, and later was appointed to be ambassador to Afghanistan. Dame Pierce is also the first woman to serve as British ambassador to the United States. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Karen Pierce. Ambassador, I think you have to unmute.
You're muted, Ambassador.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for that. Technology is not one of the things that you'll have heard the Deputy Mayor read out on my CV, so I apologise. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for that very kind introduction. I think it's fantastic that an important, vibrant city like Los Angeles specifically has a Mayor's Deputy for International Affairs. I think that's a great sign, and would love to see it extended to other cities, including my own country and to London maybe. Hello to everybody who's tuned in today. It's very kind of the Los Angeles Business Council to ask me. Great honor to be here. We do a lot with California, as the Deputy Mayor was saying. We export you Hollywood villains, an industry that is worth billions in both directions and is growing, the creative arts industry. And of course, we have lots of tech and other artistic collaborations. I'd like to start, if I may, though, by offering my very deep condolences and those of the embassy, consulate and British government on the wildfires. I know this is another huge burden for California, coming on top of a difficult time with the pandemic. So we send you all our sympathy, and if there is anything at all we can do to provide assistance in any way, I hope you won't hesitate to get in touch with me or with Emily at the Consulate General. I think turning to today's topic, I think we all feel that we're at a turning point for the planet. California and the West Coast present a fantastic vision of the future. Californians take pride in the phrase, California where the future happens first. And California, as you know, has had the most incredible impact on technology, on agriculture, on science, and on modern culture. And its business and economic success, its diversity, its values have been totemic around the world. But I think that phrase, the future comes first, is also a very important warning to us that we need to be careful that the wildfires don't become the norm in California or elsewhere. And it's salutary, perhaps, that we're having this discussion now at this particular time. I think, though, that despite the skies with their strange colors and despite what we're seeing in the burning forests, we mustn't feel that there is no point to our trying to tackle climate change. This is a wake-up call, and it's one that we all should heed. But what I want to say today is it's one that we can heed, and we can get ahead of this curve. The decisions we make now will directly impact on our ability to safeguard the environment for future generations. The United Kingdom has the honor to be hosts of COP26, following up the Paris Climate Agreement 5 years ago. We will do that in November, and I'll say a bit more about that later. But we really want to take tackling climate change to a more ambitious level to mark a step change from Paris. I think everything that's happened in the intervening 5 years since Paris, those have been very good steps. They've been incremental. I think we all know that to make a real transformative difference, we need to do something that has much more of a step change quality to it. Now, I know that the Los Angeles Business Council, cities like Los Angeles, states like California, you are absolutely ready to step up. And we have been working very closely in preparation for COP with a lot of governors, state legislatures, and city halls right the way around the US. And we have consulates general right across the US. And this is the most important thing they are doing this year. We've long seen California as a leader on climate. We signed an agreement on climate change and clean energy cooperation with Governor Schwarzenegger, who we just saw in 2006. And we have seen efforts with Scotland in particular on halting emissions. And we've had efforts with the mayor, the current mayor, who is a friend of COP and an advisor to the UK government on climate issues. So it's a great honor to be able to be here today. But despite all these good things, as I say, they are incremental. And I think we all know deep in our hearts that we need to do much more, and we need to be cheerleaders to get other people to do much more. This week, the United Nations over in New York celebrates its 75th anniversary. I used to be the ambassador at the United Nations. Last year, the British government pledged $11 billion over 5 years to tackle climate change. And we've been working with the Secretary General to make climate change a big theme of this year. And the Secretary General will say that it's his most important priority and that we are running out of time to save the planet and make the changes necessary. So I think it's very fitting that in its 75th anniversary year, the Secretary General really wants to orientate all of the United Nations onto doing things to tackle climate change, and in particular to help developing countries come to terms with what that means for the way they run their economies. I mentioned COP26. We have the honor to host that next year with Italy. It will be in Scotland, in Glasgow. And we really want to, we aspire, in fact, to be a global leader in tackling climate change at this difficult time. And we accept that if you aspire to be a global leader in something that places a particular burden on us to pony up and actually set an example and take some hard decisions ourselves. So in respect of that, I'd just like to mention we were the first country to set economy-wide, legally binding emission reductions targets, and we did that back in 2008. And since then, we have nearly halved, 43%, our emissions against 1990 levels, and we have managed to grow the economy by 75%. So I think, if I may, I think that's a really important point. It doesn't matter what your politics are. Climate change can be tackled in ways that benefit all of society from all political parties. It can be tackled in ways that really contribute to growing the economy. These are choices that can be made, but they are choices for growth. And I think it's really important to stress that. Last year, we committed to legally binding net zero emissions by 2050, and we were just behind California's own announcement in that respect. And I think that's really important because both UK and California were the 5th and 6th largest economies in the world, and we know that zero carbon economy has to be the growth story of the future. And to do that, we need to harness all the innovation and commitment that we can from civil society, from ordinary citizens, from investors, from business, from banks, and also from regional and national governments, moving the global economy to net zero while building resilience to the impacts that climate has. And again, I just want to stress that there are opportunities here. This is not all about stopping doing things, important as that is. We want to take renewed action to hold temperature rise to well below 2 degrees. And as the Secretary General of the UN has said, make our really best efforts and stretch the ambition to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So for COP26 in Glasgow, we, the UK and Italy, we are asking countries to come forward with even more ambitious, nationally determined contributions and long-term strategies to reach zero carbon wherever possible. And we're also asking that, as I said, of states, of city halls, and of the private sector to announce net zero targets and to sign up to the race to zero. Our teams right across the US, including in LA and San Francisco, are working with you, working with local communities to support these ambitious commitments. We have 5 really key areas we want to focus on at Glasgow in November next year. And we think that these 5 areas represents the vital global market shifts we need if we're to make an impact, a transformative impact on global warming. The first of these is energy. Transition to net zero requires accelerating the transition to a clean energy future. We want to encourage countries, businesses, communities to embrace the economic and social benefits of cheaper renewable energy. And I think the UK is now, thanks to increased storage power, now the leader in wind power, certainly in Europe, if not around the world. And we need to make sure that the transition to clean power goes 4 times faster than it is at the moment if we're to really make an impact on global warming. And at COP26, what we want to do is work with other countries to double the rate of global investment in clean power, to support a fair transition away from coal. And that includes countries whose overseas development assistance might be putting money into coal stations. We'd like them to use that development assistance to fund other projects. We want to see an increase in innovation in clean energy technologies. California, in fact, the United States leads the world in innovation science, and there's more we can do here. We want to tackle energy inefficiency, particularly in buildings. One of the state governors told me that a business's main costs lie in the energy costs of its buildings. So that's fantastically important. And in addition, we want to increase affordable access to electricity for nearly 1 billion more people, which is a huge amount, but so important. And we personally, as the UK, we've committed to ending the use of coal power by 2024. And California, Washington, Oregon, Hawaii, and the city of Los Angeles itself are members of the UK-Canadian Powering Past Coal Alliance. And that has helped ensure that 1/3 of the OECD's coal power capacity is now scheduled to close. Our second aim for Glasgow is on transport. We want to double the pace of the global transition to zero emission vehicles, to have all new car sales zero emission by 2040 or earlier. Electric vehicles are cheaper to run than fossil fuel cars. We've announced that we will bring forward our target, ending the conventional sale of new and petrol diesel cars to 2035. And we know that here in California, most of these efforts on low emission vehicles, they're at the state level, but cities and businesses obviously have a vital role to play. And we were absolutely delighted to see the California announcement to 2045 being the date by which all new commercial trucks sold in California would be zero emissions, which is a fantastic example of climate leadership. Our third point for Glasgow is about adaptation and resilience. Even if we stopped everything today, the world would still need to deal with significant climate disruption. And some countries, particularly those small island developing states, many of them with archipelagos, it is particularly difficult for them to cope with these effects. And we want to help those countries build up their resilience, leaving no one behind. Fourthly, for Glasgow, we want to focus on nature. We want to restore natural habitats and ecosystems. That's crucial to preserve biodiversity, but it's also true that climate change and biodiversity loss are inseparable, and we need to tackle both of them together, and that means tackling what we do on land as well as how we look after the oceans. We cannot meet, in fact, we will not be able to meet the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement unless we can restore, protect, and enhance nature. And nature-based solutions can indeed provide around 1/3 of the cost-effective mitigation we need by 2030 so we can stabilize temperature to below 2 degrees. And it might also help us deal with the extreme weather that you're experiencing. I talked to the governor of Colorado the other day. He's had wildfires as well. We really do need to put this front and center. And we also need to protect the livelihoods of developing country peoples who rely on nature to give them what they need. Our fifth idea for Glasgow, our last idea, is about finance. I can't stress how important it is that we get this right as the start of everything, if you like. And the previous governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, who's Canadian, has been appointed by the UN to help them manage climate finance and the sorts of things that need to be done. And Mr. Carney was one of the people who led the efforts to put the global economy right after the financial crash in 2008. And I think it's not fanciful to say that this new task around climate finance is every bit as important, if not more important, than 2008. We want our financial systems to be greener. We want them to unlock growth. And of course, we want them to create sustainable jobs. Net zero, if we want to achieve net zero, that means a whole economy transition. Every company, every bank, every investor needs credible plans for transition and green investment. And we want to work to have more funding for low carbon resilient investments while helping developing countries get greater access to green finance. I think COVID-19 alongside the wildfires, it's been a very powerful reminder of just how vulnerable countries, peoples, and the world system is to systemic risks. And as we recover from COVID, we believe we have a choice. We can return to business as usual and forget tackling climate change and thereby lock in the sorts of disasters and degradation that are leading to the sad situation in wildfires in California and sea level rises. Or we can take a deep breath and we can say we have an opportunity coming out of COVID to reset the dial on a number of important areas, to finance zero carbon, to finance a more resilient and adapting world, to help developing countries get to grips with this, and to put in place the instruments and mechanisms that will keep this rolling so that we can move forward and have a much more sustainable world. As far as the UK goes, we're committed to a green recovery from COVID. We are investing abroad as well as at home to create sustainable jobs and to make sure that we link all these challenges, not just of climate change and biodiversity that I mentioned earlier, but also crucially of public health. And I think this is the one new thing, if I may, that has come out of COVID. It's the link of public health to these other areas. And we have an opportunity, if we want to take it, if we want this mission, to be able to link all those and address them in the round. And as we do so, we will have an opportunity to show that transparent, liberal, open societies and the way we tackle problems is the right model as we come out of the COVID pandemic. The time for action, as you know better than anyone else, is now. We really look forward to COP26, and we look forward particularly to working with our friends in Los Angeles and California to make it the transformative success and successor to Paris that we need if we're to protect our world. Thank you very much for asking me to join you today.
Please welcome our first panel of the day, Accelerating Just Equitable Climate Goals, with moderator Michael Northrup, Program Director for Sustainability at the Rockefeller Brothers Fund.
Good morning. Am I on?
You are, Michael. We can see you.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, I'm Michael Northrup, and I'm live from New York. It's not Saturday night, but it is Tuesday morning in LA. And I want to thank the LABC for doing this amazing event again and pivoting so seamlessly to Zoom, which is the world we all live in now, unfortunately. I hope we get to come back together again soon. I'm joined by four remarkable panelists today. The Honorable Fran Pavley, who's the former state senator and is currently the Environmental Policy Director at the Schwarzenegger Institute. The Honorable Kevin DeLeon, former Senate President in California and now council member-elect in Los Angeles. He's about to take office in October. Kate Gordon, who's the Director of the Office of Policy Planning for Governor Newsom and his senior advisor on climate change. And Dr. Manuel Pastor, who's the Director of the USC Equity Research Institute. Thanks all. In past sessions at this LABC Summit, which is always something I look forward to and which I'm very grateful to Brad Cox and to Mary Leslie and Adam Lane and Rachel Levy for putting on and for inviting me to. We've had great conversations about this existential threat of climate change that we're all dealing with and worried about, and nowhere more so than in California. But this year, it seems like we're freighted with a whole bunch of other big challenges at the same time. We've got an economic meltdown. We've got a global pandemic. We have a state economy and state economies across the country that are burdened by lack of revenue and because of this meltdown of the economy broadly. We've got this amazing social justice revolution happening around us at the same time. So it sort of feels like we have to talk about all of these things at the same time. I think if COVID has done anything, it's made us feel the sense that all of these things have to be dealt with collectively. And I think we're going to try to do that a little bit on this panel as best we can. California has been such a remarkable leader on climate for decades. You've shown the way over and over again in so many creative and innovative ways. And you know, with the world, as the ambassador was just saying, as we're planning for this COP a year from now that has been delayed a year, you know, the world is trying to figure out how it's going to keep going on climate change. And leadership from the UK, which has been extraordinary, and leadership from California and Los Angeles, which have both also exhibited amazing leadership, is going to continue to be important as we go ahead. And as we think about that, I want to turn to Fran Pavley and to Kevin Delan and just say, you know, you guys have been in the middle of some of the really big things that California has done. You know, cap and trade, 100% renewables, dealing with vehicles, setting targets, you know, setting the pathway. The world really depends on California to keep doing that. And hopefully, even amidst all these, you know, terrible things that we're dealing with, like fires and power shutoffs and COVID and social justice revolution and everything else. I mean, I want to ask you both, you know, what next? How is California going to kind of keep going, implement what it's doing, figure out how to pay for it all, and show the rest of the world what next steps it needs to take? And so I think, Fran, should I turn to you first?
It's up to Kevin.
No,
Whether
Fran, please,
he would
please,
like to
bud.
turn to me first.
No, Fran
we
and I
can go
have been
either way
colleagues
on
for a
that.
long time. Fran and I are colleagues, you know, for a long time, both in the Senate, and
Okay.
I've always had the great fortune of having Fran's support as a leader of the Senate. But I yield my time to my colleague, Fran Pavley, Senator Fran Pavley.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin can clean up very well for this. Well, thank you very much, Michael, for setting the tone on this, and thank you to the LA Business Council for including me in this important discussion. And Kevin, I think it's interesting that both of us are from Los Angeles, and that this is so relevant, whether it's the pandemic or economic challenges or social equity. LA is really an important place and has the potential here, especially LA County in general with 10 million people, to really become a leader in a new, cleaner future that is more just, it's equitable, more sustainable. And the ambassador from the UK said it very well, that we should use this opportunity to move forward to a healthier economy. It's all linked to public health, right?
Exactly.
I find it just so ironic in this discussion that the pandemic and climate change, the challenges and solutions are about the same. You have to believe in science, and it takes a global solution. And so they are linked together in many ways. So I think one thing we have to really look at, whether it's on the federal level or state level, is how we spend our stimulus dollars. We weren't able to get money out the door, and the federal government didn't do a very good job on that too, as far as investing in a new, more sustainable economy to help average people get to work and transition jobs, et cetera, and clean up the air. So that's going to be important. I look back in 2008 and lessons learned, and during the Obama administration, after the last relatively minor recession, one thing they spent money on was $1 billion for energy efficiency, especially in rural areas or lower income areas. Brilliant. Because if you don't invest in energy efficiency first, which will reduce your utility bills and also help you survive some extreme heat episodes, that if you don't invest in that first, going to solar and 100% renewable energy becomes problematic. It's almost a waste of money. So I think we just need to be a lot smarter on investing stimulus dollars we have, and it'll be a challenge on what that funding source is, but allowing us to move ahead. If you live in Los Angeles, of course, Kevin and I are always focused on mobile source pollution. I think that has to be a top priority in the future. We know in California, it's about 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions, but we talk about criteria air pollutants. Kevin, 2.5, right? Then he always says 2.5 in every speech, so I wanted to beat him to it. So when you have so much air pollution, we have seen with the wildfires and the smoke what it was like, and I'm old enough to admit this, living in LA during the 50s and 60s and the link to public health. And that's what started California's journey down this road with the Air Resources Board. Governor Reagan was in office at the time, and it was the concern about smog that allowed California to step into this world. So mobile sources, number one, how do you do that? We've got a good success story going on for Terra and BYD. We're actually manufacturing electric buses here in LA. That's a win-win. You've got the jobs, you're cleaning up the air, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, providing transit options that are cleaner and healthier going through people's neighborhoods. So we need to do more similar things like that. So the other thing I'm concerned about for the future is the reliability on the grid as we move for 100% renewable energy, thanks to Kevin De Leon's leadership in the Senate and getting that passed. It's all going to be about reliability. And I know we're going to be talking about that in a little bit. Michael, correct? Perhaps on resource protection and reliability, because that's absolutely critical. How do we use renewable energy and have it available 24/7, affordable, regardless of income levels to everyone, and providing the jobs, in-state jobs right here in California. So a lot of exciting things and potential. We just need to wrap all these problems and challenges we have, the economy, the recession, the pandemic, all together and move forward.
Fran, thanks. Kevin, great to see you. It's been a while.
It has, Michael.
Tell us, how are you thinking about all this now?
Well, a couple
What's
things.
next?
One is it's good to see you, Michael, if not in person over at the Getty. It's good to see you nonetheless, from New York City live. I want to give a big special shout out to Mary Leslie, as well as to all the incredible staff at LABC. They always put on an incredible conference that's not just LA centric, but it has, as we all know, global, implications. And to Kate, it's great to always be with Kate, one of our great minds in California, and also the great Dr. Manuel Pastor, who's just been, incredible with his data research and really have enlightened a lot of elected officials. A couple things. One is that these are extraordinary times, and extraordinary times call for extraordinary action. Now, there's a few things that we can do that are low-hanging fruit. And I think that we can build upon Senate Bill 100, decarbonizing our grid by the year 2045. We can help accelerate those goals. That's not too difficult. It's not too controversial. I think we can do so because by any objective standard, the RPS laws since 2002 forward have been the one single major policy that has been responsible for the largest reduction of millions of metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. In fact, it is responsible roughly about 40 million metric tons of carbon dioxide and carbon dioxide equivalent that never existed because of our decarbonizing of our grid, moving towards renewable sources and other zero carbon, technologies that will be created sometime in the near future. So I believe we can accelerate it, build upon that, whether it's through an executive order or through statutory, through law, through a legislator, either in the Senate or the Assembly. We can move our goals from 2045, 100% to 100% 2035. In fact, I've been very public about this since the day Governor Brown put pen to paper that we would actually meet our goals. We can meet our goals. I think we will meet our goals in 2035. For political considerations, I put it at 2045, but I always believe that the market forces would drive the technology advances. We would get there at 2035. Some folks may disagree with me. That's fine, but I believe that if you think big, we can get there. Fran mentioned tailpipe emissions, and I agree 100%. Transportation. Individual tailpipe and heavy duty diesel represent 40% of our emissions. Now, we have made incredible advances in California, being the 5th largest economy on planet Earth. Nonetheless, Los Angeles still remains the most polluted city in America when it comes to ozone. So the public health impacts are incredible, especially for young children, children of color, the poorest children in California who are breathing into their lungs every single day. As Fran says, that NOx, that SOx, that particular matter 2.5, the incredible health impacts with the global pandemic that is COVID-19 and all the respiratory illnesses that really puts people of color, poor children, where there are freeways crisscrossing the districts like a serpent that chokes the air, the oxygen out of a young girl's lungs. So dealing with transportation is absolutely critical, and how we accelerate our charging infrastructure for California is going to be very, very important. We have to do it. We have no other choice. I will say the following is that although politically it is very challenging, if we're going to meet our global targets, we have to accelerate our charging infrastructure for California. So, it's not a question if we don't have the infrastructure. We have gas stations that are ubiquitous. We need charging stations to be ubiquitous and democratize those benefits to making sure that infrastructure is built in our poorest communities in Los Angeles and throughout the state of California. Lastly, I want to add on this point here is because of the highest unemployment that we've seen since the Great Depression, and the underemployment because of the shelter-in-place edict, because of the coronavirus, LA County and Imperial County are the two counties out of the 58 in the 5th largest economy in the world, California, that have the highest unemployment right now. So we have an opportunity like Silicon Valley, like Silicon Beach, to create the lithium valley in both Riverside as well as Imperial County because of the Salton Sea, because we have to create infrastructure for that supply chain for batteries, if in fact we're going to move towards electric vehicles and lower that price point. So that's why it's absolutely very, very critical that we establish it, because once we do, we're creating jobs that are real, that are tangible, that can be outsourced across the border or offshore to Guangzhou, China, or elsewhere. The real tangible jobs, creating a supply chain for batteries, creating that lithium valley that needs the capital investment. But first and foremost, the state of California needs to be the venture capitalist, just like ARPA for DOE. Without ARPA, who knows if Elon Musk and Tesla would be who he is today without that initial capital that was absolutely needed. So creating that supply chain for EVs, building out the infrastructure with the sense of urgency and the low-hanging fruit, obviously, accelerating our RPS goals. And if we can do so, we'll have a big dent. Last, I want to add too, which is so critical, is we're going to have a wildfire management plan, because the last month, wildfire output in terms of carbon dioxide and equivalent as well have dwarfed our grid emissions as well as our tailpipe emissions. So that's going to be very critical.
Thanks, Kevin. So Kate, efficiency, grid, accelerate, electrification, accelerate 100%. Governor Newsom said 2 Fridays ago that we need to accelerate action on climate in the state of California. That's your job. How are you thinking about doing that and dealing with fires and power outages all at the same time? What's going through your head these days?
Oh, Michael, it's just, a small task. No, it's a daunting time, but also I think an inspiring time to be doing this work, because the urgency is so front and center. I should say thank you again to LA Business Council. We have a great relationship and really look to you for engagement and sort of what's happening on the ground and how to incorporate that into policy. Also, it's such an honor to be here. I spent time as an advocate working with Senator Pavley and Senator De Leon's offices, and love that I get to keep working with them, as well as Dr. Pastor, who's of course working with us on the task force on jobs and economic recovery. So feels like all my friends are on this panel. Office of Planning and Research, which I run, many people outside Sacramento don't know what it is. And in fact, many people inside Sacramento don't entirely know what we do. But the great thing about it is that we get to focus on long-range planning and thinking about long-range planning issues for the governor and for the cabinet. And my role as climate advisor is very much part of that, because we're really looking at what are the implications of the policies we're putting in place now, of the choices we're making now, particularly in three big areas. One is land use and planning. We work very closely with regional and local governments on land use and planning issues around housing, transportation, land preservation. We work very closely with regional local governments as well on climate resilience. We're actually the one statutory home of climate resilience in the state of California, which many people don't know, through our Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resilience Program, ICARP. And then we also do sustainable economic development. How do we think long-term about how the choices we're making regionally and with industry and with workers and communities are moving the state forward? Ultimately, our goal is toward a more sustainable and resilient and inclusive future. All of that is, of course, about climate change. I often say that climate change is sort of a big macroeconomic issue across the entire economy, not unlike globalization. Just like you can't think about any decision making in the economy without thinking about the impacts of globalization and increasingly automation, you can't make decisions without thinking about climate change. There are impacts today, like the wildfires, extreme heat, sea level rise, flooding, drought, that are immediate economic impacts that we need to be paying attention to, reducing the risk of those, managing for those. But there's also long-term impacts of our stated commitment to a transition to carbon neutrality by 2045 in the state, and all of our associated climate goals, many of which Senator Pavley and Dilian have mentioned. So for us, I think the key is, number one, and the governor's really focused on this, is integration of these issues. You cannot go down one path without thinking about the implications on the others. Every action we take in this space has equal and opposite reactions somewhere else. How do we think through those reactions? How do we ensure that as we're thinking them through, we're not leaving communities behind, we're not leaving economies behind, we're capturing opportunity, we're reducing risk. The other big issue, or group of issues, is really substantive. We need to make progress on the amazing goals set by Governor Brown on climate. We need to particularly make progress in three areas. Transportation, you've heard over and over again. Transportation is our largest source of emissions, with refining, with production and refining added to consumption. It's about 51% of our emissions in California. Huge, huge piece of the puzzle. We need to make progress there, not only, and I absolutely echo everything that everyone has said about vehicles, and particularly heavy duty vehicles, which are a huge source of pollution. We also need to make progress on the land use side. We need to reduce vehicle miles traveled in this state. It is a imperative from a climate perspective, from a quality of life perspective. Even thinking about the COVID intersections, the places in the state where we've seen the highest numbers outside of congregate facilities have been in overcrowded sections of cities where people live because they need to live 10 people to a room because of affordability issues. The intersection between housing affordability and climate is stark. We see it with the wildfires, people moving into the wildland urban interface. We see it with land conversion away from agricultural and open space, converting land to sprawl development, taking away our climate resilience, our wetland preservation, taking away our agricultural space. This is a big, big, big piece of the climate puzzle. And it's one that we at OPR do a lot of work on because it is a longer term and a challenging land use issue. So just wanted to really put a point on VMT, vehicle miles traveled. The second big area we're doing increasing work on is in natural and working lands. This is something that the UN Climate Commission has really pointed at as a critical part of our climate puzzle. Natural and working lands act as a fire buffer. They act as a natural capital solution to a lot of our climate impacts. They are carbon sinks. They are a critical piece of the puzzle, and we need to be focusing much more on those and figuring out how to integrate those into our climate policies and systems. And then finally, we're doing a lot of work, and this is something where we've actually learned an enormous amount from the UK. So really looking to the ambassador on that and thanking her, that we need to do an enormous amount more on climate finance. We are in a place, again, where climate is part of every decision we make. We need to actually make it part of every decision we make. Integrating climate risk and opportunity metrics into our budget process, into our decision-making, into how agencies spend money, into how we build our roads, into how we locate our facilities. This is just part and parcel of the climate future. And it's an incredibly important part of reducing our risk as a state, but also capturing some of these amazing opportunities around new technologies and new innovations. So those are the big three that we're focused on as an administration. And the last thing I'll say is, and I'll say a little more on this later, but all of it with a focus on those actual impacts on people. You know, how are we ensuring equity is centered across all of these policies, and how are we ensuring that when we're creating jobs, when we're creating economic opportunity, those are good jobs. Those are jobs with pathways. Those are jobs with futures. We have seen what it looks like when we have an economy that's not resilient, hit by a disaster. We need to make our economy more resilient as we plan for these future disasters. Thanks,
Kate. There's a lot there. I wish I could ask you 5 follow-up questions, but I won't. Dr. Pastor, we haven't met, but you are well known to all of us for the great work you do and the way you think about these issues. We're as a climate community, we haven't always been as good at factoring in disadvantaged communities, dealing with climate justice, dealing with environmental justice the way we have. It feels like California has run up against environmental justice concerns multiple times through these decades, and there's still a ton to do. But as you think about going forward on climate in the state of California and more broadly, what's the role of the environmental justice community, and why is it so important, which I think we could say, but I'd love to hear you talk about it, and what are the things we need to do and to really make sure that environmental justice is an outcome and that communities, and particularly disadvantaged communities, find their way into the future economy that we're trying to build and are excited about it.
Great. Well, really glad to be here. I'll do the thanks that everybody else did. First to LABC, but particularly to Mary Leslie. I think I'm actually going to start a Twitter contest to see if anybody's ever been able to say no to Mary Leslie. We ask you to do something. And I'm sure there'll be almost no stories there. And I really am honored to be on a panel, of course, with Fran, who's one of our just tremendous leaders in this area, Kate, who I've gotten to know very well over the last couple of months of working on the governor's task force, and of course, my good friend, Kevin De Leon, who he tries to do something I try to do too, which he tries to look really cool, but you can tell from what he's saying, he's just a complete nerd. The level of detail around PM 2.5 and decarbonization and renewable standards. Kevin, one of the things I admire the most about you is you're not just a politician, but a policymaker, someone who actually understands this, and you're following in the grand tradition of Fran because of her level of devotion to the details as well. So let me pick up on the question that you asked, Michael, and like any good academic, rephrase it, because I think we often talk about disadvantaged communities. And a disadvantage is like, I had a car accident when I was a kid, car hit me, I've got a knee that's bad. That's a disadvantage. We're talking about communities that are structurally disempowered, that have been left vulnerable because freeways rip their ways through their communities, that have been left vulnerable because of siting practices that put high emissions plants in their communities, that have been, because of economics, forced to live with some of the worst clunkers and oldest vehicles and not been able to be part of the economy that's emerging. And we think of it as disadvantage. We think of it as something that maybe we need to kind of fix up. But when we understand that it's structurally built into the system and that these communities are disempowered, then we start to think about how do we build community power, and how do we change the structures? And I think that's important in this particular era that we're living through, COVID, because I like to say that COVID is the disease that revealed our illnesses. Our illnesses of employment precarity, people just hanging on the job, our illnesses of a racial wealth gap, so that in the United States generally, white families have about 10 times the net wealth of Black and Latino families. So when a crisis happens, they can weather a storm that Black and Latino families cannot. The problems of the lack of legal status, particularly here in California. For example, in LA County, 18% of the county is either undocumented themselves or living with a family member who's undocumented. And that means that they have not been able to access most of the federal relief that's been available, and they've been forced to take risks about going to work because they really have no choice. And who the illnesses of environmental injustice, which have meant that communities of color and low income communities have tended to be in the places where there's tremendous levels of air pollution and food deserts and lack of parks, which means that they're more affected by the pollution that makes your lungs weak and perhaps more vulnerable to the respiratory issues that emerge from COVID, tending to be more obese and more likely to have diabetes because of not having access to good food and not having access to parks where you can actually kind of work out in this particular emergency. And all of that has left these communities more vulnerable, such that when you look at the age-adjusted death rates, for example, in LA County, the age-adjusted death rates from COVID for Black folks in the county is twice that what it is for white folks, and almost 3 times for Latinos what it is for white folks, and 3 times for Pacific Islander communities. And all of this is about the kind of pre-existing conditions that are built into our environment. So I think when you start to think about what COVID has revealed in terms of the landscape of structural injustice and the ways in which we need to address that on the climate and environment side as well, which of course much of my research has been devoted to. And a couple of things I want to lift up about that. Number one, we tend to think that the vulnerability to pollution and the vulnerability to climate risks is something that's a function of income. But when you look at the research, the gradient of association of environmental and climate risk is actually steeper for race than it is for income. It's not just that lower income folks are living in places where there might be more pollution and more climate risk. It's that the structural disempowerment of communities of color have made them more likely to be near freeways, near transit corridors, be near a lot of the sort of risks that are an important part of this environmental landscape of injustice and climate landscape of injustice that we see, and that a lot of it has to do with the co-pollutants that are there in those communities. Now, that's important because it does mean that one of the things we've wanted to take into account, race and racism, has, because of Proposition 209, often been put to one side. And it's one of the things that's actually up on the ballot, is to be able to bring in that data later on. Second, it means that when we're paying attention to just transition, we need to think not just about those who will be displaced as we move to a decarbonized economy, that is people in our fossil industry. And I think it's important for folks in our fossil fuels industry to feel some degree of comfort that the movement to decarbonization is not going to threaten their livelihood, but is something that's actually going to create cushions for them as they transition to other kinds of employment. But we also need to prioritize low-income communities of color for those kind of jobs that are going to emerge. This is one thing that Kate just mentioned. I know that you'll talk a little bit more about as we move into, but it's not just the people who will lose their jobs, it's the people who've never had jobs in these industries, and the people who've been suffering the worst effects of the co-pollutants associated with the kinds of emitters that we're also regulating through climate policy. Couple last things that I'll lift up. It also means that we need to develop equity metrics. Kate talked about the need to have climate finance and clear climate metrics inform every policy decision we make. We also need equity metrics so that we're considering when we implement a policy around climate and around anything else. Are we adding to disadvantage and disempowerment, or are we moving things in a different direction? And that was one of the big critiques that got leveled around climate, around cap and trade as a market mechanism to deal with greenhouse gas emissions, is that the cap and trade program, which had very little safeguards built in, it did wind up building in to some extent the redistribution of resources through the good leadership of Kevin De Leon to make sure that the revenues raised went to communities that were overexposed and socially vulnerable. But we also knew that a seemingly neutral cap and trade market-based program would wind up not prioritizing reductions in communities of color. And guess what? The first 3 years of data showed us that that was the case, that we had not put the safeguards in to make sure that we would prioritize reducing emissions in those communities that were already overexposed and socially vulnerable. And while they were thankful that they got some of the dollars from the cap and trade system, they were hoping for a lot more of the emission reductions. Final sort of money, important shot for folks to be paying attention to, just the political calculus of this. If you do polling and you ask, and this is the Public Policy Institute of California's poll over the last number of years, who is the most concerned about global warming and who is the most determined that the state should take an aggressive approach? About 50% of white Californians are deeply concerned about global warming and want the state to take an aggressive approach. About 58% of Black Californians are deeply concerned and want the state to take an aggressive approach. And about 2/3 of Latinos in the state of California are in that same camp of being devoted to dealing with climate change. And so it means that we need to pay attention to climate equity for all the reasons that I mentioned, but also because it hits the sweet spot politically. That's where the support is for the kinds of ambitious goals that many in the climate community want to see addressed.
Great. Thanks. Fantastic answer. Really thorough. In the 20 minutes we have remaining, we'll have to be brutally efficient. But the second big topic that we want to talk about together is about recovering better going forward. And Kate, you and Manuel are on the governor's task force on recovery. And just wondering, I mean, how are we thinking about recovering and building back in a sustainable way as we go forward? What are you learning there and what's coming out of it?
Thanks, Michael, and I'll be brief because I definitely want to hear more from the other panelists as well. But I will say that the task force was really set up. I mean, just to be honest, we thought we'd be in recovery by now. I mean, the task force was set up to go through the end of the year so that we could really focus in on where we are on spending what we thought would have happened, which was federal stimulus dollars, on a recovery where we thought we would be. So we're not quite there yet. The task force has been amazing in terms of a place for private sector, for labor, for academics, for others to connect really closely with the government and come up with some really interesting ideas around how we think through, bouncing forward, not bouncing back, right? How do we build back a more resilient system? And I think that's been really, really valuable. It's sort of, we're very budget constrained, just to be honest, but I think there's been some really creative ideas, including some of the task force members stepping up to do great work. On this point, I did want to say one of the things that's feeding into our thinking on recovery is something that actually Senator De Leon was very involved in as a lead author, along with Eduardo Garcia from the Assembly, which was AB 398. It was the bill that extended cap and trade. And one of the things that bill did was call for the Workforce Development Board to do a study on what kind of jobs have already been created by our climate policies and how do we think going forward about how to do exactly what you asked, how to ensure that we have a economic development approach that goes and workforce approach that goes hand in hand with our climate approach. We just put out the Workforce Development Board commissioned UC Berkeley to write that Labor Center to write that report. It has just come out, and I just want to say two really important points from it because they're so relevant to this conversation. And in some ways, even though this was a long delay from the bill, it's really important it just came out. One is this, that there is no such thing as a green job. We're greening the entire economy. We are not creating a boutique set of green jobs. This is a really important point. 60% of the jobs we have created with our climate policies in California are in traditional construction industries. That is not a quote unquote green job. That is a way to transform an industry. And I think that's a critical point. As we're thinking about recovery, how do we think about a climate smart, inclusive, resilient recovery that creates a lot of jobs for a lot of people that are very inclusive, not thinking of them as some kind of special category. In some regions, a just transition strategy might lead to new jobs in a growth industry that's not what in something we consider traditionally green, but it's a growth industry that's related to these areas and it's part of our climate neutral future. The other really critical point, and then I'll stop, from that report is just because something is a quote unquote green job doesn't mean it's a good job. And we actually have to be intentional with our climate policy that we're creating high road jobs, by which we mean high quality jobs, family supporting with pathways into those jobs, particularly for underserved and vulnerable communities. That has to be an actual intentional part of our policy as we're thinking about recovery, not something that we put to the side because we fall into the mindset that either because it's a job, it's good, or because it's a green job, it's good. We actually have to be very intentional about that. So wanted to really say thank you to Senator De Leon for having the foresight to think about those important questions and really say we are taking that into consideration as we're moving forward.
Great. Dr. Pastor, I feel like you answered this question a little bit in your first response, but if you had a kind of quick minute on your thoughts about how we move forward to do recovery and do it the right way, if you wanted to say something about it quickly, that'd be great.
Well, the thing I would say that I think is really key that's came up in the task force is as we saw the patterns of disparity develop in terms of the COVID disease sort of ripping its way, in particular into Latino communities, where now 61% of the cases are in Latino communities. There was a discussion of testing parity, making sure that the number of tests happening in the Latino and immigrant communities was similar to what was happening in other communities. And grappling with that, what we realized is that what you really needed was testing equity. That if you look at a community that's got a tremendous number of needs and you know where the disease is headed, you need to rush the resources there to make sure that you've got equity. And when you can stop the disease there, you actually wind up benefiting the entire state, economy, and health system. And I think that's the same thing around climate. Climate equity often gets looked to, Michael, as a special issue. It's an afterthought that we're going to deal after we deal with climate overall. We're going to try to figure out how fair or unfair it is. But I guarantee you that if you try to clean up the places that are the most polluted right now, that are the most unhealthy, there is no way those uses are gravitating toward higher income communities. They will simply be eliminated. And if we center climate equity, we are promoting climate climate protection for all of us. And I think that's a central lesson from the task force.
Yeah, great. I agree. There's no such thing as trickle down equity, right? We got to be directed about it. So, Fran, you've thought a lot about what things look like in the future. You've talked a lot about what a decentralized energy system needs to be as you think about recovery. Can we get to that vision of a kind of decentralized energy system? And you mentioned grid issues earlier. If, as you think about recovery, what do we need to do to make sure we get the right kind of grid system, the right kind of electricity system?
Well, thank you very much for that really timely question, because we've found with some of the impacts on climate change, whether it's wildfires, or if you're urban area and you don't have the forest fires going on right in your neighborhood, boy, are you impacted by smog, extreme heat events. And again, this is a public health crisis that we're talking to. I think microgrids are part of the solution. Yes, you're going to need grid reliability, but microgrids are critical. We're finding that out, that with power shutoffs, for the next 10 years, our investor-owned utilities have the authority to shut off power whenever there is potentially high winds, or during a wildfire, or God forbid, an earthquake, whatever the reason is. So with that, what happens when the power is shut off? How does that affect families? I was evacuated at 10 p.m. one night a couple of years ago in the Wolseley fire. No power on either. That's very scary when you're trying to hunt for pets, get kids out, everything else going on, let alone find the things you need in order to get in your car to evacuate. So, and I'm also very concerned about, as a former school teacher, the long-term impacts of these power shutoffs without microgrids and the impacts on our school system. I think we're expanding the problems between people who have money and lower income people, and racial overtones during these crises, and the gap's going to continue to grow unless we figure out how to address power. So let's look at this. How could we have a microgrid, let's say on a large apartment complex or community-based? Or if you are more affluent and you have a single family home, obviously people who are starting to invest in solar panels, battery storage, and it's all about Lithium Valley and driving down the cost of battery storage. And you have your EV charging station, and you've switched your appliances from natural gas to electric. And there are programs and policies out there, whether it's S-CHIP or others, that can help you out. But I think critically, in any urbanized area, after looking at just the impacts from this last month in California, not being able to breathe clean air, no place to go to. That's amazing. No place to go to. You're in a hot one-bedroom apartment building, if you're fortunate. There's no ventilation, but where are the community resource centers that can provide Wi-Fi or clean air, ability for kids to continue with online learning? We're in a place where we're going to have to spend as much time and attention in adapting to climate change than just mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. The solution is not diesel powered generators. That's what's happening in too many places. We need to really figure out, this is not a short-term problem. This is going to be our new, I hate to say the new normal, but we're going to have to be smart in where we make these investments. So regardless of where you live and what the impacts are, you have the ability to keep the power on. For some people, it's a difference between life and death.
Yeah, thanks, Fran. Kevin, you're in a couple of weeks about to start working for the city of Los Angeles. There are unbelievably ambitious things that will greet you as you land there. The Mayor Garcetti's Green New Deal, which is a fantastic framework, and the LAWDP 100% renewable energy pathway that's been set out. I mean, how are you thinking about leveraging those two big goals to build the, post-COVID, equitable, strong economy of the future?
Michael, I think that a couple things. One, we have to clearly continue the in-basin solar program through feed-in tariff for LADWP, rooftop That's really critical. I think we have to double, triple, quadruple down on our utility scale program through feed-in tariff. Right now, LABWP successfully has secured the lowest price point per kilowatt in the nation, which I think is going to be really critical. That will include battery storage. And also I think we have to really, press forward with a sense of urgency, the transportation electrification program of Los Angeles by 2028 with LADWP and another investor-owned utility, or I should say an investor-owned utility like Southern California Edison. It's a great work and program of Matt Peterson and LABC, which will be really critical for Los Angeles, being the most polluted city in America, being where it's home to the Pacific Rim and the port of Los Angeles, as well as Long Beach, where 40% of all goods that are consumed by consumers throughout the nation come to that port. And I think Manuel said it, perfectly well. A child that lives adjacent to the 710 freeway is subsidizing that price point for someone who lives perhaps in Paducah, Kentucky, or Bloomington, Indiana, going to a Target or Best Buy and buying, tube socks, buying a flat screen television set. And because of heavy duty diesel, obviously their public health has been impacted. And what COVID-19 has done is it has exposed the raw, ugly underbelly that's always been there, those inequities. Let me say a couple of things, because I like what Kate had to say in terms of investments, which is absolutely really key, and the right type of job, which would be very key. And that's why, again, going back to lithium, I remember Eduardo Garcia will be really key in creating that supply chain and making sure those who have been historically underemployed or non-employed, like Manuel just mentioned a few moments ago, have employment. So we have to be and we have to be purposeful in the policies and the regulatory schemes that we create, because the market forces left to themselves will not create these inequities that are so deeply institutional and systematic. If we want the right to breathe clean air into our lungs, and if we want to have the right to have access to a high quality job that will allow us to be part of the middle class, if we don't go to a UC or a private independent like Stanford, SC, or to a Cal State school, that we can go on to a community college and get a career technical education that will put us on a pathway, as Kate just mentioned. So we have a lot of bond, dollars out there that have yet gone to market. Let's go to the market right now with all those bonds that we have passed and put it in the iBank. I know that Kate has been a huge supporter of that. That will help the administration make the proper investments, because right now there's no better time to actually borrow money and secure the cheapest rate. And lastly, let me say this. Could be very controversial, without question, with a lot of folks. I was part of negotiations on this issue, but I do think it's time that we reevaluate our current cap and trade program. I think that we can't continue with the Potemkin village, that we've been going on for many years. Again, when you evaluate the policies and regulatory schemes that have been most responsible for the lowest, carbon reduction, in recent memory, cap and trade actually plays a very small role. Yet a lot of children who live in and around these high polluting industries continue to feel the impacts. As a very progressive blue state in California, I do think it's time that we reevaluate, our cap and trade program and be more innovative and creative in figuring out if we can find some other regulatory schemes or other statutory measures that can regulate our not our tailpipe, I'd say, but in this case, our stationary emitters, so we can be more creative and actually get real tangible, measurable, objective, data that will prove that, in fact, we can have a plausible impact in these communities that are impacted by COVID and by pollution. Manuel, something that was very key. With COVID, you see who gets access to testing, whether it's antibody or PCR examinations, and who doesn't get. Who are the essential workers and who gets to Zoom? because you cannot, clean someone's house. You can't wash dishes. You can't take care of Dakota or Montana, through Zoom. If you live in the Palisades or Brentwood or elsewhere, it's just not realistic. And these are the people who have taken the brunt of COVID-19, who are highly infected, who are dying, who are right now what I call the triple wave tsunami. Number one, because of public health impacts, their mortality rate and their infection rate are through the roof. Number one. Number two, they are unemployed, so they have no ability to pay the rent, and they are at the mercy of being evicted, after 2021 January, because they have no job, they have no revenue. Especially if you're undocumented, you can't draw on unemployment or CARES or HEROES Act. Thirdly, because the state government is in a structural deficit, local governments throughout are in structural deficits for lack of revenues coming in to the coffers. The very programs that they need the most will be slashed and burned, because we have a constitutional and charter, a stipulation that we have to have a balanced budget, regardless of how many revenues come in or what the needs are. On top of that, because of heat waves, on top of that, because of pollution, they're the most vulnerable. And that's why everything has to be viewed through the lens of equity. When we do so, we lift everybody up together, regardless of what socioeconomic status you're at. That is a challenge before us. But Kate said, challenging times, but amazing, opportunistic times to really change a lot of things that simply don't work, lift everyone up together and move forward and be that beacon of hope for the entire nation and for the entire world.
Great. Kevin, thank you. A lot to unpack there. I won't even try, but particularly about the cap and trade issue. So we've got a hard stop in 2 minutes, I think. And I think the program will go to a short break. But just before we go, just because we've dealt with a lot here, I mean, what gives you some optimism that we're going to come out of this in a better place? Just quickly, 30 seconds, no more. Fran?
Our state has faced amazing challenges, recovering from earthquakes and other things, nothing like we've seen before. Building coalitions and working together, we can do this. We can move forward in a different way. And I like the framing on not green jobs, but greening the economy literally in everything we do.
Great, thanks. Dr. Pastor?
Well, I think if you think back to the early 90s, in which the state suffered about half of the country's net job loss, large civil unrest, Proposition 187, crazy racial politics, and then you look at where we're at today, you could see that there's reason for hope in terms of that progress. I think what the state needs to do is to move from being a state of resistance, which we have been to the federal government, to being a state of resilience, that is a state that can actually deal with the climate issues and the job issues before us, and setting the ambition of being a state of renewal, in which we set a path for what a green economy writ large, and not just green boutique jobs, look like, and what healthy communities for all of us represent.
Thanks, that's great. Kate?
Similar to Fran's point and Manuel's actually, I think we're going into an era of new collaboration. I'm excited about actually the stepping up of the private sector that we're seeing through the task force, the innovation, the new trust in government that people are seeing because they're seeing the really essential role that a lot of public servants play. So I think it's a potential for a new way forward.
Great, thanks, Kate. Kevin, last word.
We've overcome, a regional economic recession back in the 90s. We've overcome Proposition 187, Proposition 209, 227. We overcame the worst economic recession since the Great Depression back in 2008 with the downfall of our economy. A lot of folks have always counted us out. We are facing the worst economic, scenario in modern political history, or since the founding of the great state of California. I think the right folks are in place, both in government as well as the private sector. These are also exciting times to reimagine and revision the type of city, the type of state that we want to live in. And the world is watching us. That's not hyperbole, because the world needs us, the nation needs us. So this is exciting. I think, and finally, when not the dust settles, but when the ashes settle, no pun intended, Governor Gavin Newsom is going to be the most battle-tested governor, or not governor, politician in the country, because this is worse than wartime conditions, being in Afghanistan and Iraq, because our unemployment, underemployment were never at the rate it was back in those days. It was actually much more worse right now. So I think that, you know, these years will be battleground tested, that he's going to help pull us out of this. So I'm looking forward to doing this.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, what gives me hope is the four of you and the state of California and the amazing things that are happening there. And thanks also to LABC for hosting these kinds of conversations. It's a truly unusual business organization that takes this kind of approach on these issues. So thank you. Hand it back to LABC. So nice to see you all. Thanks for doing this. I wish we could get an audience
Thanks,
to
Michael.
clap. So
Michael, thanks everyone.
take care. See ya.
We are proud to once again have Walmart as a co-chair of the LABC Sustainability Summit. The Walmart team was unable to participate today because they are hosting their own Sustainability Summit. Yesterday, Walmart announced that the company is committed to becoming a regenerative company. Walmart is targeting zero emissions by 2040 and committing to help regenerate national resources. Here is a video that highlights Walmart's latest commitment to sustainability.
At Walmart, everything we do is for people. We're using our strengths to help people live better and preserve the planet. We believe all people should have access to sustainable products they can afford. That's why we're committed to improving the sustainability of key commodities by 2025. We believe businesses should respect human rights and people should have the opportunity to fulfill their potential. That's why we're committed to sourcing responsibly, helping prevent forced labor, promoting the dignity of women, and creating inclusive economic opportunities. We believe climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. That's why we're targeting zero emissions in our own operations by 2040 and engaging our suppliers to avoid a gigaton of emissions from our supply chain by 2030. We believe all people should live in a cleaner world. That's why we're committed to eliminating waste in our own operations and working with our suppliers to recycle more and use less plastic. We believe healthy natural resources support healthy communities. That's why we, along with the Walmart Foundation, are committed to helping protect, manage, or restore at least 50 million acres of land and 1 million square miles of ocean by 2030. By doing all this for our people, for our communities, and for future generations, we are committed to becoming a regenerative company dedicated to placing nature and humanity at the core of our business.
Now, please welcome Mary Leslie, President of the LABC, to introduce our first fireside chat.
Hi, good morning. I hope all of you had enjoyed this morning's program, especially the important inspiration we received from our 38th Governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Our environmental governor has laid the groundwork for what we are discussing today. We are also honored to have had the UK Ambassador, Dame Karen Pierce, with us to share the important work she is doing in the UK. And we want to thank Michael Northrup for his national leadership and leading the discussion with our state and local leaders. The LABC is proud to endorse this week Governor Newsom's call to accelerate California's 100% clean energy goals. We agree with Governor Newsom's sense of urgency around climate change as we experience and cope with a worldwide pandemic, extreme heat, and unprecedented wildfires. Leading on these issues is LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and USC President Carol Folt, who will discuss why climate change and resiliency are so critical and the importance of educating the future workforce. Dr. Carol Folt serves as the 12th president of the University of Southern California. She is a highly experienced leader, an internationally recognized life scientist, and an award-winning teacher. In leading USC, Dr. Folt brings broad executive and leadership experience across academia, including arts and sciences, professional schools, and academic medicine. Throughout her career, Dr. Folt has earned a reputation for always placing students at the center, advancing academic excellence and innovation, and setting ambitious goals, prioritizing shared governance, and focusing on the future. Prior to her appointment at USC in July of 2019, Dr. Folt led the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, one of the nation's most distinguished and research-intensive universities, from 2013 to 2019. Prior to her tenure at UNC, Dr. Folt served in various leadership roles at Dartmouth College, including as interim president. Joining her is Mayor Eric Garcetti, the 42nd mayor of Los Angeles. His agenda is focused on creating safe, livable, and prosperous city. He has shown a strong commitment to build a resilient and sustainable LA through the city's Green New Deal plan, which the LABC strongly supports. He rallied more than 400 mayors and cities across America to adopt the Paris Climate Agreement. Mayor Garcetti currently serves as the chair of the C40 Cities, which connects 96 of the world's greatest cities to take bold climate action, leading the way towards a healthier and more sustainable future. The chat will be moderated by Dr. Dan Mazmanian, chair of USC's Presidential Working Group on Sustainability and professor of public policy at the USC Saul Price School. He served as director of Governor Schwarzenegger's task force on California's adaptation to climate change in 2009, 2010, and skillfully led multiple task forces on environmental policy for the People's Republic of China from 2005 to 2016. He came to USC as the first dean of the USC Price School of Public Policy in 2000 from his position as dean of the University of Michigan School of Natural Resources and Environment. Dr. Mazmanian was the founding director of the Bedrosian Center on Governance from 2005 to 2012. As an academic, Dr. Mazmanian is a widely published scholar in the field of policy implementation and environmental policy, and predicted many of the outcomes we are seeing now in terms of water, rising sea levels, and forest fires. We are expected to hear today about how USC and the city of LA are tackling the climate crisis and what it takes for municipalities and academic institutions to build a strong foundational ethos around sustainability in a manner that generates real measurable change. So please welcome Mayor Eric Garcetti, US President Carol Folt, and Dr. Mazmanian.
It's kind of different than when you're in the auditorium and you can hear the applause, but I know it's out there, especially for Carol. Like, we can't hear you, doctor. I think you're muted. You are still muted.
Hello?
Now we can hear you. Great.
Mary, thank you for the kind introduction, as well as your and everyone else's work in bringing us together today, including opening the summit to students at USC and the LAUSD high school students. So thank you very much. So it's an honor for me today to be moderating a conversation between two so important Los Angeles leaders, Mayor Eric Garcetti and President Carol Folt. I know each has more than enough to say, share with us in our short time about the issues raised by preceding panels. So let's get started. First, though, a personal insight. Let me start with Eric. Eric, with all the challenges in being mayor of the nation's second largest city, why so ambitious a Green New Deal as you have embraced as a top priority?
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for your leadership. It's great to be with you, Carol, as well. And thank you to Leslie for what is always one of the happiest events of the year when I was council member, council president, now mayor, coming to the Los Angeles Business Council Summit, which really pushes forward not just the abstract goals of a greener earth, but how we can actually finance them and implement them and have them. And you've always been, as I've always said, the most progressive business group I've worked with, whether it's on minimum wage, on affordable housing, or on our environment. So thank you for that leadership. Look, the simple answer to your question, Doctor, is that we have no choice. We have no choice in terms of our health, the health of our planet, the health of ourselves, but also the health of our economy. I started today talking to mayors around the world. Just joined a climate panel in New York City at Columbia University. And so this is my third climate event just of today. And I think there is an understanding that if you're a mayor or a city that is not investing in green jobs, you are not looking at the economic growth that you could have, and you're certainly not protecting your people. Atop City Hall in Tom Bradley Ballroom, the very highest room in Los Angeles City Hall, there's a quote from Aristotle's Politics. And it says, the city came into being to preserve life, but it exists for the good life. In other words, cities came into being to protect us, to protect our health and our lives. But after that is established, its purpose is to determine and to help us find and define what the good life means to each one of us. So in the simplest terms, cities exist for health, and for prosperity and the prosperity of everyone, not just some. And so I think when we looked at a Green New Deal, it was precisely that. A lot of people that had first been a term in Europe. Then there was talk about it at the national level from different members of Congress who've introduced legislation, but nothing's passed yet. I said, here at the local level in Los Angeles, we don't have to wait. We don't have to get to a partisan fight. We have consensus. Let's implement the boldest local Green New Deal. Zero carbon for our transportation, our energy, and our buildings. Zero waste and zero wasted water. Those 5 zeros, together with all the jobs, and just give you one stat, 35,000 jobs have been added to Los Angeles since I've been mayor in green sectors, which is about 1/3 of all the job growth we've had. And now we've set a goal for 2025 to have 100,000 green jobs, careers really, not just jobs, because they're not one-off, they're a lifetime of middle-class opportunity. Why would a mayor want to leave that on the table and export that to another place? Say, hey, make those electric buses elsewhere. Let's not expand our public transportation system. There's no retrofits of my buildings I need to do. Why save my building owners money and help reduce our emissions? But why should I, look at our water? Let's keep pumping it in an expensive way from other places and use a lot of electricity to do that instead of just purifying what we already have here. Those things seem to be very easy questions to answer. And why are we doing this? Because our life depends on it.
Thank you. And we're going to follow up with some of the comments you've already raised. But first, I'd like to turn to Carol with a similar question, which is with the duties as the president, indeed a brand new president with 48,000 students and thousands of faculty and staff, how should we understand your commitment to making USC a leading university in sustainability?
Well, thank you. Let's make sure I'm not mute. Okay, you can hear me. I want to start by thanking you for having us here. Thanks to LABC and to Mary Leslie. Dan, thank you. It's always a pleasure to work with you. And I love seeing the mayor here. You know, it was just about a year and 2 days ago that I had my inauguration at USC, and you came and you spoke, and you were wonderful to be there. And from the start, together, we've been talking about sustainability. So I just want to start and say that for our university, who cares so much about sustainability and seeing what we can do to help not only sustain the planet, but build the economy, be part of that Green New Deal in LA. This moment of potential collaboration with the mayor, with the city, with others who really want to see Los Angeles as a leader is a perfect moment for us. So I'm really excited to be here and to be a part of that. For me, sustainability is at the core of everything I believe. I'm an environmental biologist. I've been working on issues that relate to the sustainability of wild and natural places. And then as my career evolved, my interest in working in all the places where nature and humans come in contact has grown to the point that I see very few problems bigger than the problem of sustainability, building a healthy planet that will sustain people, keep people's health strong, help eliminate the disparities that with climate change and pollution are increasing health and educational disparities between people that have access to good resources and people that don't. All of those are playing out every day in our lives. At a university with 80,000 people who care, we have a magnificent army of people who can go out together and really make a difference in their communities and in the world. So this is our moment. And the thing that excited me the most when I came to USC was that this wasn't a new idea, of course, but the number of people who wanted to participate was great. Those that were already working across the city, working with the mayor, but those who said, this is what I want to hear. This is my reason to work together and develop new ideas, operations, and major discoveries was so strong, so palpable that we would be remiss if we didn't see that opening and run through that door. So I think we're here to talk a bit about how we want to run through that door and partner with the city. But I think that it isn't really about the leaders right now. To me, it's about the grassroots of our students, our community members. Those are the people that are expecting it of us. And so it's our challenge to work together to enable those real aspirations to come through.
Well, thank you for sharing this with us. And now let's turn to the important issue of the linkages between sustainability and the needs of that future workforce, which were alluded to in the prior panel, but we all know are with us every moment. Maybe we'll start with Carol. What is the role of yours and other universities in our region in educating the workforce for a sustainable future? And central to the Los Angeles Business Council, what partnerships with private sector and community organizations are essential in fostering this workforce?
Well, I think this is, again, another opportunity where we can really accelerate the kind of partnerships we deal with. I love thinking about the green economy. When I was at UNC, that was a major part of what we were doing there. I think that as a real opportunity, when you bring all the universities that are in the Los Angeles region, our ability to work on new discoveries, build out that green economy is enormous. USC has such strong faculty already working on transportation. How can we work with the city to really get corridors that are green? How can we work to build up the trees that are found in cities? How can we educate people for zero waste? How can we be a part of those ideas about getting an electric force of in the harbor and in the city? Those are all things that universities can contribute to. I think we can also be part of the blue economy. And I know that's something that is also really interesting to the mayor and to people at USC. What are the products of the earth in the oceans that can be part of a new economy? And can we do it in such a way that we don't destroy the products of the world, but increase their sustainability as well? So I think we do it through education, because it starts there, and not just education of university students, but also helping in the K through 12, helping students learn about how they can be scientists and technologists or humanists that work in areas of sustainability. And we get directly involved with the mayor's task force, the work of the supervisors, and our faculty and student expertise is wanting to be a part of those campaigns. So as they push zero waste, we push zero waste. All these things have parallel opportunities. And I think if we do them together, we can do something that I haven't seen another city do. And I know the mayor really sees this. I think we can show that universities, USC, but also our other great universities in this region, can truly partner to make Southern California a very special learning ground for how to help sustainability all the way from the lab to the field.
Thank you. Well, that's very helpful. And Mayor Garcetti, if I could turn back to you, what role is the city playing in developing that new workforce, those jobs you mentioned in your opening?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've been partnering for quite some time with amazing job creators, whether it's the companies that we're locating, for instance, the power of LA Metro, one of the largest public transportation systems in the country, and the one that will be building the most new lines anywhere in America for the next 40 years and beyond, because of Measure M, an evergreen measure that will continue to reinvest in public transportation. We've been working with building trades unions. We've been working with companies, local, national, and international, to locate jobs and to train workers right here. So Los Angeles Trade Tech is a wonderful place where you can go get green jobs. When hybrid cars first came, it was one of the first places you could become a mechanic for hybrid cars and now electric cars. Whether it's up in the high desert, where we're looking at, with Metro, creating the first kind of industrial park for green transportation, we see real opportunities to take the investments we're already making, that voters have thankfully already decided to do, whether it's Measure M or Measure W with water, or think about the Hyperion treatment plant, where we're going to build a water purification system that will produce 3 times more water than William Mulholland did with the LA Aqueduct. We know that there are a lot of jobs around this, and we want local people to get them. So whether it's rebuilding the airport or the new terminal there, we're taking folks who have been homeless, people who have been in the criminal justice system, people who were in the foster care system, those who never had a first chance and certainly need a second, third, or fourth one, and training them to be those workers, veterans coming home who are in South Los Angeles with subsidized solar for homes there, allowing us to do something good for veterans, for making sure that solar energy isn't just something on the west side of Los Angeles, and ensuring that they have careers for a long period of time. So, setting that goal of 100,000 jobs by 2025, I'm going to hand that baton to the next mayor in a couple of years. We'll have built, I think, more than half of those jobs, even with the pandemic. And these are jobs that aren't going to go away. If you look at just the finance markets right now, it costs 2 or 3 times more to try to get an oil or gas deal financed than it does to do a green building green energy, green transportation deal. So even the markets know where we're headed. Like I said, cities that don't jump to the front of the line will export those jobs elsewhere. But here in Los Angeles, thankfully, we've really been at the front of the line, making sure that we do that from the training, the education system. We're starting a school for transportation careers in high school now that will be in South Los Angeles, with an emphasis again on young people who have been left behind in Black and brown communities. And they can be perhaps the next Phil Washington running the metro system, a brand new metro system with 15 new and extended lines in just a few years.
So as the two of you speak, I'm envisioning now, as everybody listening, I'm sure, from high school to college to career, Los Angeles is the place to be. And in fact, we are moving toward a sustainable community. And it's the whole community, although we're speaking here with just the two of the key leaders. I want to take us back to the last panel, if you will. It was about equity and justice, because the history of racism in our society has taken many forms. One of them being environmental, with years of environmental degradation and pollution in our most disadvantaged communities of color. Now, we heard about the importance of this issue in moving forward in the last panel, but I'd like the two of you to speak to it in your capacities, and maybe start with the mayor, Eric. To what extent does the city's programs in part of sustainability and the Green New Deal address racial and financial inequities, particularly in terms of public health?
Centrally, and we were kind of seen as outliers and radical in 2013. We started working on this. 2014, we put out our first ever sustainability plan for the city of Los Angeles, which the second incarnation is LA's Green New Deal. When we did it, we had 3 E's: the environment, which everybody said, okay, check. Then we said the economy. Half the people went, not really. And then we put equity, and almost everybody said, huh? They didn't understand what equity, and a lot of people didn't understand what economy we're doing in a document on the environment. But we said from the beginning that these 3 braids these 3 strands have to be part of a single braid. Well, moving forward, they strengthen each other. They are already intertwined. And you can't understand the work that we have to do if you're not looking at what the impact of somebody who has an oil derrick next to their home in Wilmington is. You can't understand what it's like if you aren't looking at the asthma and cancer rates near the port of Los Angeles, or understanding the jobs that have been left behind as people started driving Tesla S's when they came out, but people really had no opportunity to get solar power or an electric car in the communities of color where they lived. So we put that there first. So for instance, when we had electric car share for Los Angeles, we first put it in the poorest communities of Los Angeles with a rental system that people could swipe out a small membership fee to be able to drive electric cars when they needed transportation without the expense of owning a car. We looked at programs to install solar and subsidize those in lower income areas. And much of the work that we're doing now, and I look forward, for instance, to the city council moving forward, the work that it will do around our oil and gas drilling in Los Angeles. People forget the largest urban oil field in America is underfoot, and it's come at huge health effects, whether it's natural gas leaks that we saw in Porter Ranch and more recently in Sun Valley, or whether it's what we see down in Wilmington and communities of color in Southeast Los Angeles. We have to integrate that in as part of the sauce, or else all you're doing is helping a few people and you're not addressing really where the largest emissions are. So I think that is now seen as a lot less radical. In a year like this, when there's calls for racial justice, as chair of C40 Cities, I've been having this discussion at a global level when we've been putting out the integration of racial equality, not just in domestic terms, but international terms between North and South. If we clean up everything here, but export all of our old trucks and coal plants to Africa, as that continent doubles in size, it doesn't really achieve our goals. And as we know, emissions in California affect floods in Mozambique, and emissions that come out of China affect fires here in California. So we have to tie equity together in a global sense, as well as here at the most local level, to make sure nobody's left behind.
Thank you. Well, Carol, now to the university. To what extent is grappling with environmental and racial injustice, plus equity and inclusion broadly, important elements of sustainability at USC?
Well, I just want to start off by saying I thought that was a beautiful answer that the mayor just gave, talking about the breadth, the way these different factors are intertwined. You really can't talk about justice at all if you don't think about the way people are educated, the health that they have, the world in which they live. Just like you can't talk about education and advancing in a city if you're not thinking about the fact that it is not equal. There are disparities everywhere. Universities and cities, we need to be really good at helping to understand those root causes, the systemic issues that drive those patterns, and then working hard to unravel them. Because everybody, I think, if asked, is going to say they want their children to breathe fresh air. They want their kids to have opportunity for a health and safe life. And so we have to find the way to dismantle the pieces of our systems that are exacerbating these problems. So universities start as educational missions. So we have a mission to train every generation about sustainability, and sustainability includes equity. It includes the environment. It includes the distribution of resources across communities. And I think we're building a new curriculum. There have been such work that your group has already begun that is extending the idea of sustainability from simply, it's not simple, but a technological set of ideas that comes out of a great school like the Viterbi Engineering School to other places. How does it affect policy? How does it get into our school of education? We're also thinking about how do we become educators who are reaching to students that are starting to K through 12. You've got to start with your kids. You've got to get them educated, and you have to have them understand the importance of decisions they make and opportunities for them that deal with sustainability. And part of that is making those schools better, so that students from every part of Los Angeles have an opportunity to join into these new technologies, but also to have a say and a vision that can lead to building and transforming their communities to be communities of health and education. We've been spending a lot of time working with our host of K through 12 schools to build those sorts of curricular changes. And I think part of that is getting out there and helping to teach people within those communities how to have their own processes put in place. So your business school can come in and help empower small businesses that have sustainability ideas. Our price school can come in and work on developing new policies. And we can work with enrichment programs to bring students from all areas into universities across the region. The health side of sustainability is one that I think people have known about for a long time, but is much more obvious now. Most of my research on the last 20 years has been about health disparities. You know, I started working on Superfund about 20 years ago, when we realized that 1 in 4 kids in America lives within 1 mile of a leaking Superfund site. Now that 1 in 4 kids, 25% of the children, are mostly living in areas in cities where Superfund sites leak. It's not equal. It has terrible disparity effects. So we have a fantastic group of public health experts here who are working on issues like that. How do we clean up those Superfund sites? How do we make sure everybody has access to clean air and clean water? How do we work very clearly to make sure that when those sorts of disasters or degradation happens, we are quick to respond and to clean it up? That environmental cleanup and equity is something that's very important, and it's going into the medical schools themselves. Aspiring doctors want to know what to look for to try to identify health disparities that are arising from differences in sustainability. The last thing I want to mention was something that the mayor brought up, and that is not just local. This is a global set of issues. So at USC, we have this great USC Institute on Equities in Global Health. And I like to mention it because I say that when we work globally, we are also working locally. Effects here have effects across the globe, but things that we do globally also come back. They're very intertwined. And I think that's a very future-looking way to look at this. And it's one that we all need to adopt, is that we don't just do it for ourselves. We are really doing these things for the planet.
You know, as we listen to both of you, it's both very informative and I must say, honestly inspiring for all of us who are living in this city, in this community. But I want to just end, we only have a couple more minutes, with a final thought that for you to respond to, which is actually we're living through a moment of multiple crises that grip our community, many of which have been touched upon by you, but in previous panels. So I just, as a question to you, what gives you hope, and therefore we should have hope for our future?
Who are you starting with?
Go ahead, Carol, you want to keep going?
Whoever wants to take.
I'll take that one because I'd love you to be able to close that one out.
Okay,
So
sounds good.
mine is kind of obvious. Mine is students. I mean, I have to say that, and it is really true, but it isn't just students. They work with faculty, staff, and community members. But if you spend any time with students, you'll really understand that they are thinking about big questions. This is as service-minded a generation I've ever seen. And I think COVID and the pandemic has really inspired people, as have all the movements associated with Black Lives Matter. People want to help others. So we have that amazing group of people there ready to really help us, but they're not patient. And I think that's okay too. They're really looking at us and saying, okay, come on, let's really see. We want to see at USC operations. We want this stuff fixed now, but we want to see us having access to be part of solving the big issues of the day. So they inspire me every day, and hope is a great inspiration, even in times of travail. And I think we all turn to it. Now let's just make it be real, is what they're saying to us.
Thank you.
So let me start dark before I bring the light, because I think we have to all feel that. And I know it's been a stressful year, and I hate to do this, but we've had 3.6 million acres of our state burned. You might ask how many acres are in California, and I just looked it up. It's 102 million. So nearly 4% of our entire state has burned, 2/3 into this year, and just at the very beginning of our fire season. We recorded the hottest temperature ever in Los Angeles history, and the hottest temperature ever on the face of the earth in our state this month alone. And you need not think about those as the hottest days of the last century that we've been living in, but think about it as what will be the coolest days of the coming century, if you want to get a sense of just how grave this is. When you look at equity, where do you go when the smoke is burning everywhere? As you saw, if you're not rich enough to go away to 2 or 3 states away, folks literally were choking on what was happening. It was the equivalent of smoking a pack of cigarettes all day long for days on end. And so when we look at what is before us, I hope we will never, ever go back to a moment where we say we have to go slow, where the science isn't true. And here's the hope, and let me bring the rays of light in. I have seen in my lifetime how this has started to shift. If we see cracks in the Antarctic ice shelf, I've also seen cracks beginning to emerge parallel to that in the kind of fossilized way of thinking that we cannot reach beyond our grasp, because that's what we're going to be called to do. It's a scary thing to do, right? To reach beyond something we think we can hold. And the books of human history are written by people who often didn't get to hold that thing, grasp it. The slave who fought for her freedom but never tasted what that felt like. The woman who struggled to allow women to vote and died before she could ever exercise that franchise. Folks who fought against pesticides on farm workers and against segregation in our schools, and who just wanted to marry who they loved but never could because it wasn't legal before they died. When we reach beyond our grasp, maybe, just maybe, we may hold it, but even if we don't, those who come after us will. And as Dr. Holt said, we have this moment where young people aren't afraid. They are demanding action. They don't see these things as leaps of faith. They don't understand how we will be getting around in vehicles with fossil fuels in them in the future. They don't understand why we don't just do it now that it's cheaper than ever. Our solar plant that we just invested in a little bit north of Los Angeles was cheaper than a new gas plant. So even if you had nothing to do with the environment, you'd say, do it just to save me some money. And so there's no longer any excuse. There's the momentum. I think there's the coming together. And this is the moment. This decade must be the decade of action. I call it the climate decade. It is clear it's too late to reverse what has happened, but it is not too late to mitigate it if we do it together. And so the most hopeful thing, and I'll end with this, is that I know human beings are stubborn. I know we're resilient, and I know that we like to live. And so I think we're going to figure out a way to continue to live and hopefully live a little bit more harmoniously on this earth.
Mayor Garcetti, President Folt, thank you on behalf of everyone at the summit and for the communities you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Been great to be here.
Please welcome Nadine Watt, Chair of the LABC and CEO of Watt Companies.
Thank you so much to our distinguished mayor and my USC president, Dr. Carol Folt, who are tackling the climate crisis and developing ethos and sustainability. We've been hearing so much this morning about the need for meaningful environmental policy to be centered in equity and justice as well. Our next speaker is a trailblazer in expanding the meaning of sustainability to incorporate a range of values that are all essential to a resilient and healthy society. Emil Haddad is chairman and CEO of 5 Point, one of the foremost community builders in California. 5 Point owns and manages Great Park neighborhoods in Irvine, Valencia here in Southern California, and Candlestick Point in San Francisco. Each of these communities is distinguished by a long-term commitment to true sustainability. Together, they will deliver approximately 40,000 residential homes, 23 million square feet of commercial space, and create 290,000 jobs. Emil is a member of Governor Newsom's task force on business and jobs recovery and chairman emeritus of the advisory board of USC's Lusk Center for Real Estate. Emil and I go back almost 20 years, and I can tell you what an important impact he's made during his tenure on the Lusk Center Advisory Board. Please join me in welcoming my friend and today's business leader, keynote speaker, Emil Haddad. Welcome, Emil. I think you're on mute.
Okay. I was saying thank you, and it's always nice to see you. It's nicer to see you in person than virtual, but here we are. So, I'm very happy to be back. I had the honor 2 years ago of being invited to say some words at the Sustainability Summit. And at that time, I made a couple of points, and I want to go back and highlight those. One, I highlighted the fact that the world that we had lived in for the last probably 4 or 5 decades, where the building community has found itself in legal battles with the environmental community, has led to a lose-lose, evidenced by a lot of what we're seeing today in terms of homeless issues, as well as a housing crisis. And I'm not sure, based on what we've seen in the last few weeks, that we have done much for the environment. We at 5 Point made a commitment that the time has come for a paradigm shift. And we needed to reach out to the environmental community and ask them to partner with us to start looking at the future through a different lens than the one that we have been looking at in the past. Our biggest leap of faith was a commitment to build a city in LA County called New Ranch, which is 20,000 homes and 11.5 million square feet of commercial. And our commitment was to build that as a net zero greenhouse gas emission city. It was a very high mountain to climb, but we decided we're going to do it. And at the time when I spoke 2 years ago, we had just started developing it. And I highlighted the fact that this would be something that will only be done in collaboration and in partnership with people from the environmental community. And today, I am glad to say that we have now moved 50 million cubic yards of dirt, which is one of the biggest actually earth movement operation probably in the history of California. We did that using special filters and a state-of-the-art, what they call Tier 4 equipment, which resulted in a reduction of 85% of emissions as a result of the grading operation. Within a few months, the first families will start occupying our first phase of 1,000 homes at what we now call Valencia. Those homes will have a charging station, they will all be solar, and homeowners will be subsidized to purchase NEVs, EVs, as well as mass transportation passes and electric vehicles. This is our way to reach out not only to the environmental community, but the consumer, and help them start getting used to a different way of living. The California Public Utility Commission last year referred to New Ranch as saying the New Ranch with over 20,000 homes greatly exceeds the scale of any zero net energy construction project to date. And we are very proud of that. Since I spoke 2 years ago, we have now forged partnerships that have helped us achieve the goals or be on the path of achieving our goals of building a net zero greenhouse gas emission community. We have now partnered with ChargePoint and Climate and Clipper Creek in order for us to build 5,000 charging stations within our community and through the larger region. We have partnered with Climate Resolve to go back and retrofit buildings in some of the disadvantaged areas in Los Angeles County. We have partnered with Climeco in terms of building a methane capture system and a electricity generation in the dairy farms in the Central Valley in partnership with Diamond H Dairy. That project alone is estimated to reduce 536,000 metric tons of emission, which is equivalent to about 116,000 cars taken off the road. And far away from home, Sequest Capital has helped us so far replace 35,000 cooking stoves in Zambia in Africa. And that's a project that actually is very near and dear to my heart, because not only is it eliminating another equivalent of 106,000 cars off the road, but also is helping tens of thousands of families improve their health in terms of lung health. And on top of that, in Valencia, we are preserving 10,000 acres of open space, and we have revived an extinct flower, a wildflower, and is now flourishing within our community. Further south in Irvine, we have a different partnership. We have partnered with the city of Irvine. We have now taken out, crushed, and reused 276,000 tons of aircraft runways to build the Great Park, which when complete will be twice the size of Central Park in New York, and we are halfway done right now. We partnered with Laguna Beach Greenbelt, as well as others, to provide for a 6-mile, 176,000 acres of wildlife corridor, allowing migration of wildlife from the Cleveland National Forest down to the coast. We have been very busy on the environmental side, and when we made the commitment 2 years ago that we are actually going to change the paradigm, we're actually doing it, but we're not doing it alone. However, at 5 Point, we believe that a sustainable community is one that finds the balance between environmental justice and social equity. For the last 100 years, we have been forced to segregate. We live in one zone, we work in another zone, and we shop in yet a third zone. Our life is all siloed, both in terms of time and space. Everywhere we needed to go, we were reliant on an automobile to take us there. We spend more time with cars than we did with family. As a result of the industrial revolution and the discovery of a new way of transportation called the automobile, factories moved to cities and made cities very unattractive for people to live. And those who could afford to moved to places that we gave birth to called suburbia. And suburbia became the place where if you had the ability to go and live a better life, you'd move. We turned our back to the core of our cities. And then we started actually creating sub-suburbia. We gated communities and started segregating people by socioeconomics. And then we started actually driving away out the grandparents who couldn't afford homes close to their grandchildren and had them be separated from their families, seeing them twice a year. That was the result and the unintended consequences of the last 100 years. And every time we went to fix one issue in silo, we unintentionally set other things in motion and create other challenges. Today, we are all fortunate to be living during what is potentially the fourth transition in history. We have an ability to look back and learn from history and not to repeat mistakes that were not intentional, but now we can learn from them. At 5 Point, we have made that commitment. We made a commitment that we're going to look at the future through a different lens. We decided that we're going to look at things holistically, not in parts. And we have decided to break every silo that existed before and start looking at everything fresh. We eliminated gates from the communities and replaced them with bridges and trails. We actually do not use the word exclusive anymore. We use the word inclusive. We build sports venues and music facilities that allow strangers from every walk of life to meet and make friendships for life. We have mixed homes. We have mixed homes that are afforded by those who can, and homes that are afforded by people who cannot. We believe that that is the healthy community that we want to build. We are building multi-generation communities, allowing grandparents to stay close to their grandchildren. We are partnered with every public education in our communities and have built state-of-the-art schools, allowing equal access to children of every income. In Irvine today, in Irvine today, we have 72 languages spoken in our schools. Those are kids who are growing up respecting and understanding each other's heritage, building tolerance and acceptance, yet all working under one flag. And that's the flag of the country of America. When we look today at where we are and what's going forward, we believe that building a sustainable society, meaning a society that is bound by humanity, being able to be under blue skies and breathe clean air. Last year, we announced a program in partnership with the Price School of Public Policy at USC and the Lusk Center. We named it a disruptive dialogue for a creation of a sustainable society. We are inviting all the stakeholders to come together so we can all imagine the future and prepare for it. Public sector, academics, private, special interest, because that's the only way we're going to be able to go forward. The blueprint of the city of the future has not been drawn. And the manual of how we're all going to live decades from now has not been written. We all have an ability to come together and imagine and dream and create a place informed by the past, optimistic by the future. So I'm going to actually end the way I ended the last time I spoke. At that time, I said, we have put our eggs in the state of California's future. We are the biggest believers in the state because this is the state that has given birth to the movie industry, to the internet, to .com, to startups now that have become giants. This is the state that the world looks to for innovation that changes the way we all live globally. And this is the country that has put a man on the moon. And I am confident that we are going to be able to collaborate and work together to make sure that every person has a roof over their head, food at their table, and every kid has a book and a laptop in their hand. And we all aspire to a day where the issue of environmental responsibility becomes a second nature rather than a mitigation requirement. We are confident that that day will come, but it'll only come if we all come together, because at the end of the day, the only way that we can find a sustainable community is finding that balance between environmental justice and social equity. Thank you.
Please welcome our next panel, The Buildings of Tomorrow, moderated by the Chief Sustainability Officer for Mayor Garcetti, Lauren Faber O'Connor.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the discussion of Buildings of Tomorrow. Just checking that all of my panelists are putting themselves, that are all here, putting themselves on video so we know who you are. But as you just heard, I'm Lauren Faber O'Connor, a Chief Sustainability Officer in the City of Los Angeles to Mayor Eric Garcetti. This is an extraordinarily important topic, and thank you to LABC for inviting me to be part of it and for prioritizing it on your agenda for what has already been an extraordinary conference and historic in the way you've been able to put it on thus far. So thank you. Okay, so buildings. Why are we talking about buildings? Why are we prioritizing buildings? Sorry, just looking, want to make sure David's able to jump on with his video. So if anyone can help him there. But you know, according to the World Watch Institute data, buildings globally are responsible for over 40% of the world's energy. And here in Los Angeles, our buildings are responsible for 41% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So the largest source of emissions in the city of Los Angeles are our building stock. And so to decrease our building footprints or reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we have to prioritize this sector, and we must transform the way we construct, design, and operate all of our buildings, whether we're talking residential, commercial, industrial. And it's exciting because we know that good public policy, we've seen it to date in energy efficiency, it does help us move in that direction and push technological development toward those goals. Really excited about our panel today. You know, one note is that the California Energy Commission, the leader really nationally and beyond on building technology and clean energy across multiple sectors. But for buildings, the CEC established a goal that all new residential buildings starting in 2020 must be net zero. And for all commercial construction by 2030. And here in Los Angeles, we've taken on similar commitments. We've set aggressive goals through LA's Green New Deal, and you heard Mayor Garcetti speak to it earlier, just about an hour ago or so. But for the building stock, as part of our 5 zeros, a zero carbon grid, zero carbon buildings, zero carbon transportation, zero waste, and zero wasted water, the building stock is incredibly important, and we've said that all new buildings must be net zero carbon by 2030, and we have to convert our entire building stock of existing buildings to net zero carbon by 2050. And then in the mayor's executive directive, ED 25, that he signed the beginning of this year, when he called for the 2020s to be the decade of climate action, he directed internally with our municipal buildings that all new construction of city buildings will be zero carbon. And we already have over 120 projects in our pipeline to meet that standard with city buildings. So in response to targets set by the city, targets set by the state, these really aggressive approaches, many of our partners in the private sector have stepped up to meet this challenge, are investing in building decarbonization, in innovative technologies, on-site renewables, and smart demand management. Together, all of these policies and innovations, we believe, will drastically change the future of our buildings. So let's get right into talking with our speakers. We'll learn, I'm going to introduce them very quickly and tell you who we have. You can see it up on the screen here, and then we'll learn more about their focus and expertise as we go along. So as you can see, we have David Hochschild, the chair of the California Energy Commission, Safar Sahinagalu, who's the vice president of business innovation for Mitsubishi Electric US, Jason Barrett, the vice president of GAF Energy, and Reed McMains, who's the VP and general manager of Turner Construction Company. So I'm going to go to a round of individual questions for each of you, and then we will have a broader discussion across all of our panelists. So David, I'm going to start with you. Wonderful to see you. Beautiful background. Wish it's what it looked like today, but you know that we are in a complete climate crisis. You have been at the forefront of dealing with the wildfires and what that means for our energy system to date. And so thank you for all of your work. I want to talk to you about the goals that CEC has set for new residential buildings and commercial buildings, as I mentioned. So what has to happen between now and getting to our goals for net zero carbon buildings? And what's your role and CEC's role? And also, who are the other critical players that you see in this space?
Well, thank you, Lauren, for bringing us together today, and to the LA Business Council for all your good work. This has been, an extraordinarily challenging year, and the fires of the last month or so are unprecedented. And it is really a climate 9/11. You have 80 million people on the West Coast of the United States who are not able to breathe fresh air, and a lot of health impacts from that, as well as damage to life and property across the West Coast. So the urgency is higher than it's ever been. And I think the governor's remarks last week really highlighted that. Buildings are an incredible opportunity, though, because I think we are poised to see a lot of innovation. We're investing right now in a lot of research and development around zero carbon building design. And one really exciting bright spot that you're seeing around the state is the leadership of cities. So in the last 18 months, there have been 32 cities that have adopted some form of an electrification preference or electrification mandate, or an outright natural gas ban. And you're seeing a lot of momentum towards reducing the carbon footprint of buildings led by cities. And I would remind everybody, at the beginning of this year, on January 1st, our mandate to put solar on every new home went into effect. That was a vote we had taken about a year and a half ago. And for that to happen, we had to have cities get out in front and lead. And so there were 7 cities a few years ago that went out and required solar on new construction, and really got that technology to maturity and paved the way to make that a standard feature. And that's now, the home of the future that you're seeing. And so I really want to highlight the leadership role that cities play in getting out in front and pioneering new policy to help us reduce our carbon emission. I think the other thing that's really exciting is the way in which buildings can function as batteries to help support the integration of renewables and help support grid reliability. And there's a lot of things that buildings can do that are very valuable for the strength of our grid and our progress towards our 100% clean energy goals. And more flexibility you're seeing built in with technologies like heat pump, water heaters, and so forth. So I think the future is very bright. One point I'd close with is that we've had so much success in cleaning up the electric grid. And I don't think that's widely recognized, but we're now 63% carbon-free electricity on the grid in California, and obviously en route to 100%. When we do that, other states follow. We have 14 states around the country that have adopted 100% clean energy standards. And so that bodes really well as we electrify further. That's going to be run off clean electricity, and that's a good thing for the environment.
Thank you, David. And you're right, you talked about the importance of technology and the role technology plays in being able to meet these aggressive goals with regard to building decarb, but also, how important it is from a, public health perspective with regard to how we inhabit our buildings, and making sure that, we can have buildings of all types access these types of technologies. And so, Zafar, I'd love to hear from you. Mitsubishi just is doing really fantastic things on building technologies, whether that's, what we're seeing in California around requiring solar or integrating batteries, as David was saying, electric vehicle chargers across our building stock. So can you talk to us a little bit about how, these systems need to be able to work together efficiently, how that can does or doesn't provide services to the grid? What are you seeing there? What's the communication capabilities so that we really can operate and optimize emission reductions and grid services? I'd love to hear from you on that.
Okay, thank you, Laura. So a building has many disparate systems including an energy management system, a building management system, an HVAC system by itself, an elevator system. Now we are adding electric vehicle chargers to buildings and solar panels and storage units. Many of these systems have their own controllers and they operate in silos. So in order to make a building resilient, it is essential to bring these different systems to a convergence layer to be able to exchange information with one another seamlessly. So therefore, a communication system becomes very important to make a building resilient. And the communication system itself should be resilient as well. So how do we make a communication system resilient? What are the key attributes of a resilient communication system? There are 4 key attributes defining such systems. The first one is redundancy, which means systems should have a built-in, intentionally built-in slack capacity or spare capacity. The second one is flexibility, which means a communication system should have ability to adapt to changes in circumstances. If a link fails, you should be able to figure out an alternative link. The third one is resourcefulness, which means the system should be able to find alternative ways to get a job done. In this context, a job is to convey information from one entity or actor to another. And the fourth one is being integrated so that information exchange among multiple entities in your system is seamless. So when we compare wired solutions and wireless solutions, in these 4 dimensions, wired solutions typically fall short. So therefore, I favor wireless solutions because they are easy to scale up and down, they are easy to decommission, and labor cost in installation is much less compared to a wired solution, and they offer redundancy and flexibility. But there are so many wireless solutions today. So which ones are good to make buildings resilient? We have Zigbee, we have Wi-Fi 6 coming up, we have 5G with 3 different flavors of 5G, low band, medium band, and high band. And we have Bluetooth mesh coming up. So many different options. So how do we choose which one is better for our buildings? So in order to answer this question, we need to look at our application requirements in terms of data rate, communication range, latency. So how many bits per second I need to transmit from A to B? And what should be my latency? Can I tolerate a second latency or can I tolerate a 5-minute latency? So what is my communication range? Am I operating indoor and or outdoor? Should I be transmitting information over several hundred meters or over several kilometers? Since we are talking about resilient buildings, so our communication range is limited to several hundred meters. So we don't need to worry about designing a system that would send a message many kilometers away, correct? And the second one is when we look at the solar system, the storage system, or the energy management system, a gigabit per second data rate would be over-engineered. So we don't need that much data rate. A data rate typically in the order of megabits per second would be sufficient to make today's buildings resilient. In terms of the latency, I think the latency is very critical. So latency should be sub-second because when a grid goes down, we should be able to disconnect our load from the grid within several cycles of a 60 hertz system, which means 50 milliseconds. So in 50 milliseconds, we should be able to understand something is wrong and we should be able to disconnect our loads. So in a communication system with low latency, that would be favorable for resilient buildings. So when we look at the 4 options, Zigbee, Wi-Fi 6, 5G, and Bluetooth mesh, the Bluetooth mesh has 1 megabits per second data rate, latency less than 100 milliseconds. And it can do multi-hop mesh networking communication. Similarly, Wi-Fi 6, it offers much higher bandwidth, hundreds of megabits per second. Communication range is several hundred meters, and latency is also better than Bluetooth. So 5G is increasing the data rate even higher, but the 5G high band, which is operating above 24 gigahertz, is struggling to penetrate indoor walls and glasses. So 5G high band is not a viable option for resilient buildings because most of the communication will be indoor unless you deploy some signal boosters and routers.
Well, and Zafar, let me say that also, I think there's other folks who also are going to want to come in on some of the resilience issues that you're speaking to. So why don't we go to one of our next questions, and I know we'll be able to come back on some of the things that you're referencing because I think they're really important. But why don't we go from megahertz to dollars and cents over to Jason at GAF Energy. It's I think a really interesting story that GAF is the largest private roofing company in North America has created a financing tool that enables essentially distributed solar. That's happening in LA, that's happening much broader than LA. You guys were financing arm behind the Westmont project, which we're super proud of at the Port of Los Angeles in partnership with Permacity. Shout out to an honoree, Jonathan, last night as well. And so can you talk a bit about that financing side and how how important it is to participate there and how buildings can go solar and why a roofing company made that move into financing DG?
Yeah, so thank you. First of all, I'm glad to be on this panel, and I continue to be impressed with the relevant programming that LABC continues to produce. So I want to give a kudos to the LABC staff for putting this together. When I think about, I was taking some notes earlier, and I said, when does your social conscience hit your investment pocketbook? And when I spent a bunch of my career as an investment banker, and we were focused on just generating IRR, return on investment, and there were a bunch of other metrics that we used. And we didn't think about necessarily the environment. We just thought about what was the highest returning investment metric. And so when I got into solar, I met some of the nicest people, and we had very these idealistic objectives, but we couldn't figure out a way to finance them. So that's where they kind of brought me out of a Wall Street guy to come in. And so when I first came into LA, I'll give you an example. I met Jonathan Port. I thought he's a fantastic developer. And we were in the middle of doing financing. And I said, is there a way that we can hit the triple bottom line, make money, do good, and also provide a benefit to the environment? So we said, what does every single building have? And I mentioned this last night in my speech. When I talked to Mary Leslie, if you're flying into LA and you're coming down, you'll see a bunch of roof space. And your roof space is really real estate. When you think about it from a solar perspective, you don't have to deal with the environmentalists that you're disturbing turtles and very important things, but you're dealing with your roof. So what we did is we decided, can we figure out a way to provide a financing project that would allow you, if you're a CFO of a building, to defer your CapEx so you don't have to pay for the roof. So the investors will come in and they'll pay for the roof or pay for a significant portion of the roof. And then what they would then do is they would then reduce your utility bill and or pay you rental income associated with your roof. So we did that. And so what, the fancy word is we've reduced your capex as a CFO of a building. You have to make it make sense for the entity running that building or the corporation, and then we can at the same time reduce your OPEX, which is your utility bill. And guess what? You're doing something good associated with that. We took that business model and we've turned that into, in terms of enterprise value, about a $1.6 billion portfolio. And the way we viewed this was very similar to that of a bond. Whenever I go to renewable energy conferences, I meet a bunch of folks and it's exciting. And I say, okay, folks, how are we going to finance this? And so you look at an example of, if you were to, and I hate, please don't, if you have a hard time sleeping, I can put you to sleep. But think of it this way. If you're investing in a transaction, most solar is third-party owned. When I say third-party owned, it's third-party financed. If it's on the residential side, I believe 82% of residential buildings have some form of financing, whether it be a loan or PPA. 18% represents cash. In COVID, there's a greater, people want to hold on to their cash and they're more apt to do financing because rates are relatively low. On the commercial side, you have a very similar phenomenon where about 2/3 of solar that you see in commercial buildings are owned by third-party investors. So how do you get an investor to get involved? It's the equivalent of taking, let's say I did a 20-year or 25-year PPA. It's like taking 20 years or 25 years of credit risk to that particular investor, and because they want to pay their utility bill. And if you do that and you're providing an avoided cost savings, or there's savings associated with doing this, you basically have an in-the-money contract. The likelihood of that person non-renewing is lower because they have to go back to the utility and pay a higher rate. So when you treat it as such, and let's say in a worst case scenario, if the transaction, if let's say there was an issue with the underlying credit, you may have the ability to sell the power directly to the grid. So this is an investment that looks and feels and smells like a bond, that actually has a higher residual value in the event of a default occurring. And I think what you do this, when you put this in the context of financing, and you can explain this in language where folks can get close to their checkbooks, what it does is people are actually making money, and guess what? They're doing well. So it's something that we've seen the need for. The tax credit that we have, it's 26% now. It's going down. It's going to be at 22% next year. That's something that's helped to spur the financing associated with buildings. And I will tell you this: when you look at your building, think of your roof not just as waterproofing, but we want to make sure that if solar is attached to that roof and there's a penetration, why does the largest roofing manufacturer get involved? We're the largest waterproofer in the world. So we want to make sure that, I tell folks, the juice is not worth the squeeze. And it's not worth the squeezing that if you put solar on, you're saying this is great, it's resilient, etc. It's the building of tomorrow. But then you've created a bunch of penetrations that then lead to leaks and things of that sort. Nobody's happy, and it doesn't make sense. So if you, and I see Reed is smiling. So if you have a situation where you have these great altruistic views on the renewable energy side, but yet you've weakened the integrity of the building, then you have a conflicting set of interests. And we're trying to solve that with the financing, but also when we go and we talk to folks, look, we're putting our name, our warranty as a waterproofer / roofer associated with those investments. Sorry for the length of my
No, it's very innovative. It's very new. So thank you for walking us through that. And as you could see, Reed had, I think, a lot coming out of that. And so Reed, yeah, let's turn to you because up until this moment, we've been talking about the buildings that are standing, but Turner Construction, you guys have been doing some really bold and ambitious and nation-leading things around considering emissions and pollution during everything that leads up to the building being standing and ready to be inhabited. So the design process, the development process, construction, the supply chain of materials. Walk us through how you guys think about your role in addressing climate change with building construction.
Sure. Well, thanks. First of all, appreciate the opportunity to be on the panel. And sorry, Jason, for cutting in. You said leak, and that's just I hate that word in my business. But a lot of the focus in talking about sustainability is always on the end product, which is it's a really appropriate focus, building a building that is sustainable, net zero, just a ton of benefit in that focus, but there's a lot of opportunity in what happens along the way and what we do. So talking about the construction process, then going back a bit into the procurement and vendor selection and supply chain process, and then all the way back into the design, there's opportunity. So something we've done within the last year, starting early last year, both nationally and in Southern California, is start to measure ourselves, looking at the job site operational carbon emissions and looking at what happens as we build and metering electrical use, natural gas, water, fuel, and all of those things that are occurring during our build and opportunities for betterment. So we've done that nationally, done that locally. We're still gathering the information, but we saw pretty immediately a trend. And that first trend, the initial results showing that on-site equipment was, in terms of job site operational carbon emissions, was the biggest offender, specifically fuel and diesel. But in understanding what the biggest offender is, you understand what your biggest opportunity for improvement is. So immediately went and looked at things that we could do to improve, like using electrical induction preheating rather than acetylene, low-hanging fruit like using solar-powered light towers rather than a diesel-powered light tower, and then more recently, looking at hybrid generators that are capable of saving 75% diesel against a traditional generator, while saving power during downtime and operating exactly how we would need to operate to build that building, just saving fuel in the use of a hybrid generator. So looking at ways where we can reduce job site operational carbon emissions in any way we can, and then taking it back a step and looking at our vendors and our supply chain and our traditional procurement and seeing if we can make an impact there. So looking at traditionally, if we're looking at a job and we look at a way, competing subcontractors or vendors for that work, we would look at safety, we would look at financial capability, we would look at backlog, can they do the work, do they have availability, and we would look at price. Well, now we're looking at ways and tracking methods where we can look at their sustainability and their impact as well. So looking at things like we have 3 plumbers competing for a scope, or 3 curtain wall contractors or vendors competing for a scope, and if looking at price competition. But now we have tracking to understand if one of those curtain wall subcontractors has invested in sustainable fabrication and assembly plant locally, where they're producing the same product, but in a net zero assembly plant, and therefore it's not job site operational carbon emissions. That product hasn't come to the job site, but it's still carbon emissions that go into the building of the product, and therefore you can find a betterment through the supply chain. But you have to track it and be committed to looking at it as a deciding factor in bringing on a partner. Going back even a little bit further into design, we do a lot of design build work where we control the design, and some of our work is design build where the owner controls the design. But in either case, we're starting to see software and capability of the engineers to look at the structure being the biggest source of embodied carbon on any given job, most likely. And there's now softwares where the structural design isn't just looking at the efficiency of the structure and seismic capability, but that can also look at embodied carbon within the design and make changes early to improve embodied carbon, whether it's looking at the structure itself as a whole or bolted connections rather than welding. And the software will now tell us a more efficient structural design and also a more efficient embodied carbon design within the structure that's still capable of being built and constructible. So it's kind of a matter of attacking this from all angles during the construction process, both in construction, in supply chain, and all the way back to design as we can to really tick the needle down. But if we don't measure ourselves, we're not gonna be able to tell where we're improving. And then as we improve the biggest offending factor, another offending factor will be the biggest factor that we need to concentrate on hard next to resolve. So it's a process that's emerging. I don't want to say it's in its infancy because we're focusing very hard on it, and we're measuring ourselves nationally and locally. but it's really about attacking it from all angles during construction. It's not enough just to produce a very sustainable end product. We can do better in the process too. So that's really our key focus now.
Yeah, thanks, Reed. You know, I think it's such an important reminder that all the issues that we work on, all the policies that we're pursuing, or the infrastructure changes that we're instituting through policy, you know, there's so many different angles and places that we have to focus on at once. You know, whether that's, you know, it's not just the technology that goes inside the building, but everything that led up to it. And I think we have to take that same mentality forward as we're looking at the moment that we're in, and any investment that we take forward in a time of COVID-19 recovery, you know, could have started this entire panel could really be about the role of building decarbonization in COVID-19 recovery that is green and that is equitable. And those are certainly things that Governor Newsom has said are his priority, Mayor Garcetti has said are his priority. You know, we are in a moment that's we've never experienced something like this in the history of anyone living on Earth today. And so how do we view building decarbonization through that lens, where we know all efforts have to hit on multiple fronts at once? How do we ensure, and how does building decarbonization help with improving people's health, with prioritizing health, which we know we must do in the name of this health emergency, but also economic recovery and job creation and building sectors that are resilient to shocks, whether it's a pandemic shock or otherwise. I'd love to turn this really to any and all of the panelists. Perhaps I'll start with David. I think David could come in, Jason would come in, but I think all of you really would. So why don't we start with David on that, please?
Yeah, so I'm really excited for what could come in terms of economic stimulus. And there's a huge infrastructure opportunity with the 13 million buildings we have in California to be able to retrofit those. And, you know, we should all have an expansive sense of possibility about the transformation that is to come. And I remember going 20 years ago when I first got into the energy industry. I snuck into a coal industry conference in Washington, D.C. and just sat in the back to see what these guys were saying. And it's fascinating to watch their presentation, you know, which was that coal is the future. All this chatter about solar and wind and clean energy, you know, is just a sideshow. There's enough coal to power the country for 1,000 years. And that was 20 years ago. And look what's happened. You know, coal has gone from being the majority of our energy supply to 17% today and falling. More coal's been shut down under 3.5 years of Trump even than the last term of Obama. And coal's on its way out the door. And we're off of coal in California, and we're transitioning to clean energy. Vice President Biden has adopted 100% clean energy platform by 2035. And you're seeing now the very cheapest resource that you can buy in terms of energy generation in California today is solar. And solar and wind are the two cheapest resources nationwide. And I think about buildings and the innovation that's coming in water heating and induction cooktops and so many other technologies to reduce our carbon footprint. And I'm really excited by it. I think it really parallels what's happened in the energy space. And a stimulus package from the federal government would help a lot. The kinds of things, you know, just to promote retrofits and energy efficiency upgrades. We know we can do this. We've done it for schools. A few years ago, the state passed Prop 39, which gave the Energy Commission almost $2 billion. And we got energy efficiency upgrades done in public schools in every county in the state that are saving over $100 million a year for schools today. And there's so many other facilities that need that, public facilities and homes and businesses. It's not cheap. It is an investment. But I think, as you pointed out, Lauren, we really are in a recovery phase now, and we need to put people to work. And these kind of jobs are a great way to do that. That's infrastructure investment that's here in the state that saves people money as well as reduces our emission and improves indoor air quality. And so for all those reasons, I think it's a great opportunity for a federal stimulus.
Well, and then Jason, I mean, you've heard the reasons why we need to do this, but public money, I can speak from the city and I know from the state, it's few and far between public dollars. And so how do we overcome some of the, the needs for upfront investment? What's the role of finance so that we can move quickly into green recovery through building decarb?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of education we have to do for, and I'm taking kind of running with that mantle now. Because again, it was communicating return with, return on, I hate to use the word, but return on positivity, and those things were not necessarily aligned. There are organizations out there called the RE100 where corporations make commitments to sustainability. There's the BRC, which is now part of the Rocky Mountain Institute. There's Greenbuild. There's SPI. There's Intersolar. I can't tell you the amount of conferences I've gone to, and I talked to, the venture and the private equity investors, and they're like, "Hey, I never thought about it that way." And so it's not just technology, but literally, it's kind of, these are, fixed income like very, very on a risk-adjusted basis. Maybe you're getting 300 basis points over the same relative risk. The other thing that we're doing, and I'm not the most qualified person, we have a bunch of engineers and PhD folks that work on my team. And we're creating products that we believe, for example, we have this product that it has reflective characteristics. And, if you use a bifacial panel, it can actually increase the backside production by as much as 15%. We think by creating that product, it makes it more financially viable. It's a better investment. So we're along those lines. We're also creating a product which is a solar shingle. So it's going to look like a shingle. It's going to be nailable. And so some people, I have solar in my house, and my wife said, "You're going to put those panels on a house?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Well, is there something else?" So what we're doing, we're coming out with that. We're spending, we're a private company, but we're spending a lot of money. And in Q1 of 2022, we're going to come up with a solar shingle. And it's going to be something that looks like an asphalt shingle. It's going to be nailable. And it's going to have a lot more. It'll have the same quote unquote efficacy as your current solar. So I think not only are we focused on the financing of this, but let's just be very clear. We have to figure out the aesthetics, because I think while solar is great, it's fantastic, and I see David is nodding. Aesthetically, some people, it's easier to put it on a flat roof because you don't see it on the commercial side, but some people don't want it on their home. So again, because we have a channel, again, we have about a third of the U.S. resi market from a comp shingle standpoint. We're trying to use that, and then what we're trying to do is teach our customer base, which are our contractors, to think about our renewable or resilient processes. The other thing I'll say is we see a convergence taking place now, and we see a convergence taking place with solar companies who realize that the best time to have a conversation about solar is when the person's about to replace their roof. So there's roofing business that they're seeing. And again, that adds to your question earlier. And then we see an opportunity where a traditional roofing contractor can now get into the solar space. So I think you have to make it economically feasible for the tradespeople or tradesmen, but I'm using tradespeople to be politically correct. For the tradespeople, and if you make it economically feasible for them, then financial investment will then follow. But if you can't, explain it, and I was in Florida last week on the back of a napkin to someone who is actually in the trade, I think it becomes it's a lot more difficult for you to get mass adoption. Because if you start talking about tax credits and government subsidies and things of that sort, unfortunately, the common person who I come from that stock, it kind of goes over their head.
Well, and so then Zafar and Reed, really keeping on the topic of a green and equitable recovery, what are you seeing, through the technologies and kind of the innovation in our buildings? are you seeing kind of the impact on job creation? Are you seeing an impact on energy affordability for the people, paying the bills in those buildings? Can that help facilitate our green recovery? And then Reed, just be thinking about that, around the same time, at the same time around your work. And Zafir, if you keep it to 2 minutes so that we can give Reed 2 before we have to wrap up.
Yes, I'll give back some of the time I occupied in the first question. So I think there are 2 opportunities, Lauren, for equality and help people create some source of income for themselves. The first one is vehicle-to-grid technologies. So these are electric vehicle chargers with bidirectional inverters. So with those kind of chargers, you can charge your electric vehicle, and also at times the grid needs your help. You can feed back to the grid, and in return, you can get paid. So with electrification and electric vehicles becoming cheaper, people can buy electric vehicles and participate in these kind of feedback programs. And the second one is with developing software applications that would control smart charging. Residents and commercial building owners will be able to reduce their demand charges. So imagine there are 2 electric vehicle chargers. If 2 vehicles are connected at the same time and they are charging coincidentally, your demand charge cost will go up linearly. But if you can charge these vehicles in tandem, you will really reduce your demand charge and it will not hurt your budget. So there's the hardware piece, vehicle to G, V2G, and there's the software for smart charging coordination.
I love that you brought that piece in. Thank you. And then Reed, take us home.
So really being honest, regardless of what a building looks like, if it's become extremely sustainable in the right ways or not, we're going to drive to create opportunities for the people around the buildings that we build and the communities in the building around the buildings that we build. But what new technology drives is an opportunity to train a new kind of group of apprentices in the communities that we build in, specifically talking to, use electrical as an example. As we have thousands of tradespeople working for us in Los Angeles, which we do at any given time, there needs to be proper training and opportunity for the next group of tradespeople coming in. And as we build with higher technology and with new systems and buildings that drive extreme sustainability and net zero, there's an opportunity for training for a whole new group of future tradespeople in those communities. So if we're building in downtown LA, we're building in Inglewood, we're building in LAX, wherever we are, no matter where it is, we need to use our projects as opportunities for tradespeople to be trained. And that's local tradespeople, so the people around our buildings and the communities that we build in. And so when I hear about new technology and I see new technology being implemented and I see our buildings going up, I also see an opportunity for people who haven't yet built or haven't gone into the trades. We desperately need to continue going into the trades to be trained in something new and become the expert in that system. And I want to generalize it to all sustainable systems because there's opportunities outside of electrical and HVAC and every different trade we deal with. There is opportunity. So I'm smiling at it because I can see it go perpetuating there through into the future as new technologies come out. It's just another new opportunity for us to bring someone into the trades and have them make a career out of something that's also very good for the city we live in and for the buildings that we build and the people that will eventually work in them. So or live in.
You have us smiling as well. So thank you so much for ending, making sure we end on a really positive note. Supportive of, I wrote it down, David, you said an expansive sense of transformation and possibility. And I think everything that people have been talking about on this panel today is reinforcing that that's where we are and that's where we have to be in order to meet this moment. And so thank you all so much. And we look forward to continuing to work with you. And with that, I'll hand it back to LABC.
Please welcome Sam Aarons, Director of Sustainability at Lyft, to introduce today's next fireside chat.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Aarons, the Director of Sustainability at Lyft. And on behalf of the company, I'm honored to be here today to introduce two public leaders who have fought diligently to protect our great state and move us forward on a path to sustainability, clean energy, and environmental protection. At Lyft, we are already accelerating our efforts to address the climate crisis by reducing emissions through vehicle electrification. Now, we all know that climate change is not waiting and it's urgent, and we must act now. And that's why in June, we became the first ride-sharing company to announce a commitment to reach 100% electric vehicles on our platform by 2030. And we did that not only to raise the bar on ourselves, but also to be a catalyst for change and to create a path forward that others can follow to transform the transportation ecosystem altogether. And the good news is we're already seeing that start to happen with other companies now making similar commitments. And at Lyft, we see this commitment not only as a way to improve our own environmental performance, but also there are many other benefits. For example, most importantly, are drivers who will benefit economically from a transition to electric vehicles because of the lower operating costs that EVs have compared to gasoline vehicles. Additionally, the communities in which we operate will benefit from cleaner and healthier air. And in particular, those frontline communities that have suffered from decades of worse air pollution and worse health outcomes will benefit primarily from this initiative that we have. And finally, our riders who know that they want to choose companies that are making eco-conscious choices and give them a way to express their values through the services and products that they use. But we also know that we can't reach this goal on our own. And it's very important to think about the collective action of many sectors to bring this vision to reality. So we look forward to working with others across industry, NGOs, and policymakers like the two esteemed guests we have today to make this happen. So now let me introduce our two panelists and our moderator. So first up, Congressman Alan Lowenthal. Congressman Lowenthal is serving his fourth term in the US House of Representatives, representing California's 47th district, which encompasses portions of eastern Los Angeles County and western Orange County. Prior to joining Congress, he served a 2-decade tenure, first as a Long Beach, California City Council member, and then as a California legislator. In Congress, Lowenthal serves on both the House Natural Resources Committee and the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And he's actually the chair of the Natural Resource Committee's subcommittee on energy and mineral resources, and serves on several other subcommittees, including national parks, forests and public lands, and water, oceans, and wildlife. Our second panelist today is Secretary Wade Crowfoot. Secretary Crowfoot was appointed California Secretary for Natural Resources by Governor Gavin Newsom in January of 2019. He oversees an agency of over 19,000 employees charged with protecting and managing California's diverse resources. Prior to working in the Newsom administration, Secretary Crowfoot served as Chief Executive Officer of the Water Foundation, a nonprofit philanthropy that builds shared water solutions for communities, the economy, and the environment across the American West. He also served as Deputy Cabinet Secretary and Senior Advisor to former Governor Jerry Brown, leading the administration's drought response efforts and spearheading several of the governor's priority initiatives to build California's resistance to climate change. And finally, our moderator is Mary Leslie, the president of LABC and the LABC Institute. Mary is formerly a Los Angeles deputy mayor for economic development, an LA Department of Water and Power commissioner, and she currently serves as a Governor Newsom appointed commissioner on the California Independent System Operator Board that oversees the state's electricity grid. So with that introduction, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists, and I look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you for the terrific introduction, Sam. Welcome, Congressman Lowenthal and Secretary Crowfoot. As longtime and committed leaders on issues of sustainability and the environment, you both know that California has set the nation's most ambitious clean energy and climate targets. As of today, our goals are 100% renewable energy by 2045 and to reduce GHG by 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. However, given the growing natural disasters, the increase in drought conditions, a global health crisis, federal intervention threatening to impede the state's progress towards a clean, sustainable economy and environment, and the clean energy industry, which was hit hard after the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis, which we are still in. As of June, as you know, we lost over about 500,000 jobs nationwide, and about 15% of those were in California, over 100,000 jobs. And the lion's share of those, my understanding is here in Los Angeles. So while reopening regulations have been helping out more people get back to work, the losses still remain significant. So my first question for you, Congressman and Secretary, is what can Congress and the state of California do, respectively, to reignite clean energy job growth while helping spur our economic recovery? And either one of you can start first.
I'll just jump in and do from the congressional side. The first thing is we're not going to get these jobs back until we deal with the virus, until we bring it under control. You know, a lot of the jobs for clean energy have to do with energy retrofits, efficiencies, means coming into people's homes. That's not going to happen until people feel safe, the workers feel safe. So that's one thing. Congress has to play a leadership role in bringing this under control. So the second part that I just want to say in this is that Congress, under the leadership in the House of Representatives, has tried to do a couple of things. One is to deal with the crisis and to try to bring the virus and the crisis, the health crisis due to COVID-19 under control, and then to look at what that recovery will look like. And that recovery is really what we're talking about in terms of energy and transition in terms of the government. So the first thing is 4 months ago, with a sense of urgency, the House passed the HEROES Act, which would give money back to states and local government, $1 trillion back, make investments towards sustainability goals so that those states could do it, and local communities, which are taking the lead, especially here in California, and for us not to slide back because of the tremendous needs that we have and the economic needs, not to slide back towards dirty fossil fuels. So that's the crisis we have to deal with. Then as we move forward, what the House has done is to pass our Moving Forward Act, HR 2. And that's where we really begin to look at sustainability, climate change. We passed a transportation reauthorization with the goal we put in for the first time zero emission technologies, moving towards investing in charging stations along our highways, investing in zero emission buses, zero emission and near zero emission trucks, and to move toward, and having renewable energy tax credits to move into the future, that Congress has to provide some leadership there to move into the future. That bill also has been passed a number of months ago and just sits now in the Senate without any action. And this week, we're going to be working on the Clean Energy Jobs and Innovation Act, which we're trying to invest in and boost green infrastructure through various grants and workforce development programs, provide money for home energy savings, retrofit rebate programs, and others to kind of invest in where we are. This is kind of a package, and we can't just, we have to get through the crisis and invest in the crisis, testing, bring down the COVID-19, and then as we're doing that, invest in climate change similarly at a time, and one can't be done without the other. And so that's kind of where Congress is. In the House, where I am, there's a sense of urgency. That urgency does not exist in the Senate, among Senate leadership anyway.
Right. And Secretary?
Yeah, I would share thoughts. First of all, it's a thrill to be with the congressman. I was complimenting him on his COVID beard and told him I wish I could grow a beard if I can, unfortunately, too scraggly, but it's a pleasure to be with you. And big thanks, Mary, for the work that you and your team do. It's a shame that we're not all together in your super flashy event that you usually put on, but good to be here. And then I just wanted to say thanks, Sam and Lyft. It's a big deal that Lyft announced that it was moving to zero emission vehicles. Yeah. If you think about how we're diversifying mobility, the fact that Lyft is stepping up in that leadership role is huge. And I know that Uber followed up on that. And so that means something. I'll also just share that our thoughts are with those impacted by the Bobcat fire in greater Los Angeles and one of over 24 wildfires that we continue to fight across the state. First, I want to agree with the congressman. I mean, the priority 1A is getting the pandemic under control so that we can regain some normalcy in our lives and our communities and our economy. And absolutely, Governor Newsom, legislature, we're doing what we can in California in this unprecedented situation, and leadership from federal leaders like the congressman, the delegation from California is really critical. So that's obviously priority 1A. Secondly, we need to frankly do more of what we've done in California over the last 2 decades, which is advance the most innovative clean energy, clean transportation policy in the world. I mean, I like to brag about California that we're the 5th largest economy in the world. And while our GDP is growing and California's economic growth has outpaced national economic growth over the last decade by 30%, our emissions are actually declining. So we're effectively demonstrating in California that we can decouple economic growth from carbon pollution. And that's a big deal. Yeah. And as a result of policies like the Renewable Portfolio Standard or the zero emission vehicle work that LA's own Mary Nichols has championed, we actually in California benefit from 50% of the nation's investment in clean technology. Now it's clear the governor said, the Friday before last that climate impacts are accelerating. And while we can be proud of our collective work making California an international leader on climate action, we have to do more, we have to go further, and we have to go faster. So we in the Newsom administration look forward to, as part of this economic recovery, announcing stronger climate policies, stronger, clearer actions quicker to reduce emissions, protect communities and natural places from these impacts of climate change, and continue to grow the clean economy. And that's all going to be really important. Lastly, I will say that, as you know, Mary, the governor has assembled this economic and jobs recovery task force that's really advising us on really how we recover. That includes labor leaders, community leaders, business leaders. Yep. And to the congressman's point, what we don't want to do is simply bring the economy back. We want to move the economy forward. And so we have an opportunity to recover in a robust way, but in, frankly, a more environmentally sustainable way. And that's what we're committed to doing.
Well, I think that's terrific. And when the governor did that a week ago, we wanted to really jump on that and support him. So we released today that the LABC, though it was a tad bit controversial internal to the LABC and its board and its executive group, got behind the whole concept of the governor wanting to accelerate those goals. Having been part of that legislation that established those goals, we feel like the evidence is in that we can't wait. We got to keep moving. And Congressman, I want to go back to what you said about, the legislation you passed on the House side. I mean, being a business group, tax incentives, energy tax credits, we give a lot of credit for what that's done for the business community, right? It's created a lot of jobs, created a lot of innovation. What are you looking at? What did you put in this bill? What do your renewable energy tax credits look like?
You mean in terms of the Clean Energy Jobs and Innovation Act that we're taking up now? It reauthorizes bills such as the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grants at about $3.5 billion from 2021 through 2025. It puts a $1.2 billion annually through 2025 for home energy savings retrofit rebates. It provides funding for several environmental justice programs. We have obviously, through the pandemic, have really learned that both climate change and COVID-19 is not an equal opportunity challenge. It impacts certain communities, environmental justice communities, much more severely than more affluent communities. So we put money into EPA grants to help community-based programs address environmentally. And the real money in the recovery is in the renewable tax credits, 5 years to spur additional investments in solar and wind projects.
There you go.
And I'll talk about this a little later. The administration talks about an all of the above energy, and maybe that would, when you talk about a transition, but it's not really all of the above. It's all of the above by giving priorities to oil and gas development. We're seeing there's a tremendous amount during this COVID-19 of oil and gas development, and no new permits and or very, very few for renewable energy. That has to change. We have to invest much more in and provide tax credits that will spur investments in solar and wind. That's really where it has to be done. And I'll talk about more of that later on, but that's really what we have to do. The other point in terms of investments and where we are in the Moving Forward Act, it's usually I sit on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And what's been really interesting on that committee is that historically, that's one of the most bipartisan committees. Everybody has roads, everybody has bridges, everybody, depends upon the movement of goods. And so people usually work together. But this year in the bill, talking about moving forward, was the idea that we have to really confront and move towards zero emission energy system in the Congress. We have to set goals and we have to implement policies that move us towards zero emission. We were able with our Republican colleagues to find common ground on issues around resiliency. Got to build things that are more resilient. But we still have not been able to find common ground to deal with the prevention of and to move off a carbon-based economy, to say that really the data is clear. We have to follow the lead of California, which has clearly laid out a plan, and now obviously is going to even move more dramatically to a transition away from carbon-based economy. That we still haven't come to grips with. And so we passed this Moving Forward Act, but because it really dealt with zero emission programs and moving away from a carbon-based, it was very, very difficult to get but a few Republicans to sign on to it. There were a few. That's where we have to build consensus on those kinds of programs, that there's a transition. Nobody is saying we get rid of everything today, but we have to start working on it. We have to invest in it, and we have to move it off a carbon-based economy.
So, Congressman, it's a work in progress. You've done a lot of the work. The question is, will you have a coalition that will join you in this? Since we have a major election in November, we'll see how that goes.
That's right. And we also know time is not our friend.
Time is not our friend, though. I take heart that this morning we had the UK ambassador to the US, the British ambassador, Kieran Pierce, and the Boris Johnson administration is all for accelerating and increasing our goals. So I take great heart in that. And our 38th governor was with us, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who also reminded us of his million roofs and the legislation that he passed, which I do think we could call him an environmental governor at this point because he has done those things. So every effort to make this less partisan, I think we will all engage in, right? Because, it's not partisan whose house burns. It's not partisan who gets COVID.
That's exactly right. Okay. And we have made movement, and we have made some movement. Yeah. But to really deal with the issue as California is trying to deal with and is dealing with it, we have to really have a transition off a carbon-based economy. And we haven't built that coalition yet.
No, we haven't built it. Now, Mr. Secretary, let's talk a little bit about your exciting week last week. Okay, speaking of finding common ground, the bad news is over 2 million acres have now burned in California, right? I think our mayor told us this morning we have over 106 acres or something. So it's a pretty high percent, right, of our total acreage. There was a MOU signed on this issue with the federal government and the state of California because they control our federal lands and we are responsible for our state lands. So can you share with us a little bit? I mean, our understanding is that you did engage the governor and yourself with President Trump, and there seems to be a difference of opinion about why we have these fires. So I'm wondering now, how do you see this partnership between the state and the federal government moving forward, particularly as our fires are burning?
Yeah, I'll take on this topic of fire, but I just wanted to add on to what the congressman said. You know, federal leadership absolutely matters on our clean energy transition. And while we're proud of state policy, starting with Governor Schwarzenegger, there's a lot that the federal government needs to do. And if you look at what the Obama administration did under the ARA Act, the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act, actually stimulating renewable energy projects in California. That is a significant reason why today in California, upwards of 2/3 of the electrons that we generate to power our economy come from carbon-free sources. So just imagine if we had, you know, that comparable leadership that the congressman articulates at the federal government, we could continue to move much faster to a low carbon and ultimately no carbon economy. As it relates to the fires, yeah, I mean, this summer has been alarming to say the least. Believe it or not, almost 4 million acres of California has burned. And we have still the worst of the wildfire season to contend with. If 5 million acres burned by the end of the year, it would more than triple the record amount of land that's burned in a given year in California's history. And it would represent 1 out of every 20 acres in California. So to us, the science is clear, the facts are apparent. Climate change is driving worsening catastrophic wildfires and means we have to do a lot more to protect people and nature from those wildfires. You know, 20 years ago when I started working on climate change, we were all focused on reducing carbon pollution, or so-called climate mitigation. And that's absolutely critical. But climate adaptation, as we called it back then, was a little bit of a wonky sort of future planning exercise. And we talked about starting to understand and feel the impacts of climate change by the middle of this century. Well, the fact is the impacts of climate change are here right now. And it means we actually have to do more and do it faster. And that was really our point to President Trump when he came to California. While we recognize and appreciate the support of FEMA and other federal agencies, there's 2 things we need from the federal government on wildfires. The first is for it to do its part on forest management, recognizing that 57% of California's forests are owned and managed by federal agencies. Now, the president may talk about, you know, exploding trees or raking, but the point that, you know, we generally agree with him on the point of the need for ecologically based forest management. That's doing more prescribed fires, fuel breaks around communities, thinning forests where they become unnaturally dense as a result of fire prevention. So that's not in dispute. But I will point out that this year, California will have treated double the amount of acreage of the federal agencies on this forest management, while California owns 3% of our forests and the federal government owns 57% of the forest. So that was point number 1. Point number 2 is we continue to need to call out the impact of climate change. And this, you know, doesn't need to be a partisan talking point against climate change. The science is telling us that these threats, wildfire, drought, flood, coastal sea level rise, extreme heat, are all worsening. And we're sticking our head in the sand if we actually factor that in. So obviously we didn't change the president's mind on that, but we thought it was important to raise.
Yes, and congratulations on being very good at making those points. We felt you assumed rock star status that last week, Secretary.
15 seconds of viral fame.
Yes, well, you had 15 seconds of viral fame, for sure. But okay, so let's talk about something that's near and dear to both of you, water. Okay, many parts of California right now have fallen back into drought and extreme floods, rising temperatures, declining fish population, over-reliance on groundwater. These are major challenges. So, Secretary, how will the state's recently approved water resilience portfolio help create a more climate resilient water system?
Yeah, well, it does first, it does an important thing, which is recognizing it's not one unitary system, it's a system of systems. we have a very decentralized framework to deliver water to our communities and to take care of our natural environment. So this water resilience portfolio that the governor directed is all about supporting regional resilience, both water supply reliability for communities and the economy, but also natural conditions in the rivers and environmental protection. In California, in Southern California, I should say, you all have a very good story to tell, which is in the last 15 years, you've built up your drought resilience significantly through things like smaller, environmentally friendly regional storage. Your mayor in Los Angeles, your county board are also driving really aggressively on both water efficiency and water recycling. So our goal at the state is not to pretend that the answer to water resilience moving forward is found in Sacramento. It's really found in the very different parts of the state that are contending with the very specific challenges that they have. In Southern California, that obviously means doubling down on conservation, recaptured water or stormwater, which you're doing across the county as a result of Measure W, recycled water. I continue to believe that Southern California will rely somewhat on those distant rivers, the Colorado, the Sacramento, the San Joaquin, in certain years. But increasingly, you can reduce your reliance on those rivers by doing a lot more to diversify your portfolio. And that's what we want to support.
No, that's right. And I think our mayor has been very active in that regard, as has our board of supervisors, as have the taxpayers of LA County voting for Measure W. Also, something as simple as the low flush toilet, right? That's what individuals, we brag, I think we're still bragging that we're at our 1990 level of water use because of those. Okay, so that's a pretty simple thing in your home. Now, Congressman—
Mary, just quick fact point. You put Northern California to shame in
did,
Southern California. Your water efficiency in Southern California is best in class across California.
Well,
and I always remind that to my neighbors here in Northern California.
Wait, when I first got on the DWP board, the first thing they wanted me to do is do a photo op event for the millionth low flush toilet, which, by the way, was a tiger spotted toilet. So it was slightly mortifying to stand next to a tiger spotted toilet. But hey, the point was there. You know, that's one of the big reasons why we conserve so much water for so long. But Congressman, you have recently, through congressional actions, including the passage of the Water Resources Development Act, HR 7575, help protect local water resources and increase California's drought resiliency. So this helps out Secretary Crowfoot here with his job, right? This is the kind of work we were hoping for. So what does that do?
Well, there are a number of things that it does. And the first is to, what I'd like to do first is to complement in terms of water resources, California, and especially Southern California. When I first came into being elected to the Congress, up until then, I had only represented the Los Angeles area. And I was very, very proud of Long Beach, Los Angeles area, my district. But then I began to represent, because of the redistricting commission, also Orange County. And I have to tell you, Orange County does an amazing job on recycling. They almost recycle every single drop of water. They've invested it over the years, and now LA and other is catching up to them and doing an amazing job. But, you know, sometimes we look at Orange County as a very conservative area, but I have to tell you, it's a model for the nation in terms of recycling. The other thing is, you know, the Army Corps of Engineers is very good at concrete projects. And in the work, you know, if you're going to deal with some of the water issues and protection of water resources, well, maybe you armor the levees and you build physical kinds of ways. But in this Water Resources Act, the WRDA Act, we made some important improvements for resilience. We began to put natural infrastructure in place. Up until now, the Army Corps didn't deal as much because they said the cost-benefit analysis couldn't equate with more physical structures, building structures. So rather than moving sand on the beaches and trying to protect it, what we do is build walls up. Instead of providing more resources for habitat restoration, and but in this water resources, the Army Corps has come to agree that right now natural infrastructure can be now competitive with physical infrastructure in terms of and they will promote that and do that. That's a major step forward,
amazing.
and it's going to be a major help to California. Also, every project now in this has to deal with sea level rise if it has an impact. The Army Corps now has to come to grips with sea level rise. That's the first time they've ever done that in every single project they've also done. And they have to use dredge materials for beach renovation and other beneficial uses. And to come up with we've asked the Army Corps to come up with a 5-year plan to how they're going to do this. This is a major step because we didn't really see that dredge material could be a resource to be used by communities. And so we're also, as I mentioned, investing in the Water Smart program and Title 16 programs. And as I mentioned, to do much more recycling and conversion, like here in Long Beach, converting our water storage to recycled water to use that. And so there are a lot of things that we're doing, but I just want to echo what the Secretary has said. We are so proud, the California delegation, in what California is doing. You know, California sometimes is abused by the rest of the nation as, you know, kind of the weirdos out there. But I have to tell you that as far as climate change, as far as protection of our environment, as far as understanding that you can have economic development and protection of the environment together, we can deal with climate change and move the country forward and create sustainable jobs. It started out here. And so I'm very proud to represent California.
Thank you for that, because I think we're very proud of our problem-solving abilities here in California. We have big problems, but we solve big problems. So with that thought, I want to end on this historic heat we experienced in the Western states, right, in August. And, you know, we've had heat before in different states, but we've never really had heat in all those states at once at the levels we experienced, right? So many things started to happen. So what it means is, as we plan for the future, we have to plan differently, right? And we have to start to look at, and I want to hear what you're thinking, to really start to think about other sources of energy that make the state more resilient, right? Because we've talked for years about offshore wind, hydropower, which of course we use a lot of from the Northwest, and this issue of pump storage, which is near and dear to the Secretary and me, that we talk about off and on constantly because the Secretary has so much water at his disposal. So, you know, these are things that we're going to need to create the reliability for the grid, right? Because we do not want to be in a situation where we have to offload power, right? And we want to be in a situation where we plan properly. And I think it's been heroic that we only had an eruption for a day and a half. It could have been much worse, of course. And we're not out of the woods, so to speak, because we are in the middle of fire season right now. So I'd love to hear what you're thinking along these lines, because we have to think along these lines. So Secretary, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, first of all, once again, alarming the temperatures that we saw in California. I mean, 130 degrees in Death Valley, while it broke a world record, you could expect it in Death Valley, but 121 in Woodland Hills.
Right.
It was Senator Stern that sent me a screenshot from that weather. So it's remarkable and unprecedented. And it actually means that we need to do a lot more to, as we move to 100% renewable or carbon free, really ensure that we have the right mix of energy. So that so-called baseload power, significantly scaled up storage. There's a lot of ways to do that, and diversifying our portfolio. I'm really bullish, for example, on geothermal. We do a lot of work recovering the Salton Sea, and there's a lot of geothermal potential there. Likewise, offshore wind, our colleague David Hochschild in the California Energy Commission doing a lot of work on this. So there needs to be real focus on integrating all of these energy sources, including storage, in a way that really maintain reliability. Reliability is, from my perspective, non-negotiable. We can't be an effective economy and safe communities if we don't have energy reliability. So I know, Mary, from where you sit on the board of the independent system operator, you know that the governor has lit a fire under the energy team to really make sure that we have a pathway that advances towards 100% carbon-free renewables, but that it does so in a way that doesn't sacrifice reliability.
No, that's right. And Congressman, have you been thinking about this?
Yes, I have.
Good.
The only thing I would add, first, I agree with what the secretary has said, was that there's a sense of urgency and to do more. The really exciting thing that we haven't really seen taken advantage of on the West Coast has been the potential of really now, what was a potential is now a reality if we would move it, of offshore wind.
Yeah.
We have seen what the Europeans have done in the North Sea. We now have the ability to have offshore wind from Maine through North Carolina that will, if done, provide the entire energy for the eastern part of the United States, and that can be done. So, and the administration is not opposed to that. It just doesn't move fast enough on that. Projects are being delayed. They're just not moving fast. At the same time that we have moved very fast as a nation to open up all of our federal lands to oil and gas development everywhere. So we're kind of out of balance. And that's really, it's not that it's a radical, it's just getting us back into balance and moving much more. On the West Coast, what we need to do is what was supposed to be done was off Northern California, was the first demonstration project in offshore wind. And we have unique issues out here where where the ecology of the ocean floor is much deeper on the West Coast and the East Coast. We have to do floating platforms out here rather than what they do. But it's time to do that demonstration project that already everybody knows we should be doing it, but it's just sitting there now. So it's kind of seizing, like with COVID-19, that there's an urgency. Time is not off on our side. And we're not talking about changes that we all disagree with. We've just got to start moving those forward. We can't just say, well, we know what to do and then just let it languish for years and years. We have to do it quickly because the scientists are telling us, we're seeing with climate change, we're seeing with the fires, we're seeing with drought. We know what we can do now. We know there'll be even future improvements. It's time to do them. And that's really what the federal government has to do. It's got to speed up its act.
Well, it's good to hear you.
State government as well.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you both, it's like we're singing to the choir here, okay? We couldn't have two greater champions of this notion who know, not just intuitively, but through a lifetime of experience, what it's going to take. And we know how dire this is, that our time is running out and that we need to really step it up. And Congressman, I pray that the new Congress brings you into an even greater leadership position.
Thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, I know you are a champion and that the governor is lucky to have you. So thank you for being here today. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on these things.
Thanks so much, Mary.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
Bye now.
Bye.
Now, joining us is our next panel, providing clean, affordable water for Californians, moderated by David Nahai, president of David Nahai Companies.
Well, hello, everyone. I hope that you can all see me and hear me. My name is David Nahai, and I'm privileged to chair this panel, the water panel, called Providing Clean, Affordable Water for All Californians. And I'd like, first of all, to truly commend the Los Angeles Business Council for putting on this conference under really trying circumstances. I want to thank Mary Leslie, Adam Lane, Rachel Levy, Dina Mesa, Harris Rosenblum, the whole team for all of the work that they've done to make this a reality. Thanks also to our chairs, Nadine Watt and Brad Cox, for all of their work. We have a stellar panel for you today. With us today is the Honorable Henry Stern, our brilliant chair of the Natural Resources and Water Committee of the State Senate. Gilles Crosses, partner at Corolla Engineers, is with us. Rupam Soni of the Metropolitan Water District. Director Enrique Zaldivar, who heads the Los Angeles Sanitation and Environment Department of the City of Los Angeles, is with us as well is Brian Jordan of Tetra Tech is joining us today. We have just an hour and we have a lot of ground to cover. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pose a question to each one of our panelists and ask them to limit their response to 3 minutes so that we can make sure that we get in 3 rounds of questions and give everybody a chance to participate fully. Before doing that though, let me just provide a little bit of context for our talk today. And this will take maybe 4 or 5 minutes to do before we launch into our program with our panelists. Really, the word transformation would hardly does justice to the choppy waters that we're experiencing in the water sector right now in California and here locally in the Los Angeles area. On the state level, the One Tunnel initiative that everybody knows about is like inching along, but not without deep, entrenched opposition. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is continuing its unrelenting efforts to assert control over California's water policies, which has prompted yet another lawsuit by California against Trump in order to protect itself. Very recently in July, Governor Newsom unveiled his water resilience portfolio to again, try to defend California against the ravages of climate change with far-reaching ramifications. I'm personally saddened that the climate resilience bond, nearly $8 billion, make it to the November ballot of the COVID pandemic and all of the challenges that we're facing. Here locally, we are continuing our struggle to secure a sustainable water system for the future of Los Angeles. And the mayor's Green New Deal with its goals to recycle 100% of our wastewater and source 70% of our water locally by the year 2035 are truly necessary objectives to reach for, but they will entail billions of dollars of investment and a lot of political capital to make sure that they reach fruition at a time when the public coffers are really severely constrained. Our water infrastructure, our underground pipes continue to age and deteriorate and need urgent attention. Here, the UCLA Luskin Center recently found that a number of water agencies are failing to meet basic standards in the provision of water. Is it not time for all of us in the sector to think even about public-private partnerships, about leveraging private capital, perhaps in doing performance-based contracts, while ensuring that water belongs to the people and ensuring that workers are protected, that union concerns are respected, that we tried to bring private capital to meet social objectives and requirements. There is one bright spot that I do want to point to, but there are lots of bright spots, but the one that I'd like to point out is LA County's Measure W. The voters 2 years ago in LA County voted to infuse potential of $280 million annually into the water sector to fund stormwater capture projects. I'm privileged to chair a watershed area steering committee as part of the structure for the implementation of Measure W, and that next week the Board of Supervisors will approve the stormwater investment plans that are the product of the whole Measure W process. And with that, the money will start to flow to fund these projects for water quality benefits, water quantity benefits, production of jobs, spurring economic activity at a time when that is needed. But I really would like to hear from our panelists. Measure W, how are we measuring up, if you'll forgive the pun? All right, and with that, let me turn to our panelists, and I would like to start with our brilliant Senator Stern. So the question that I would start with you on, Senator Stern, is climate change looks like a multifaceted attack on California, from a diminished snowpack to the horrific fire, the heat storm we just had to go through, sea level rise. I mean, it doesn't seem to stop, and it's here with us now. Nobody can call it a hoax anymore, or to call it something to be dealt with in the future, and it's only going to get so my question is for you, as in your capacity as a leader on environmental issues and as chair of the committee you lead, what is it that we need to do? How do you see the future, and how do you see us dealing with the climate change challenges?
Well, thank you, David, for the kind acknowledgement. As a leader, I'm still fairly new to the legislature. I'm getting into the end of my very first term here, but I have to say, leaning on LABC and what Mary and Brad and Nadine and all the partners you brought together, you are our renewable resource in policy making. And we're, before I even got started in the Senate, just a font of knowledge and a place to actually cross silos and share ideas. So thanks again for having me back. And in terms of what the future looks like, I think, this crisis has forced us to rethink and maybe be bolder and more radical in our reimagination of what we can be. I think there are a lot of things people thought were impossible, and a society that's been completely atomized and fractured in the way it has been over the last several months, I think is, on the one hand, a very bleak and dystopian prelude to the future. But if you start to rethink what small means and what small and distributed life means, even me zooming in here today and all the other participants able to connect through new platforms, I'm actually quite hopeful that we are, as a people, able to adapt to radical change very quickly, and that people are starting to realize that we're more interconnected than ever, that the actions you take are something that actually affect other people in a very concrete way. And infrastructure is one of those places where you don't really think about your complicity or your interconnection often to other people. When you turn on your faucet, it's your water in your mind. You don't think about the fact that maybe it came from the far northern Sierras, or that it came from a shower out in Sunland Tahunga, and suddenly is, you're able to cook your pasta with it. There is a revelation around the distribution of infrastructure and all of our ability to lean on it that I hope shows our path to a new kind of resilience that isn't solely reliant, as the mayor is so aptly put in his vision for 2035, not solely reliant on the North and on the tough, hard-scrabbled regional politics of water, where it's not as much Republicans versus Democrats, but it's interest versus interest and regions versus regions, and really trying to build an independent water future for Southern California and for Los Angeles in particular, I think is incredibly hopeful. I think it's embedded in the governor's water resilience portfolio that he laid out, which I'm a supporter of. But all this vision takes more than words and more than laws. It takes money. And I'm really glad you brought up Measure W. I think in this new era, financing is going to have to be rethought of and de-siloed if we're actually going to be able to achieve this kind of distributed and decentralized and independent future. You have measures, say, at the city level, like Measure O. We have a project that's going up around stormwater treatment, very exciting, on Aliso Creek, for instance. But that's over in the Measure O city bond silo. Then there's Measure W, running alongside the leftovers of our last water bond. And if the state legislature hopefully steps up next session, we're going to be reintroducing our climate resilience bond. I haven't announced that publicly until now, but we don't intend to let up. The climate crisis is not getting smaller. In fact, it's getting larger. So I think we're actually the $5.5 billion draft that came out of the Senate and the governor's proposal, which I really appreciated him putting forward. The Assembly, unfortunately, didn't see fit to move that through, and it stalled out in the other house. But I'd actually like to see us come back even bigger. I think the voters, in fact, are being denied an opportunity. I think they'd actually double down on a climate resilience investment, not just to protect themselves from the climate future that's burning us all down. And it's, as Secretary Crowfoot just put on the last panel, has Woodland Hills at 121 degrees, but also because they know we've got to do something. We've got to build things if we're actually going to find our way through it and find our way through the politics. Work is healing. We can fight on Twitter, but when you're actually building a new stormwater treatment system, it doesn't matter if you're serving a Republican or a Democratic household. That work, I truly think, can be a source of healing for this region and this whole country. And I hope that if we can find a partner at the federal level, we can start to bust silos all over the place. A $2 trillion infrastructure investment from the feds that Biden laid out, to me, is incredibly inspiring. And if you combine the vision of a $2 trillion federal investment alongside the state stepping up and putting something forward to voters, say in 2022, call it a $10 billion climate resilience bond, I think we could actually go bigger. But I definitely think we get that passed. If you start to put that alongside the visionary work at the county level, and LA County SAN has really stepped up, engineered and pushed through this Aliso project I just mentioned. But if you start to put city, local, county, statewide, even start thinking about new special districting, LA River should be an enhanced infrastructure finance district. We're sitting there ready to capture that potential. The groundwater aquifers of the San Fernando Valley, we're starting to get there for that cleanup and make a resilient water bank right here in our backyards. But we've got to think outside of our silos, and I'd like to see some institutional innovation in that regard. Right. For there not to be so much competition, who puts out the press release, but really for us at all levels of government to say we got to get out of our own way and get to work. So I'm really hopeful that the humility that this crisis has forced on all of us and showing raw form our mortality has made us much less worried about our careers and our standing and our silos, and much more interested in what we want to actually do here as people and as Angelinos. And I think we're up for it. I think if anywhere on this planet is up for it, it's us here. So to that water future, I'm more hopeful than ever.
All right. Well, thank you very, very much. You actually just justified my labeling you as a leader with that talk, and I think we all hope that the climate resilience bond will come back and will be put back on the ballot, bigger and better. And I also absolutely agree with you that the voters would see the value in that, would see the value in the investment, would see the value in the economic spur that it would provide, the jobs that it would create, as well as protecting us from the horrors of climate change, which unfortunately we're right at the beginning of. Let me turn to Rupam next of MWD. Rupam, thank you for joining us. I'd like you to talk a little bit about MWD's recycled water project, the regional recycled water. Recycled water has to be more and more a part of our future. And for many years, MWD supported other agencies, but now it is tackling its own effort. Can you tell us more about the project, where it stands?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question, David. I love talking about this project. It's fantastic. So as you know, Metropolitan is a regional water wholesaler, and we provide water to our 26 member agencies who in turn serve 19 million people. And one of the things that we've done is help fund some of their local water supply projects, including their recycled water projects. As you mentioned, yes, for the first time, we are pursuing our own recycled water project, the Regional Recycled Water Program, to take wastewater, treated wastewater that's currently sent to the ocean, purify it, and reuse it eventually as drinking water. So let's get a little bit more into the details of the program. We're working with the LA County sanitation districts. They have a huge wastewater treatment plant located in Carson. It's got a flow of about 260 million gallons per day. And all of that water currently, once it's treated, goes to the ocean. And this is the largest untapped source of wastewater in California. And so for us, it was a great opportunity, as well as for the sanitation districts. We started talking to them over 10 years ago about doing something like this. So what we would do is, instead of sending some of that water to the ocean, we would take it, construct an advanced water treatment plant, purify it, and then this would be a potable reuse project. So we would send that water to groundwater basins in the region, in LA and Orange County, to help refill those basins. We rely heavily on groundwater throughout our region as a water supply. The state is also right now working on regulations for direct potable reuse. So we would be able to take that water and send it to our existing water treatment plants, upstream of those plants, where it could combine with our other water sources. So we also import water from the Colorado River and from Northern California. It could go into our water treatment plants and then go out through our regional delivery system. We have over 800 miles of pipeline to get that water to a majority of our service area. And then on top of that, there's also non-potable reuse opportunities. We're looking at using some of that water for industrial use. The scale of this project is incredible. So 150 million gallons per day is what we're looking at. That's about 168,000 acre feet. Acre foot is enough for 3 homes per year. So that's enough water for 500,000 homes. So it would be like one of the largest programs of its kind in the world. It's about a quarter of the recycled water that California is currently producing throughout the whole state. And in the past few months, we've been making huge progress on this project. So in October, we began operating a demonstration facility at the LA County Sanitation District's property. And what we're doing there is we're testing an innovative purification process, and we're working to get regulatory approval of that process so it can be used by any water reuse facility throughout the state. We've also been working on partnerships. You can't do this project alone, like any project. And so, yes, we have our key partner, the LA County Sanitation Districts. We're working with our groundwater basin managers to make sure that there's the capacity to take this water in their basins. But some of the other interesting partnerships that have come up is we're starting to work with the Southern Nevada Water Authority and the Central Arizona Project and looking at this project. And we've been working with those agencies for years on issues around the Colorado River. We all rely on the Colorado River as a water supply. So we're looking at how does it work? How can we work together to read more of that water in the Colorado River? And how can they support that project and allow us to work collectively on the Colorado River, which has been in a long-term drought. So that's really exciting stuff. We're also working with the State Water Resources Control Board to help push forward some of those regulations for direct potable reuse and do research and support their efforts, along with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So that's been really exciting. And then now our board in November, we'll vote on whether to move forward with the next step in our program, which is the environmental planning process. And so that's really a big step for us at Metropolitan to come so far in the world of water reuse. We're really excited for this program. I personally am also really excited. I used to work for the LA County Sanitation Districts, and I've loved recycled water for years and years and years. So this project feels like it's my whole career that's come together in one. And I feel like this project is huge for our region, for water in the Southwest, and for water reuse in California and throughout the world.
Great. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me turn next to Director Zaldivar. Enrique, it's great to see you again. So the question I have for you regards, of course, your work at LA Sanitation and Environment. And, you know, you deal with the treatment of wastewater throughout the city. And I'm wondering what challenges you're facing now in the time of COVID, with with people staying home and with the change in patterns of behavior that we're seeing. What is it that you're experiencing? Tell us just a little bit how your work has changed in this time of COVID.
Well, thank you, David, and thank you for having me on this panel. I want to first thank Senator Stern for the plug he put in for that one particular project, Aliso Canyon and Limekiln Creek in Northridge. It's a prop well stormwater capture, some infiltration, but water quality for sure. And so thank you, Senator. I can see that that project is on your radar. Not that I needed more pressure to make sure that that project is done on time and as promised, but I now have more pressure. But yes, being a essential frontline first responder for service agency, David, COVID was particularly challenging in the first 2 months with regards to some of the unknowns that came with COVID, transmittability, level of contagion. Is it airborne? Is it not? Is it in wastewater? Is it in stormwater? Is it in our solid waste? And so there was a great deal of apprehension on the part of our staff across the board, for sure, the first line responders who needed to come to work because we have a critical service to provide the city in all three of our programs and many of our programs, but for sure wastewater treatment as well as solid waste services. And so very difficult, yet, you know, I came to see the resolve and the commitment to duty that our staff have shown, much as we have seen from so many other sectors, our health service employees, firefighters, you name it, all the first responders. We were able to make it past the first 2 months being the worst. It doesn't mean, of course, that we now are very much under normal conditions. We worry about our staff every single day. We have had close to 80 cases of test positives, and we have had one of our employees pass away from COVID, and so very difficult still. And yet we know that our services must continue, and so I'm very thankful and appreciative to all of our staff and our leaders, our city leaders, Mayor Garcetti, our Council President Nuri Martinez, and the entire City Council have been incredible in supporting city employees, supporting my staff, and that's how we've been able to carry through this COVID response.
Well, thank you, and let me also thank you on behalf of all of us for your service to the city these many years, through thick and thin and many challenges. You've been there. So I want to thank you for that. And please also accept our condolences on on the loss of your staff member. I know that I know firsthand that the sanitation family is a very close-knit one, and so it must be very painful to lose somebody. I'm sorry to hear it, and sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Brian, allow me to turn to you next, as you're here for Tetra Tech. So, in February of 2019, Mayor Garcetti announced the Green New Deal plan and the ambitious but very necessary goals that are contained within it with respect to the water sector. Tell us, what is it that you see in terms of private sector contribution? You know, people always talk in terms of, you know, what benefits are there to the private sector? I want to rephrase that. Where is it that the private sector can help our city reach these essential objectives? And how do you see the private sector and the public sector coming together around these initiatives?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks for having me on the panel, and thanks for LABC for putting together such a great program. I think Senator Stern really highlighted in his remarks. He called for bolder, more radical change, and I think the Green New Deal, the sustainability plan that the city has, that's a good framework or roadmap for what the city wants to accomplish and how the city can help the state and help the country and ultimately help the entire world achieve that bolder, more radical change. And you know, Enrique just highlighted what's going on with COVID and how it's impacting them at the local level. But if you think about what sustainability plans typically focus on with respect to water, a lot of times you hear about conservation, and what the most recent plan did and what the Green New Deal is focused on achieving, which you highlighted in your opening remarks, David, is advancing that and looking at other aspects of water and sustainability, and then integrating it as well. So 100% recycled water, 70% local water by 2035. Director Zalvadar certainly has his hands full. You know, he spent 15 years as director with a variety of focus on investments on the system as a whole for the clean water and wastewater and stormwater and Hyperion and the other treatment plants. And he's going to spend the next 15 years focused on implementing recycled water facilities at Hyperion now. So pretty exciting for him, I'm sure. And Rupan just touched on it as well. It's not just investments that the city of Los Angeles needs to make, but there's regional collaboration. And as Senator Stern highlighted, there's got to be statewide collaboration. Ultimately, we have to get the entire country behind this, because most of the world understands these risks, and it's frustrating at times how we can't, as a country, get behind it locally. But right now, you know, that when it rains and the treated water that leaves the plant, that largely goes out to the ocean, and the plan that the Green New Deal lays out works on investments that change that. I think the challenge is, in the last 6 months, 8 months here, is the reality of the near-term issues with COVID versus what has to be in the long term to implement all this by 2035. So we have success on those plans. I think that's where the private sector and the public sector can really work together. So as you mentioned, what can the private sector bring to the table, not necessarily what are the benefits, and it's that partnership, that collaboration. I think where the private sector benefits is with organizations that are able to see how other organizations across the country, throughout the world, how different regions and different areas of the country or different parts of the continent have dealt with these challenges, and some of the solutions, whether it's innovative ideas, new technology, accelerating delivery, reducing costs. There's a lot of benefit when you can bring really smart people in the public sector and really smart people in the private sector together. There's recent examples here that we've been fortunate enough to be involved with. Water Replenishment District of Southern California just opened their Albert Robles Center in Pico Rivera. It's producing recycled water. It's putting that recycled water into the groundwater basin for future use. And the MWD project that Rupam just highlighted, and the project that Director Zalvadar is going to implement DWP and LA San working together will be a much larger version of that. On the stormwater side, Senator highlighted the LISO line kiln project. There's other really exciting Prop O and Measure W projects that'll come down the pipeline. The Albion Riverside Park is a fantastic example where an underutilized area adjacent to the LA River, brownfield, is now a beautiful park that's benefiting water quality and water supply throughout the region, and a variety of different City of LA departments and other stakeholders collaborated to implement that. So I think with creativity, dedication, and investment, we can see the benefits of those projects as they advance and as the sustainability plan goes from just a vision to reality.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today, Brian. And you always do such a nice job leading the water charrette at the Verde Exchange Conference. I always appreciate you. And I was trying very hard to make out what that plaque is right behind you to see which university you had graduated
Virginia.
from. But
I tried to figure that too. I think it's University of Virginia. Is that right?
I don't know, but I think it's a good idea. Next time, all of us should line up the various credentials we have on the wall for everybody to try to figure out what they are. Thank you for that. Gilles, let's turn to you next. And Corolo, well, first of all, thanks so much for being here with us today. Corolo has developed and built advanced water systems, across the Southwest United States. And you're seeing many new technologies, come to the table. I will want to ask you, Gilles, about in the next round about public-private partnerships and so on. But for now, can you tell us a little bit about the advances in technology, what kind of innovations you're seeing, how you see innovations in water treatment impact the future of the water industry? Tell us a little bit about that. I think you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, David, and thank you to the LABC for having me. Yeah, when it comes to technology, as you know, Corolo, all we do is water, so we can talk about this. But when it comes to potable reuse in the West, the major technological shift that we've seen in the last decade is a shift in paradigm where in the past, wastewater was treated to a level suitable to go to the receiving water body. And as reuse started, we would scalp some of that effluent and start reusing it. Today, the approach is a little different and seeks to better integrate wastewater treatment in a way that is recyclable. And with that, there's a technology in particular I want to mention. It's called the membrane bioreactor that has come about at a scalable level in the last 10 years. And this technology is very compact. It treats very high solids level, and it uses membranes to separate those solids, which makes it a very suitable pre-treatment for advanced treatment that is required downstream to make the water suitable for potable reuse. Now that technology is scalable, it's very compact, and when it comes to projects like the Hyperion retrofit, it makes it really feasible in light of many severe constraints, whether it's spatially or operationally, that we need to face when implementing these projects. To some extent, also the MWD project. But I think the technological advances also span much broader than the treatment, in particular monitoring. As you know, recycling water, potable reuse requires a safety level that is unprecedented, and that will come with advanced monitoring methods. So there's a huge amount of research taking place in that sector. Finally, energy optimization. I mean, here we're at the Sustainability Summit. We're trying to balance water resiliency, but also we need to keep energy in mind and not increase the energy footprint of the new water projects.
All right. Thank you very much, Jill. Thanks so much for that response. Senator Cern, let me return to you then for the next round of questions. And, you know, we hear so much about sustainability and resilience, and these have become, you know, part of the permanent part of the vernacular that we use. But what does a resilient water system actually look like to you? And I asked that question, you know, against the background of the UCLA study that I mentioned earlier, which found that so many of our systems here in LA County, I mean, here in the United States of America, are failing to provide, you know, basic, clean, affordable water to their constituents. And there is one agency that has kind of become the poster child for this. And maybe if there's time, we'll return to that. But for now, if you could, from the state level, just tell us what is it that can be done from the state's point of view in order to ensure that the human rights to water actually becomes a reality for the people of California.
Look, I think there's a bit of a risk in the quick fix and in relying solely on small systems, very small systems, point of use. That look, in a pinch, it's important, but to me, Hyperion is the future of resilience. Finding ways to connect and interconnect all these end uses and make them not an end, but a new beginning. It does require, however, core investments in centralized infrastructure. You think about all the mobile home parks and the RVs and all the people who out there who beyond our basin, and my family lives in the Central Valley in Porterville, and you look at what East Porterville's been going through for years. You know, people do what they got to do to be able to survive, and that's why water and clean drinking water is a right. It's not a privilege. But to me, resilience is about leveraging distributed resources into smart regional centralized infrastructure, but it's also about affordability and finding economies of scale. Resilience isn't just about environmental resilience. It's the durability of a project economically, the ability not to have a two-tiered society where some people get access to clean water and others don't. So there's more embedded, I think, in that concept. There's equity that has to really be a bottom line guarantee within the resilience portfolio. And I truly do believe that this Hyperion project and others like it are really at the backbone of what is going to be required to get that done. And, you know, where the supply will come from for a project like Hyperion is from all over the Southland. So conveyance systems, stormwater movement, pre-treatment, finding smart uses all over the place. Combining, for instance, that pre-treatment with, say, parklands and bioswales and other ways to rewild LA and bring some green life back to us. This isn't just pipes and concrete. It's things you can touch and feel and that have huge co-benefits as well. So I think that the future of resilience is really in a self-reliance that is a smart version of self-reliance. You're not going to have the ability to drill your own well, and you shouldn't have to worry about those things yourself. There is value in economics and scale, but not such huge scale that we're just doing the way we've already always done things. And I do worry that the easy and default answer will be to rely on technology of the past or conveyance of the past. So Met has been, you know, leading the charge here along with County San and the city and DWP and all our other partners here, but we're all in it together, they say, right? But when that togetherness actually comes together, those are the places that resilience takes hold.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Rupam, going back to you, the Metropolitan Water District is going through its own transformation. things are changing in the water sector. We've seen that with the whole discussion about the tunnel and where our water is coming from, and the city's drive to lessen its reliance on imported water. And we're seeing that throughout the region. How will MWD effectively change its long-term business model? You spoke to us about MWD's own recycled water project, but what else are we seeing in the future for MWD as it copes with the changes in the water picture?
Yeah, thank you for that question, David. We got our start at Metropolitan importing water. We brought in water from the Colorado River, then Northern California. Then let's go back to the 1980s, things, we're changing our population, our economy, we're growing. There was the risk of earthquakes, and we were looking at our water supply and thinking we needed to do more to make sure that we had a reliable water supply for future generations. We started an integrated resources plan to look at how do we plan for the future for decades to come. We did that first in 1990. At that time, about 65% of our water was imported water, and the remainder was local resources. And what we want to do is we want to flip that. In 2040, we want 65% to be local water supply and 35% to be imported. And we've been making a lot of progress. So we invested heavily in our local water supplies. I talked a little bit about our local resources program, so giving financial investments to our member agencies to pursue their own projects, recycled water projects, groundwater projects. Another place we've made huge investments is conservation. And what's great about conservation is it requires everyone working together to conserve water. So we have rebate programs. For example, if you pull out your grass and you put in native and drought tolerant landscaping, we give you a rebate for that. We give you rebates for water saving devices like low flow toilets and shower heads. In commercial facilities as well too, we have a number of rebates that we give. And if we don't have a rebate for your type of business, we will customize one for you. We also, right now, we have a program called our Innovative Conservation Program, where we're giving grants to people who come up with ideas and research for water saving devices and improving water efficiency throughout however you use water. And all those things help progress and water innovation in the future. So there's all kinds of programs and things that we've done. And the incredible thing is we are seeing huge, huge results. So this last year, these programs were the equivalent to about 1.5 million acre feet of water. That is more than we get from any aqueduct, any one of our imported water supplies. That is more than that. Our conservation programs alone are the equivalent of what we would get from one of our imported water supplies. So we're all doing an incredible job saving water, whether it be through outdoor use or indoor use, or just turning off the faucet whenever we have a chance. It's really, really, really made huge improvements in our water outlook for the future. Our integrated resource plan is like an evolving document. So every few years we update it. We work with stakeholders and partners to look at what does our water supply portfolio look like in the future? What are some of the challenges ahead? We're working on our 2020 plan now, and there are lots of challenges facing us in the world of water. There's climate change, changing regulations, and there's an opportunity for people to get involved in this process, to plan for a water future. We will be having our stakeholder workshops and public workshops coming this fall. So I encourage everyone who's interested to get involved with that. It's really a great opportunity to think about what is coming for our future and what we can do about it today to make a difference.
Unmute myself. Hi, Rupam. Thank you. There was, I think, a little bit of an interruption in the connection of some kind. Director Zaldivar, Enrique, if you're still there, I hope, I'd like to turn to you. We've heard a lot about Hyperion and the very ambitious project to cease discharges of wastewater into the ocean altogether, and retreat, recycle that water ultimately for potable use through indirect or perhaps even direct potable use. But this will cost, by some estimates, over $10 billion. Can you tell us a little bit about the project? We have a little time, we have 10 minutes left, but tell us about the project, and in particular, where is it that you and DWP and the Mayor's Office and the City Council believe we'll be able to find the money in order to do what is absolutely necessary here?
Thank you, David. I mean, that is one of the reasons why I agree to be on this panel, so I can start asking for money to all of you. But, clearly, Hyperion to all of us really means more than a facility. Hyperion was the place that turned the water quality in the Santa Monica Bay around. It made going to the beach possible. Over the last 30 years. Hyperion is a mythical place, a place of inspiration, a place of beauty. Any one of you who has stood on the rooftop of the Environmental Learning Center, it looks out to the sunset or the sunrise, or just out to the bay. It comes out inspired. And so, we have benefited from the incredible political leadership from Mayor Garcetti, clearly, and our city council, Council President Nori Martinez, but making a goal of recycling all of our wastewater by 2035, that was the leadership we needed. Now, it doesn't mean that everything is solved already. You heard Jill talk about the technologies that we're bringing to bear at Hyperion. The one thing that I am very optimistic about is that we have all hands on deck. And by that, I mean city leadership, departmental resolve, stakeholders, multi-agencies. I mean, when we take on all of the difficult technology challenges, for example, you talked about climate change, David, and we're dealing right now with a best technology to apply to the peaking effects of the flows that come into Hyperion. Right now, under wet weather, Hyperion peaks at 1 billion gallons per day. Now, that approaches catastrophic levels, 1 billion gallons. Now, imagine the extremes under a climate change new scenario where a peak could be 1.5 billion. Who knows what that peak is going to be? And how do we deal with it technologically speaking? So that's an incredible challenge, but I believe that we have all of the elements to be able to address that. Not cheaply. You hit it on the nail there, David, not cheaply. Energy consumption. I mean, we got to optimize how much energy we utilize to produce a million gallons of water, or in Rupam's terms, 1 acre foot of water. And then there's the issue of brine discharge into the ocean. We have sought as a goal of everyone in LA Sand to cease discharge of anything into the ocean. Brine now, under a recycled water regime, becomes a real consideration. What will we be able to do, technologically speaking, when it comes to brine? So we have everybody at the table so that we can figure this out in the most optimal way for the good of the region, the good of Angelenos, the good of Californians. And so I think, you know, it's not like we have it all figured out. We have a lot of it figured out. And I want to say the partnership between us and DWP and the West Basin Municipal Water District also has already advanced us this far. We're not squabbling over whether we should pay for something, front the money, they should pay us in advance and what have you. That squabbling would not have gotten us anywhere. So there's great harmony at the operational level, at the department level. And I see a lot of harmony with all of the larger stakeholders around making this project a reality by 2035.
Thank you, Enrique. And yeah, you said, you know, we need all hands on deck, and you're right. We both need all hands on deck, and we need all funding choices on deck as well, because this has to be a combination of bond sales, the feds, hopefully with the next administration, understanding the importance of this. And at some point, the ratepayers, there has to be an entire campaign that has to be launched in order to do it. And thank you for your leadership on it. I've just been told by Rachel Levy and Adam Lane at LABC that they're going to accord us an extra 10 minutes so we can go until 1:55, which really makes me very, very happy, because this has been such a fascinating discussion so far, and I want to thank you all for it. Let me turn back to Brian, and I want to talk a little bit about Measure W here, Brian, and from Tetra Tech's point of view, how you see it working with the first round of projects. Do you see the private sector being brought into this whole process with this enormous amount of money getting injected into the industry? How are you seeing Measure W working?
Yeah, well, first I'll compliment Senator Stern's vision. If he can see the diplomas there from Virginia, that's impression. I think it's also to weave that into this question, the vision of those who work so hard to create Measure W, to get the enabling legislation and ultimately help the voters pass it is why we're here today. And fortunately now we're focused on the implementation side of things. And what I see is and hear a lot is a narrative or false dichotomy in some circles that you know, the public sector is proposing some projects, and you know, the nonprofits are proposing some projects, and the private sector might be involved. And what's really going to benefit the region as a whole is for collaboration amongst all those parties. So I think whenever possible, the public sector, the private sector, the nonprofit sector, collaboration should be the focus. And I know, you know, you're intimately familiar with it, David, in your role in the Measure W funding process. But the more these different sectors can work together, the more they can enable implementation, and the more they can incentivize it, I think the better off we are. Each of them have good ideas. Individuals have good ideas. Organizations have good ideas. These sectors have good ideas. And if we can incentivize, enable those partnerships, I think all the sectors stand to benefit. And if everyone can benefit, you know, it's saying all boats rise, and a rising tide is true as well. So I know we're running out of time, but that's what I would encourage and like to see more. Thank the entire Measure W team for turning this vision into a reality. And now that we've gone through 1 year of the process, that those who got funding and those who are going to come back for funding look to continue to build on those concepts and collaborate more and look for these multi-benefit projects that can benefit the region.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Gilles, coming back to you again, I want to continue on this the public-private partnership theme. You know, you talked about new technologies on the horizon. There are also new business models. There are companies that do performance-based contracting that are willing to fund the capital needed for a project upfront, while again respecting union requirements, respecting worker rights, respecting environmental requirements, and get paid for their labor at the very end when a project is complete. And in many respects, we've seen that evolution happen on the energy side, not quite yet on the water side. And for aging water infrastructure, there are companies that do, in situ lining, for instance, and other, technologies. How do you see an adequate readiness on the part of government to welcome these new methods of doing business, these new technologies? How do you see it? Are we seeing more of a level of acceptance for things that are new because we're living in changing times, or let us have your view of that.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I think the city and public agencies, they're facing a major paradox. So on one hand, in current times, they have to be very fiscally and financially conscious. On the other hand, they're asked to deliver these large programs that we've discussed. So the private sector, yes, will have a key role to play. The question you ask me is how? And so far, I mean, I can just kind of trace a little bit the history of that evolution. And I'll start by saying that, as far as opportunities for the private sector, I mean, the city in particular and districts have had very well-functioning business inclusion programs, which has translated into local opportunities for smaller, say, disadvantaged enterprise. And that can be reinforced. I can think of one project that has put a flavor of local business into it, and that's to be experienced and see what it yields. More broadly, the delivery methods of the projects, and I think that's what you're referring to, has also evolved quite a bit. Right now, there's many alternative delivery projects at play in the city, in the county. They use delivery methods such as construction management at risk, progressive design build, fixed price design build. But those don't quite involve the financing piece. And I'll come back to that. So those alternative delivery methods have a tendency to accelerate the projects, which, by the way, is very much needed to meet the timeline of, let's say, the City of LA Green New Deal in 2035. Those are almost like a prerequisite. The private funding that we've seen, and more the performance-based contracting you described, usually is being applied to what I call non-core businesses or activities of a public agency. For instance, the City of LA is looking at one of those delivery methods for a food waste processing facility. It's not exactly the core business. And I think that broad definition of what applies, what doesn't apply, has been used across the industry quite a bit. It has not completely taken off. I think it's fraught with a lot of challenges, in particular how you measure performance. We talked a lot about Measure W. There is a project back east on the order of $100 million that is a public-private partnership with funding. However, it's proven very difficult to evaluate the performance when you have criteria such as benefiting the community. Those are pretty broadly defined, and sometimes when you write a contract, you're a lawyer, it gets a little tricky to translate into quantifiable metrics. So I think it's going to happen. It's needed in some ways. If I could, in the interest of time, but I'll keep it short, but I think one of the prerequisites for the private sector to be fully engaged is that the local governments really also have their own resources to manage it, to lead it, to administer it. And I think it's a bit of a mistake to say, oh, we're just going to hand it over and see, it'll all be fine. We completed an analysis recently of about half a dozen major programs, 1 billion and up. And we landed on a number that I'd like to share, is that about 30% is the very minimum floor of city personnel that should be involved in administering these large programs. because that's critical to the success, I think. And these programs are going to be a peak in activity, so it's difficult to have long-term city employees and public employees. So maybe there's some innovative solutions there to go hire exempt temporary positions to help the cities and the districts administer these large temporary programs.
Good. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, Senator Stern had to leave the panel, and I'm being urged to wrap up. So let me ask. I'm going to throw out a question to all of you, and thanks again so much for participating in the panel. You've been marvelous. I mean, I've learned so much and enjoyed the discussion so much. But so this is the question. What would you say, each of you, real quick, in about a minute, is the single most important thing we should be doing here in Southern California to secure our water future? If there is one most important single thing, what would it be? Director Zaldivar, why don't you go first?
Thank you, David. And I definitely feel that any and all water that is here already locally, we ought to turn it into beneficial reuse of some kind. Every single drop of that local water. That is the one thing we should blindly just follow and do at every turn and at every opportunity.
Thanks very much. Rupam, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say to just keep making investments in our infrastructure. Sometimes we forget about water because it's underground and you're not thinking about it if you don't see it. So just continue to make those investments in whether it's new infrastructure or existing infrastructure to make sure we have a reliable water supply for the future.
Thank you. Brian?
Yeah, I think maybe even stepping out of LA or Southern California, the near-term economic benefits are huge, and they're impacting the public sector in a big way. And I think the DC and Congress have definitely helped the private sector out with the CARES Act, but the League of Cities found that 65% of cities are going to cancel capital outlays or infrastructure projects over the next year. So I think it's critical that the private sector encourage DC to provide stimulus and provide funding for the public sector so they can navigate through these challenges of COVID. Otherwise, we're going to be potentially in a years-long recession and recovery like we were last time. And all of these great plans we have and this great vision we have, it's going to extend to the right because we didn't have the resources and the finances we need. So I'd encourage anyone that's listening to this that's in the private sector to really encourage any contacts they have in DC to support the economy and do that by helping the public sector out and passing a stimulus measure that's really focused on them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that water, is essential to life, but improving our water situation, improving sustainability, improving independence here is also essential to the economy. So it's two things, and that has to be borne in mind. Gilles, please, let's have your thoughts.
Yes, I would say continue to garner the public support, the ratepayer support, the elected official support, and view these infrastructure projects as local stimulus to the economy. And maybe the stars are lining up to actually build it at a discounted price, depending on what else happens in the economy.
Fantastic. Well, on that thought, the panelists, thank you all so much for participating, and everybody who's watching this, thank you all for being here. And again, kudos to the LABC terrific team for putting this on. And I'm privileged to have been a part of this program. Thanks so much. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Please welcome Garrett Jin, Market Executive, Greater Los Angeles for Bank of America, to introduce our next keynote speaker.
Unmute, man.
Thank you. On behalf of Bank of America, we're proud to be a supporter of the LABC Sustainability Summit. And like you, we're working hard to help society transition to a low carbon economy and to support the sustainability goals of our clients. And we think that that will make life better for all communities, including those here in Los Angeles. In particular, since 2007, we've deployed approximately $145 billion in capital to low carbon sustainable business activities, including energy efficiency initiatives with the city of Los Angeles. And obviously this requires a collective effort on behalf of all of us, including hearing the latest thinking from industry leaders. And one of the great things about this LABC Summit is the chance to hear firsthand from thought leaders in this space, which brings us to our next speaker. He's an executive on the front edge of the important decisions and innovations in sustainability. Kevin Payne is president and CEO of Southern California Edison, one of the nation's largest investor-owned electric utilities, which delivers power to approximately 15 million people across Central, Coastal, and Southern California. In over 30 years with Southern California Edison, Kevin has touched virtually every aspect of SCC's operations and served in many leadership roles, including Vice President of Engineering and Technical Services. And prior to his current role, he has served as Senior Vice President of Customer Service. Kevin is a member of the Electric Innovation Management Committee of Edison Electric Institute. And locally, he's in a leadership role with Southern California Leadership Council and the LA Sustainability Leadership Council. He's a registered professional engineer and has a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of California, Berkeley. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce a fellow Golden Bear. Please welcome Kevin Payne.
Thanks so much, Garrett. I think they're getting me unmuted here. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you can see me and hear me. It's great to be here with you today. I really appreciate having the opportunity to participate in this summit. Such important topics and distinguished participants and speakers, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. And it's great to see the leaders of the state and businesses come together around the common goal of advancing sustainability and creating a healthy future for all Californians. At Southern California Edison and Edison International, we're right there with you. We remain committed to public safety and to providing the safe, reliable, and affordable delivery of increasingly cleaner energy. But at the same time, we recognize the need to engage state policymakers and stakeholders in both the public and private sectors to develop the longer-term solutions that we're going to need to address the climate crisis. And I don't have to explain to any of you how obvious the crisis is this year. Between the severity of the wildfires, the associated air quality impacts, and the shattering of heat records across the state, there's no denying that climate change is real. A lot of work's already been done to lay the foundation for accomplishing the state's climate goals, but completely realizing the clean energy future is going to require profound changes, substantial investments, and collaboration among all sectors of the state's economy. Late last year, Edison released Pathway 2045. So if I could ask the moderator to put the pathway overview slide up briefly, you can see it at a high level. Okay, there we go. There we go. So Pathway 2045 is our analysis and our vision for how we achieve significant greenhouse gas reduction and meet the state's 2045 carbon neutrality goal. And we're hoping that this will start and continue, in fact, a very important conversation, which is about how do we actually get there to these goals. And the pathway requires achieving deep decarbonization of the electric sector, which is already underway. Last year, about half of SCE's power came from carbon-free resources. Advancing significant electrification of transportation and buildings, coupled with advanced energy efficiency. And also using low carbon fuels like renewable natural gas and green hydrogen for hard to electrify applications, such as industrial uses and heavy duty long range goods movement. So hopefully that slide's been helpful. This would be a good time to take it back down. Thank you. Using clean power to fuel transportation is the largest near-term opportunity to reduce GHG emissions, drive down the pollution that impacts public health, and improve air quality in our region, which, as all of you know, is among the worst in the nation. And it often impacts disadvantaged communities most severely. In the future that we envision, 75% of light-duty vehicles, 66% of medium-duty vehicles, and 33% of heavy-duty vehicles are electrified. At Edison, we're driving hard to support progress in transportation electrification by supporting rebates and other incentives to lower the cost of transitioning to EVs and making significant direct investment in expanding EV charging infrastructure. So SE is going to be administering very soon the statewide Clean Fuel Reward Program, which is a point of sale rebate on the purchase of a new EV. And we'll also be launching a pre-owned EV rebate program as well. This program is co-funded by the California Electric Utilities, and it will incentivize the purchase of 600,000 light-duty EVs in the next 3 years, which eliminates nearly 3 million metric tons of CO2 emissions. So in addition to administering incentives, we're also investing over $800 million in EV charging infrastructure in the next few years in what we call our Charge Ready program to support the electrification of light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. Through these Charge Ready programs, we've already installed nearly 1,900 charging ports for light-duty vehicles at multifamily dwellings, schools, state parks and beaches, and half of those are installed in disadvantaged communities. Medium and heavy-duty fleet vehicles, such as buses, trucks, and forklifts, offer another huge opportunity for GHG reduction through converting to electric power. And just to give you a little context here, each Class 8 truck that we help convert, so like semi-tractor trailers, has the same GHG and potential air quality benefits as electrifying 100 passenger cars. And every converted refrigeration unit has the same GHG reduction benefits as 3 passenger cars and nearly 20 times the potential air quality benefits of electrifying just 1 passenger vehicle. And of course, Charge Ready 2, which is an extension of our Charge Ready light duty vehicle charging pilot, is the newest and largest of our electrification programs. Charge Ready 2 is the largest light duty EV charging infrastructure program in the nation, and we'll invest $436 million, which is part of the $800 million I mentioned earlier, to support the installation of about 25,000 charging ports across our service area over the next 4 years. This program has a suite of offerings to meet the needs of a really diverse customer base, like rebates for new construction, customer ownership options, marketing, education, customer outreach, many things to address all the needs of a diverse customer base. From my perspective, the state's approval of this program at this time is an encouraging demonstration of our collective commitment to drive toward a carbon-free future. Advancing transportation electrification gives us an opportunity to invest directly in our communities. Our Charge Ready 2 program will have an extraordinary focus on equity in deployment, dedicating at least $200 million to installations at multifamily dwellings, so apartments or condo complexes, and in disadvantaged communities. Transportation electrification also advances equitable economic growth through quality local job creation. It places downward pressure on electric rates over time, and it achieves significant environmental improvements. It's been really inspiring to see how communities have embraced the opportunity to go electric for the health of their neighborhoods. One example, Bellflower Unified School District, which rolled out 2 school buses and 3 EV chargers last year after winning a grant from the Air Quality Management District. The district is now benefiting from cheaper and faster maintenance work than the rest of their fleet and providing smoother, quieter, and healthier rides for their students due to the absence of a traditional gas-fired motor and toxic diesel exhaust. Now, Bellflower is not alone. More than 24 school districts in SCE's service territory are deploying or planning to deploy EV school buses into their student transportation fleets. And in fact, we recently completed construction on our first 2 school bus sites, providing charging infrastructure for 9 school buses in Pleasant View and Antelope Valley school transit authorities. Now, while transportation represents the largest opportunity and a huge near-term opportunity for GHG reduction, decarbonization of buildings is also critical if we are to make it all the way to the state's goals. So the Pathway 25 we describe, it calls for nearly 3/4 of space and water heating needs to be transitioned to electric by 2045. This level of adoption is going to be challenging given the long lifespan of traditional heating equipment and today's consumer preferences. So the largest opportunity for progress here, I think, is initially in new construction, combined with consumer awareness, incentives, and education over time to help speed adoption. As traditional gas-fired generation retires and utility-scale renewable generation increases, energy storage technology will become obviously an increasingly important part of the grid. So in this future that we describe, long-duration storage will replace many of the functions of today's dispatchable power plants by helping balance load and generation and reducing the need for transmission and distribution grid upgrades. Storage is also going to reduce the need to curtail renewable resources like solar and wind when generation exceeds demand. The Pathway 25 calls for 30,000 megawatts of utility scale storage in the CAISO's footprint here to support increasing levels of clean generation with an additional 10,000 megawatts of customer-sided storage. So what we see is in the near term, between now and maybe 2023, storage is supporting electric system reliability, particularly as the state retires more of its large-scale natural gas plants. Recently, we completed one of the largest storage procurements in the United States, and that's representative of the exponential growth of the storage market and something that we think will obviously continue for some time. Through this single procurement, SCE contracted 770 megawatts of battery resources to be online by August of next year. And that amount is more than the entire energy storage market in the US for all of 2019. So in total, we've contracted for over 1,460 megawatts of energy storage, and we've made a number of strategic investments in utility-owned battery storage systems to help develop this market and identify where storage will have the most value in the future. So some examples of that, as early as 2014, we partnered with the US Department of Energy, and we built the 8 megawatt Tehachapi storage project, which, believe it or not, at the time was the largest energy storage project in North America. And in 2016, in response to the Aliso Canyon gas leak, we partnered with Tesla to quickly get connected in just a few months, 20 megawatts of storage capacity to the distribution grid to support reliability. And in 2016, believe it or not, that was the world's largest battery storage project for a short time. In partnership with General Electric, we also implemented 2 first-of-their-kind hybrid systems to integrate battery storage with peaking gas-fired generators. So that makes these systems, these hybrid systems, respond much more quickly to power system needs while emitting fewer emissions relative to typical peaking power plants. And finally, through our energy storage integration program, we're building several systems that are smaller in the 1 to 5 megawatt range so that we can pilot various ways to use storage to enhance distribution planning and operations. So these have great potential to scale and become significant contributors to a reliable and resilient power grid in the future. Now, the industry will have to be diligent in ensuring that energy storage technology is developed quickly and it's available to fully contribute to the clean energy future because it has a critical role to play. This is going to require a healthy global supply chain for batteries, which could be impacted by COVID-19. So we're going to be watching that very carefully. Energy storage technology is unique from more traditional grid-connected resources in that it acts as both generation and load. Our energy markets and grid interconnection processes are going to need to really accurately account for the flexibility that energy storage brings with it and make sure we can dispatch it efficiently. The clean energy and grid investments that I'm talking about that are required to meet Pathway 2045 will also provide a tremendous economic development opportunity for California. From our analysis, implementation of the Pathway vision would require about $250 billion in clean energy and grid investments. So we'll need workers to build and service the growing number of electric vehicles on our streets, improve energy efficiency in our homes and businesses, install solar panels and batteries in our homes, electrify our space and water heating in our buildings, and build and maintain a modern, reliable, and resilient power grid. So this could be an economic engine for California in the coming decades, creating thousands of family-sustaining craft and skilled jobs in resource development, grid construction, and energy management. The value of skilled green jobs is even more important in the face of the economic crisis that's been created recently by COVID-19. At Edison, we believe that building our clean energy future must be part of the roadmap to economic recovery, focusing on equity across all communities in Southern California. And specifically, we must expand job opportunities in clean tech and climate mitigation. We must ensure that low-income and disadvantaged communities who have disproportionately suffered the environmental and economic impacts from long-term reliance on fossil fuels are not left behind. And finally, we must make sure building decarbonization is attainable in disadvantaged communities and in the low-income rental market segment. Over the last 8 weeks or so, the impacts of climate change, I think, have been increasingly obvious, and it's clear that it will continue for some time to impact the health, safety, and lives of Californians. For example, we had 2 extreme heat events that strained the electric grid, resulting in the first rotating outages in almost 20 years since the energy crisis. We've seen lightning complexes that ignited many of the fires up north, and the state has managed through tens of thousands of active fires, 5 of which are now the largest in state history. Climate change is real. It's already here, and we need to take action to slow the decline of our environment and mitigate the impacts. At SCE, we're doing everything we can to reduce the risk of wildfire, including implementing an extensive wildfire mitigation program and continuing to utilize the public safety power shutoff tool in the event of extreme weather events. The power supply shortages that we had in late August really spurred a nationwide conversation about how to ensure grid reliability in a future where we're mostly relying on renewables to power our lives. But truthfully, from my perspective, these events that clearly exacerbated by climate change highlight the need to move even more urgently to a clean energy future so we can slow the advancement and impacts of climate change. To be sure, improved statewide coordination and collaboration will be required to reliably serve customers while advancing to the clean energy future. And this can't be done in a vacuum. All of the stakeholders need to work together on comprehensive grid planning and ensuring adequate resources are available to meet our statewide needs. For Edison, helping meet the state's climate goals is part of our mission. It's part of our core mission and our reason for being. We're fully committed to building a future that protects the health and safety of our customers and our communities. My 13,000 colleagues and I, along with all of our families, we're woven into the fabric of our communities, and we know what's at stake if climate change isn't addressed. That's why we're working to create a future filled with tremendous opportunity for the California economy, fueled by clean energy jobs and job training. A future in which all communities, regardless of income level, benefit from improved air quality and clean energy technologies. A future that provides affordable energy for all California's consumers, including our most vulnerable residents. For me, that's a future that's worth fighting for. So I want to thank you for having me, and I look forward to continuing our work together to build a sustainable California for all. Thank you very much for giving me this time today and for allowing me to participate.
Please welcome the final panel of the summit, The Future of Clean Transportation, moderated by Pete Holland, Executive Vice President and Regional Executive at AECOM.
Can you see me now? Great, thank you. Hey, first off, I just want to, on behalf of the thousands that have, participated in this summit so far, really thank Mary Leslie, Adam Lang, and that entire LABC team for leveraging technology and really pulling off another great summit this year. And, Mary, personally, it's a privilege to play a small part in this summit that I think is of true significance and to moderate this segment on clean technology. So before I introduce our panelists, let me frame the clean transportation segment here and recognize that transportation's related greenhouse gas emissions in California really account for 40% of all emissions. And as Kate Gordon's told us this morning, when you factor in the refining and the manufacturing segments, probably well over 50% of emissions. So, to help address this, the transportation industry is undergoing a major transformation, to help create this cleaner, less congested, safer transportation system. And in June, California made history, as they often do, and when the Air Resources Board adopted the world's first zero-emission commercial truck requirement, the Advanced Clean Truck Rule. Following this action, no fewer than 15 states and the District of Columbia joined California in an MOU committed to transitioning 100% of medium and heavy-duty vehicles to be zero emissions by 2050. We are all seeing this dramatic uptick in passenger electrical vehicle sales and the rapid reduction of battery costs and their improvement in efficiencies. And all this is paired with that rollout of tens of thousands of EV chargers across the state. Here in LA, Metro continues to invest in the build out of its rail and bus systems, thanks to the billions of dollars raised through the passage of Measure M. And all of this is going on in the COVID-19 shelter in place order environment. And it's directly resulted to more companies adopting remote work policies like mine. And it's led to a remarkable reduction in the vehicles on the road and really allowed our active transportation projects to move forward more expeditiously and maybe give us all just a glimpse of California with clean air. So, the question now is, for this panel is, will these efforts be sustained and achievable? So helping me to unpack this will be a really distinguished group of panelists and they're a great mix of public and private sector leaders, visionaries, researchers, and implementers. And frankly, they've been a lot of fun to work with. So, and I will let everyone know ahead of time that I challenge this group, to let's produce a segment that's truly memorable. We're experts in the field. Let's lean forward into this and boldly opine, if you will, where we are and what we need to do to further develop the technologies, the infrastructure requirements and the upgrades, find the funding needs and the sources, and really lean forward and predict the future for us all. So with that, let me introduce our panelists. Jim De La Rosa, Chief Planning Officer at LA Metro. And this is a two-term Chief Planning Officer at Metro. Jim held that role from 96 to 2005 and just recently came back in 2019. And it's really an exciting time as Metro is tasked with the expansion of light and heavy rail systems, heavy highway, HOV, rapid bus, BRT programs, a lot going on. I can see how that brought Jim back to Metro. And between those tenures, Jim served in 3 different major global transportation companies in executive positions. So glad to have you on the panel, Jim. Okay. Dr. Genevieve Giuliano, USC Director of MetTrans Transportation Center at USC. Really a tremendous intellect, published over 170 papers, lectured around the globe, in that relationship between land use and transportation, travel behavior, understanding how information technology and applications and big data is really changing the transportation future. She's a past chair of the executive committee of the TRB, the Transportation Research Board, and she's the recipient of so many distinguished scholarships and service awards. We can't even have the time to go through them all, but really pleased to have you, Jen, on the panel. David Kim, Secretary of California State Transportation Agency, over 40,000 employees. The mission of advancing safe, environmentally sustainable transportation systems to maximize the mobility here in California. And Secretary Kim is a longtime transportation leader, served in 3 levels of government, as well as 2 years in the private sector with Hyundai Motor Company. So Secretary, really honored to have you with us. And then Mary Nichols, Chair of the California Air Resources Board, really made news again here in June. Impressive career. She served on this board under 3 governors, starting with Edmund Brown, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who we all saw this morning, and now with Governor Newsom. So she's a former California Secretary of Natural Resources in the Gray Davis administration, and a former assistant administrator for the U.S. EPA's Office of Air and Radiation in the Clinton years. And not to shortchange the cross rivalry, she also led the Institute of Environment and Sustainability at UCLA. So Mary's contributed in a number of ways. Great to have you with us. And finally, Matt Peterson, President, CEO of LA Clean Tech Incubator. Really a noble mission to an inclusive green economy with priorities in accelerating the transportation electrification, clean energy, and sustainable cities. And I think many on the broadcast know Matt as the first Chief Sustainability Officer in the city of LA for Mayor Garcetti, and largely credited as the chief architect for the groundbreaking sustainable city plan, which has really put LA in a great light globally, looking at the EV and the goals for sustainable energy and water. So with that, I'm going to start turning to questions. And if I could ask our panelists to be bold again, but be bold in 2 to 3 minutes for each of these questions, okay? All right, Mary, I want to start with you. The Advanced Clean Truck ruling, has been such a major development this year. So 3-part question, number one, what do you estimate the impact of this legislation will have on the environment? 2, do you believe the technologies are available today to meet these mandates? And 3, will there be additional capital and operating costs per vehicle over the costs associated with producing and operating that current class of commercial vehicles?
Forgot to unmute. Thank you.
Got you, Mary.
Okay. So the first thing to say is that anything we do in California has an impact way beyond California. If we were only going by trucks that are actually purchased in California, it would still be significant because of the size of our state and the symbolism. But the day that we actually enacted, the day the board voted on the regulation, we also had representatives of 10 states who stood up verbally or virtually and said they were going to do the same thing. So we already come in with a powerful coalition of state governments, not to mention local governments, that are also following and adopting what we're doing here in California. The technology to achieve this regulation, which is only one part of actually a multi-part omnibus regulation that we're working on, it represents a mandate to the manufacturers to build and sell the zero emission vehicles on the order of what it will take to get us to our 2050 zero net carbon goal. But it is bracketed by 2 other important regulations. One being a purchase mandate, a fleet rule, which will go into effect next year. But that doesn't come before the board until after the first of the year, 2021. And then another regulation, which got a little bit less attention, but I think is also important, which works quite aggressively to reduce emissions from diesel or other liquid fueled traditional heavy duty vehicles. And the reason why that's important is because it will drive both more investment in the cleanest alternative fuels, and it also helps to reduce any incentive that there might be for people to purchase older technology vehicles that don't get us where we need to go for health and the environment. So this is a suite of regulations which we've been working on for at least 6 years now. And even during the time that we were writing the rules, life changed. Technologies which were considered speculative, possible, suddenly were out in demonstration versions. But the impact of this set of rules is that will take us from demonstrated, known, but not widely available technology to really a scale up. And we're seeing not only the big current manufacturers of heavy duty vehicles, but also new companies springing up, as well as suppliers, people who want to get into the business of repairing and maintaining these new generation vehicles. So it's a whole transformation. It really is. We use the word transformational. It may be a cliche, but that is what has to happen to our transportation system. It's the vehicles, the fuels, and how they're used. And all of those things are changing. So big deal. Now, is this going to be affordable? The answer is it will take a few years before purchase prices are fully competitive. And that's where we have to have bridging policies of incentives, and we need a whole bunch of different kinds of incentives, regulatory and financial incentives, to help bring some parity in, so that companies that want to invest are able to do it. And we're exploring a lot of ideas, and needless to say, in a time when the economy is going to be very challenged for a few years while we come back from the COVID recession, we're going to have to be more creative. But we are determined, and we have the support of our governor, our sister agencies, and many private sector investors who are looking for how best to make this transformation happen and hopefully make money doing it.
Wonderful. That's great, Mary. So just so I can, we can be clear. So you say there are known technologies that are being, but not widely available. Are there any technologies that are still in theory and yet to be put into at least bench scale testing or actual practice?
Well, I'm sure there are things out there. I was on a call earlier today. This is Climate Week in New York. And so I've had an opportunity to meet some people that I hadn't known before. And one of the questions that came up was about, whatever happened to the idea of putting solar on the roof of a truck and letting it recharge itself while it goes down the highway. And the answer on that one seems to be there's not enough space, even on a very large Class 8 truck, for the amount and weight of a panel that you would need to actually generate enough electricity to keep the truck going. But there certainly are innovations happening in two areas that I know of. One is renewable hydrogen and ways to generate and distribute hydrogen for fuel cells, because fuel cells are part of this mix as well. It's not only batteries that we're going to need in certain applications. We think that there will be a nice market for fuel cells. And the other is thinking about your commercial vehicles, and especially the largest on-road trucks, as part of an integrated system, so that the truck is not necessarily just a truck or a truck and a driver, but it's a part of the system that fuels a whole facility, like a big warehouse and distribution complex, where in the event of power shortages or challenges, or where there are, fires in the area, or any of the other things that we're now having to think about as part of existing climate change, the truck becomes an energy source itself, because when it was charged, it created a little storage facility that could then be reversed to provide electricity to a building. On a small scale, we already are seeing some of this V2G, as they call it, going on. In Japan, it's been very important. And we think that given both the expense and the challenges right now of sort of a full electricity system to serve all the needs we have, that these kind of new uses are also going to be an important part of the future.
That's neat. That's wonderful, Mary. Great. If I could maybe move on to Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim, how is the State Transportation Agency advancing electrified transportation future?
Thank you very much, Pete. It's good to see you and the rest of the panel. Thank you for bringing us together. We are going all out to advance electrification across all vehicle classes, light duty, medium, heavy duty. And because we are the transportation agency, it is our responsibility to work closely with transit agencies. And I'm so glad Jim De La Loza from LA Metro is on this panel. We're working closely with Metro and other transit agencies throughout the state to help them as they make the transition to zero emission bus. They are required to do so by 2040. And so they're all fully committed to that, and we're grateful for that. They need our help, though. They need help from a funding standpoint. Mary referred to the affordability factor, and the average zero emission bus is about $1 million, maybe a little under $1 million, compared to about $500,000 for a conventional CNG or diesel bus. So agencies like LA Metro and others need help getting there. And so we have been awarding grants from the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program to help agencies purchase zero emission buses, whether it's battery electric or hydrogen fuel cell, and also to help fund the cost of charging infrastructure and maintenance facilities. And so we awarded just a couple months ago $500 million worth of grants to agencies like Long Beach Transit, Santa Monica Big Blue Bus, Antelope Valley Transit, and so forth and so on to really help them make that transition. So that's a big piece. I also want to say that everybody on this panel agrees that electrification is a key strategy. But I will say that it goes beyond that as well. Our job is to make sure we expand and maximize mobility options, encourage greater mode shift, that is reducing the tendency among all of us to hop in our car and drive solo, and also to reduce VMT, vehicle miles traveled. And so that's a function of a number of things. Transit. We need transit to not just survive the crisis, but to emerge and to thrive in the future, given high levels of unemployment, given the fact that more and more people will not be able to own and afford a car. Transit is essential for our future. Also, active transportation, pedestrian and bike facilities. We're going all out to advance those projects. And I will say, Pete, since you wanted us to be provocative, this is not your father's Caltrans. Caltrans is no longer the same agency it was 50, 40, 30 years ago as it is today. Yes, there are still highway engineers who work at Caltrans, but this is a different Caltrans, aggressively moving forward on pedestrian and bike projects and complete streets. So it's completely different. Also want to call attention to micro mobility options and strategies. E-scooters, e-bikes, they're becoming all the rage, and they're coming back even as we gradually work our way through the pandemic. And then pricing strategies, congestion pricing, cordon pricing, dynamic pricing strategies. You take all of those things together, combined with electrification, and I think we're going to be able to move the needle in a big way when it comes to reducing GHGs and getting to carbon neutrality.
That's great. Well, Mr. Secretary, you talked about 500 million in grants here just recently. Do you see that trend increasing? And where do you see the primary recipients of that flow?
That grant program comes from the cap and trade program. And as you may know, cap and trade tends to vary from year to year. We went through a little bit of a dip in the cap and trade auction from May. The most recent auction results were much better. And so the amount of money we have available to award in the form of grants will vary from year to year. But again, 500 million this year. The next cycle will be in 2022. And we don't know, it's too early to say how much we'll be able to award. But this is a program, a critically important program to help agencies make that transition, as well as extend and expand their projects and their network, just like LA Metro is doing with their 28 and 28 project. I'm sure we'll hear about that from Jim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and if I might, maybe Jim, why don't I shift now and the Metro's goal to electrify its whole bus fleet, 2,300, I think by 2030, right? A little more catchy than 2040. How are you going to do that? And what particularly are those infrastructure needs that you have to affect that transition?
Yeah, I think that, first of all, I want to thank a number of our partners here, especially Secretary Kim. I think it's good to be working with you again. I think as he mentioned, we have a fairly aggressive program, and it's a multimodal program It goes including everything from pedestrian improvements to a significant investment in transit. On the bus side, there's a whole process to relook at the bus system, both in terms of reorganizing the system under the Next Gen program that our operations group has developed, to a very aggressive program to deal to the conversion to clean fuel, to 100% clean fuel fleet by 2030. It's a very aggressive goal. How we're going to do it, I think Metro has a significant, thanks to Measure M, a program, and is complementing that with partnering with the state, with the federal government, working on identifying grants. We've been successful so far. I think right now, the orange line is moving towards completion of conversion to clean fuel by the end of the year. We are moving on to the silver line. So we will be phasing it in aggressively. Again, with that goal, 2030 goal is a very aggressive goal, but I think our board has been very direct to us to meet the goal, and we'll do everything we can to do so. And again, it will be, as we do with every project, we will look at our resources that we were going within our long-range transportation plan, and then supplement that through grants and through partnering both public and private to put in place the capacity, the other improvements that are needed for the full conversion, and again, moving from to 100% clean fuel fleet.
Well, Jim, if it's not your father's Caltrans, it certainly doesn't sound like your mother's Metro, right? So,
no. And
you know what?
I've seen significant change since 15 years I've been away. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's great. So, you know, what are those upgrades that you see in the infrastructure system to get us to 2030, heck, even to get us to 2028 in the Olympics? So what are the upgrades? What goes first? When? What are the funding, the priorities that you have? Yeah.
We are very focused on implementing the Measure M program. And right now, we have the most aggressive capital improvement program in the country, and maybe even greater than that. We currently have a number of rail projects. We will have 22 transit corridors in place. We're putting in place over 100 more miles of transit, fixed guideway transit. We are also making investments in the rest of the system, I think, as we said. On the bus system, this is we're trying to improve a system, not necessarily any particular line, but we don't all, our mobility is complex, and we have to put in place a complete structure that allows us options to move in a clean and efficient manner. Again, the program will involve the new projects. We will have 22 additional transit corridors in place, and that's everything from bikeways through BRT projects, through fixed guideway projects, completion of some of the bigger, I have to move a little bit in here to keep the lights on, but sorry. But completion of the Metro's subway program down Wilshire Boulevard, the Purple Line. Again, projects currently in place, Crenshaw and so on, but a very aggressive program. But again, I mentioned it's a multimodal program, and we are also have significant investments in the improvement of both the highway and arterial system. We can't forget that our buses operate on arterials, and the speed of those arterials is very important to us, because a bus that is moving faster moves more people faster and more efficiently. Way back with the Metro Rapid project on Wilshire Boulevard, we were able to achieve a 35% increase in speed with the Rapid Bus program, which resulted in a 45% increase in ridership. Again, the relationship of speed, efficiency, and improved ridership is key to us. So we are going to be paying a lot of focus on arterials and how we use those arterials most efficiently.
Great, Jim. Well, if I could switch to Dr. Giuliano, steep decline since the last recession in emissions here, since 2013, both locally and statewide. Why is that? And, why has it proved so difficult to reduce that transport sector greenhouse gas emissions?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me. This is a very interesting panel, and I will do my best to make it memorable.
Right.
So I'm going to start with why are we seeing what we're seeing? And I'm going to talk about the passenger side first. Basically, we had a real significant Great Recession that reduced employment and that reduced people's incomes and had a particularly negative effect on the younger generation that would have been out looking for jobs and so on at that time. Things started to turn around in the 2012-13 kind of time frame. We've been on a long economic recovery, economic growth recovery, slow but steady ever since then. And when we think about travel, all the main drivers of travel are jobs, disposable income, and population. So as jobs are increasing, as income is increasing, we expect to see more mobility, more moving around of everybody. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So what we saw in the depths of the recession were some hints that we thought, well, maybe finally we've kind of hit the maximum of travel and we will start to see some decline. And in particular, it was encouraging to see that the millennials, for example, had reduced their rates of car ownership and use relative to earlier generations. The boomers are aging, and so they are moving out of their most mobile time in their lives. So all of this seemed to be an indication that maybe we would reverse the trend. However, once we started to have significant economic growth, and those millennials started to have opportunities, moved out of the house, bought their cars, and so on. And we're back to a very kind of constant historical rate of increase in BMT. Nationally, that's about 2 to 2.5% per year. And that's been going on for several decades. So these are kind of structural trends. So why is it difficult then to turn these things around? And on the passenger side, we have to kind of recognize that personal vehicles are the most convenient mode for most people for most trips. And we have a whole spate of public policies that help to make them cheap and easy to use. Even though California has one of the highest fuel taxes in the country, fuel taxes are low relative to taxes in other countries in the rest of the world. We have a stable insurance system. We have a high quality road system. We do not place surcharges on vehicles, on new vehicles, and so on. So in terms of cost and convenience, we've allowed the personal car to be the most convenient and at a great bargain for the most part. And what we're seeing as a result, of course, is this kind of structural decline in both carpooling and transit use, even though we've been making these large investments in transit. So the bottom line here is that we would have to do something to change that comparison if we want to dramatically change how people are traveling. So we've done a lot of things, I think, that are definitely steps in the right direction. We have hot lanes today that we didn't have before. We're much more aware of parking charges and controlling parking. We are aware of the value of complete streets. We have established auto-free zones in some places. So we're taking a lot of really positive steps to sort of move the needle, as David Kim said. But also, I think in recognizing that, like it or not, that we're going to have a lot of cars on the road. The other thing that California is doing, right, is pursuing very aggressively these ZEV targets. And we have, I think, more than any other state, provided incentives and subsidies for zero emission vehicle purchases. And we're seeing the benefits of that because California, I believe, has roughly 50% of all of the electric vehicle sales in the United States. We also have the low carbon fuel standard that Mary referred to, which helps us to drive carbon out of fuel no matter what the engine propulsion technology is. So I think we're moving in the right direction. It's a lot of work because essentially we're pushing that boulder uphill.
Right, right. Well, talking about passenger cars, maybe we can shift a little bit. Here we're sitting in one of the nation's busiest ports and, shift from passenger vehicles to truck and goods movements, and which would include rail. What do you think are the most effective strategies in that segment to decarbonize, and how can we pay for it?
Well, I think we have to think about what is our time frame. In 2050, I think we're going to have a lot of options. So the problems that we're facing today, particularly in the heavy duty truck area, we don't have a battery today that can perform anything close to what the conventional diesel can. So we'd have to invest a great deal, given current technology, to try to move some of the fleet to an electric fleet. That's going to change. Post 2030, we're going to have much better batteries with much more power. At the same time, you mentioned hydrogen, I believe. Hydrogen seems to have a great deal of promise in the heavy duty sector. It does not have the problem that electricity has, in the sense that we don't need a 5,000 pound battery to carry around along with the freight that we're supposed to be carrying around. So there's a lot of sort of interest and more research, I believe, at the state level, looking at the potential for hydrogen and looking at, as Mary said, renewable hydrogen possibilities, because from a technology standpoint, that has more promise for carrying very heavy loads. In the short term, I think it's important for us to think about the possibilities of hybrid, which in the heavy duty sector can substitute for a diesel today very easily. And then you kind of have the best of both worlds, because you can run on electricity some part of the time, especially around vulnerable neighborhoods, for example. And you can have the constant charging that goes along with the ICE engine. So all of those things I think are promising. You asked me about pay for it. The pay for question is a huge question, of course, because it's not just about subsidizing the purchase of vehicles. And in this case, for trucking companies, not for the public sector. So that's politically a little more challenging. But the infrastructure definitely has to be built. If we want to use heavy duty battery electric trucks in any significant way, we would need a network of charging stations so that trucks are not required to return home to a home base or to a specific place to recharge. They could recharge in transit, and that would give them a lot more range. So that's one thing we really need to think about. And then the other thing we need to think about is, where do we have to upgrade the electric grid in places that have heavy clusters of trucks, where we would expect a very heavy demand on the grid if we were going forward. So those are, I think, the big things that we need to think about.
So you foresee a world where there'll still be a need for significant, say, government subsidies. Would you see private capital being able to play in this transition?
I think private capital certainly plays with hybrids. They're really not a problem right now. The subsidies are needed right now because the battery electric truck cannot do the same work as a diesel truck. So you've got kind of two things going for you here. One is the battery electric truck is about 2 or 3 times as pricey as a brand new diesel. And it has a shorter range and would be out of service more hours of the day. So right now that means that we'd have to invest in an awful lot of battery electric trucks, and that would require subsidies to do.
Right. Great. Well, great. Let me switch over to Matt. So the LA Clean Tech Incubator, you released that zero emissions 2028 roadmap here recently. Matt, what are those main recommendations in the study, and what do you see as truly achievable in this next 3 to 5 year horizon?
Thanks, Pete. Yes, Mary and the California Air Resources Board, Metro, and Jim's boss, Phil Washington, the mayor, Eric Garcetti, who was on earlier today, utilities, Edison and DWP have spoken here today. They're all members of our transportation partnership, and together, along with our private sector partners like BMW, Tesla, and Audi, labor like IBW Local 11, all announced a set of targets last November to accelerate the move to zero emissions transportation and goods movement by the time the world arrives for the Olympics in 2028. And it's a three-pronged focus. A lot of specific targets we can break out, but they're primarily, how do we get 30% of all the cars on the road to be electric by 2028? How do we get 20% mode shift, more people out of their cars and into transit or active transit, public or active transit? Means making the streets safer. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Secretary Kim addressed some of that. And of course, goods movement. How do we convert all of our public subsidy towards zero emissions transportation infrastructure as well as trucks, which Genevieve hit on. And I will plug something that CARB should be releasing any day now, which is a pilot funding for 100 BEV battery electric trucks or zero emission trucks that will be about drayage. And I think if we break down that market for just a second, given we were just talking about trucks, those short haul routes in and out of the ports of LA and Long Beach, where 40% of all the goods come into the US through those two ports, there are a number of routes, whether it's within 10 miles or a few miles or out to the Inland Empire, that the battery electric trucks that are coming to market now from Volvo as well as Daimler, the largest seller of trucks, who have both decided to skip over hydrogen and focus primarily their next wave of technology investment to all be electric trucks. And those trucks are made in places like Oregon or Volvo's instance in Pennsylvania. And those trucks will be already on the road, but now we'll see them at scale within the next year to 18 months. And of course, Tesla has announced a pretty bold, provocative product that will be close to competitive on the price and certainly the range. But that market of drayage, that short haul route, I think we're going to see product to meet those needs. And as we get demand, those pricing will go down. And that's why our organization and partnership are focused on the charging infrastructure. We need to get near the ports and out in the Inland Empire and throughout that whole 710 and related corridors where so many of those trucks run. So the partnership has set these targets. We're moving together to achieve them. We've proposed some solutions like a California EV authority that Senator Henry Stern introduced as legislation this past session that help them accelerate and enhance the coordination required as well as the financing. And so we're really getting all the players involved. And on the private sector, we also have some truck manufacturers involved already, like BYD, that are producing trucks on the road now. And we're also doing pilots together in low-income disadvantaged communities where we need, as Secretary Kim touched on, need some of these mobility solutions where you don't have scooters dropped off in the morning, and you don't have a car necessarily in the parking spot or driveway, let alone an electric vehicle. So we're delivering, with the support of the state legislature and others, micromobility solutions to places like Leimert Park with e-bikes, EV car sharing in Pacoima and San Pedro. And then we're taking other innovations in the business and policy model framework to see how we can innovate zero emission last mile delivery zones. And that we're starting in Santa Monica, and we'll be announcing our partners, some pretty big names that are coming in to join us there. So all these things are coming together to help LA really accelerate the move in a bold way to not just meet our local goals and air quality priorities, but help California lead and continue to lead economically despite having because of having the most aggressive greenhouse gas emission regulations and laws in the world, where our economy is continuing to grow. Even with this recession, we'll continue to see that as we come throughout the other side of it.
Yeah. So Matt, I mean, it sounds like the recommendations in the partnerships you've been forming, you're confident that those recommendations can be achieved in the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, they're bold. I mean, we do have 7 years, 8 years. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We're not going to get to them in 5 years. But I think in our partnership, I think that the indicators are that we're heading in the right direction. The charging infrastructure on the light duty side is picking up the pace. We have some work to do in certain segments in certain parts of the state and the region. Heavy duty charging, we definitely need to invest in. And we're beginning to see that investment both from the private sector and the public sector. And then we need some creativity. I don't want to gloss over what Secretary Kim said earlier and what Metro has been working on, which is pricing. We need to put a price on congestion and pollution. We know that London has done this and done it successfully and has continued to embrace it both on congestion and pollution. It's not easy. People don't want to put a price on beyond what they're already paying at the pump or increasingly at the plug. And as we move from pump to plug, how do we make sure that equity is addressed? We don't want to put an undue burden on lower income families who struggle to get access to transportation, which is a barrier to upward economic mobility. And so we have to really make sure we're putting these solutions in a comprehensive way that really adjusts for those factors. But those are the kinds of things that we need. And we also need, in this current COVID economic situation, as Mary touched on, we need a bold federal stimulus. And that's why our partnership with 50 other organizations and companies for a total of 80 business groups, labor, private companies recommended to Congress $150 billion as part of a larger, what was then being talked about as a $2 trillion infrastructure stimulus, be put towards manufacturing and incentives for rebates, charging infrastructure and utility upgrades, job training, public and active transit to head to zero emissions. Jim talked about that move to all electric buses by 2030. We need a comprehensive approach as we look to restart our economy and make this country continue to focus on the priorities that we need to for jobs.
So much is hanging on a stimulus, right? And I guess I'm broadly thinking about how do we unlock private capital markets? There's a lot of capital out there that's looking for a place to play. There are some impediments, regulatory impediments, among others. What do you see? What would be your plan, your process to unlock that private capital, and what kind of legislation might be required at the state, county, or city levels?
Well, the county and Metro, following the county's lead, there was a purchasing preference put. If you're based in the county, you get it. I think it was an 8% price differential, and then Metro built on that with its bus procurement policy. Now we have BYD and Proterra manufacturing and assembling buses here in LA County. Those are creating jobs right here in LA, and we're seeing increased demand, and the product prices of those products are coming down. So there's both the power of the purse to get manufacturing and job creation locally, and that's a big part of what LABC does with our startups and bringing them here and providing them access to capital. And that's really critical. In this case, I think we're also seeing, as we've seen solar go from needing subsidy early on, when it was $8 a watt to now it's below 50 cents a watt. We've seen that price disruption both on the investment on the manufacturing side and on the demand side, supply and demand. So we're going to see that on the electric vehicle from light to heavy duty. I think we're going to begin to move off of the need for light duty subsidy by middle of the decade, towards the middle, latter half of the decade for sure. And then it's going to take a little longer for heavy duty. Medium duty is going to be a lot faster than people realize. We're seeing a lot of demand, and that duty cycle is going to be met. So I think private capital is getting off the sidelines already. There are some things that we could do as interventions. Can we find ways to unlock some bigger infrastructure for capital to invest in the charging, so it's not all driven by public subsidy initially? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Creative things.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I think we're getting short on time out, so I wanted to kind of put us all in a little bit of a lightning round, maybe a 10 to 15 second kind of response. And so, and we'll kind of go around the horn. And Matt, since you're up, you can start, and then we'll go around the horn. So first question for everybody is, how likely do you think we're going to snap back to those days of heavy congestion, increased smog, beyond what we're seeing now? We're right now when we've got a COVID-19 vaccine and treatment, that post world, are we going to snap right back, Matt?
Well, I know I'm not getting in my car every day like I used to, my electric car. Yet I see, when I do, the congestion, I see traffic picking up again. That means the economy is restarted and is picking up the pace. So
it sounds like yes, you think we will?
I think it's yes.
All right, Secretary Kim? Do you see a change in everybody's approach still in a post-COVID, with the treatment and a vaccine?
Well, I think what's really unique about the moment we're in is that the crisis presents an opportunity to really pause, reflect, and perhaps rethink our transportation system and hopefully rebound in a way that is healthier and more sustainable and equitable. And I think the pandemic really makes abundantly clear, perhaps more than ever, the importance of active transportation, walking and biking, and advancing options that promote better health and equity. And I think Professor Giuliano mentioned it. A number of cities have adopted auto-free zones, also called Slow Streets Initiative. Cities like LA, Oakland, and others have closed off certain streets to vehicular traffic to give pedestrians and bicyclists more space to travel while physically distancing. It's a terrific idea, and it is my fervent hope that cities like LA, Oakland, and others convert those from pilot projects to something more permanent. It makes a lot of sense in a COVID world.
Okay. So unless we have some drivers, there's a real risk that we'll snap back, it sounds like, from your perspective.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Jim, what do you think?
I think if we can let go of this opportunity to implement some of the programs that we've been talking about for years. I think demand management and congestion management are key. When we did our long-range transportation plan, we put in place an aggressive to test congestion management, BMTPs, others, and we found we can more than double the mode split. And I think we talked earlier about the mode split, but also key to that is telecommuting. And I think we need to take advantage of this to put in place some of those elements that have resulted in reduced trips, and then couple that with continuing to work on the management, demand management, and congestion management.
Right. Professor Giuliano.
Well, I'm going to say that people generally want to go back to business as usual after a crisis. And this is a huge crisis, and people are going to be really happy in some ways to go back to business as usual. However, if they have experienced things that make their life better, then they might adapt those too. So actually, I see the possibility of a big increase in working from home relative to business as usual, because that is positively affecting a lot of people rather than negatively.
Right.
So I think yes,
very good.
with a caveat.
All right, Mary?
I think I'm closer to Jen. I see big changes among the people that I work with, many of whom are taking advantage of this opportunity to turn in cars where the lease was up and not get a new one, and make a decision that they are either not going back to work at all, I mean, in an office, as opposed to working from home because they can work from home, or at least that they're changing their life in a way that involves a lot less getting around in cars. So I'm saying I think those changes may not be enough. I'm sure they're not, but they're indicative of what's possible.
It won't be pre-COVID, though, for sure.
Right.
You think behaviors have changed. Okay. All right. Yes, no, or maybe. And we'll go around. So is a ban on fossil fuel vehicles inevitable to achieve these targets, or do you think the market will adopt and adapt, and commercially available technologies will take over? We won't have to legislate a ban on fossil fuels. So yes, no, maybe, Mary?
No.
No. Professor Giuliano?
No.
Jim?
No.
Matt?
Oh, well, in Europe, they're moved up their target for banning internal combustion engines. So I think it's a mix of the market and regulation. We're headed that way no matter what.
Okay. And Secretary Kim?
No.
No. All right. There you have it. Rachel, how are we doing? Are we still have, I think we're about at time, aren't we? Yep. I hear yep on that. So, hey, I just wanted to say thanks again to the panelists. I could have stayed on for another hour or so, easy, and really unpack some more questions, but I really appreciate the spirited discussion. You did achieve what we had set out to be. I think this was memorable. I'd like to just thank you for your participation and know that this is a group that is going to shape the future, and we'll all be watching carefully, and we'll all be there to support in any way we can as we go forward and towards clean transportation. So thanks again for everybody.
Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Joining us now is Adam Davis, Managing Partner at Ecosystem Investment Partners, to introduce our closing keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see me?
I can see you perfectly.
Great, terrific, thanks. Well, I'm really privileged to be here today as part of the Sustainability Summit to introduce Congressman Cardenas. And I applaud the accomplishments of this forward-looking organization that has done so much to promote solutions rather than just dwell on the problems. We've heard from a number of speakers that we live in challenging times, and of course, we all know this to be true. Government must step up now on such a wide range of issues, from the pandemic to homelessness, to racial and economic equity, and basic electoral fairness. At the same time, we must address the growing urgency to protect our threatened natural resources, clean water, a stable climate, and resilient living systems remain the foundation on which the economy is built. And we must do this work at a time when public funds are under enormous pressure. One solution for both efficiency and accountability of public spending I'd like to highlight is known as performance-based contracting. This is a new and effective form of public-private partnership in which the government sets the goals and the metrics for success, and the private sector is then tasked with bringing the necessary capital to the table and performing the work, in effect creating a division of labor that allows both public and private entities to work together in the service of a public objective. In this model, the private sector entity doing the work only gets paid upon completion of project milestones and is not rewarded for efforts that don't produce results. Our company, EIP, has been engaged with this model throughout the United States and has shown that it can and does work. This kind of contract can be obtained through a public bidding process, and worker protections can be built into the contractual requirements. Government and innovation are not two words one often hears together, but performance-based contracting is truly a government innovation that is starting to produce results for California. In the heart of California's water system, the Bay Delta, state government faced the enormous challenge of addressing the impacts from human uses of water on the natural part of the state's water infrastructure, in particular the fish that are the indicators of the health of the natural system. The first innovation was to synthesize decades of research into credits that represent the outcomes for successful restoration. The second was to devise a fair and transparent way to purchase those credits by paying for performance, buying outcomes, rather than paying for plans and promises. This approach created real incentives and broke open a logjam of challenges that allowed private companies like mine to invest in public benefits, and this model can be used to solve problems and serve the public all over the state. This example shows us that we are indeed fortunate to have leaders who are environmental champions and who also understand the need to leverage the capacity of the private sector to solve problems. The man I'm privileged to introduce today is one such champion. Congressman Tony Cardenas has served the people of the San Fernando Valley and Los Angeles during 3 terms in the State Assembly and his term on the Los Angeles City Council, and he's been a reliable vote for environmental issues since he began representing the 29th District in Congress in 2012. He's been a vigorous supporter of green energy, leading the effort to establish a renewable energy portfolio standard and zero-emission transportation options. He led the creation of the first environmental justice improvement zone in the country, and one of the most recent bills he's sponsored is the Affordable Solar Energy for Our Communities Act. At the same time, he's been a relentless advocate for good-paying jobs, expanding business opportunities, workforce education, and yes, for government innovation. It's this combination of principle and practical that make Congressman Cardenas a national leader and also make him the perfect speaker to close out the Sustainability Summit. It's an honor to introduce Congressman Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Adam. Appreciate this opportunity, everyone. And again, I want to thank the LA Business Council for putting on this 2020 Sustainability Summit. And this is the kind of thing that should be going on in every community around the world. This should be going on in every city and every state and every country around the world. So I'd like to once again thank the LA Business Council for being such a leader, not only local here in Los Angeles, but for being a leader nationally and internationally. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, and I'm very, very proud to say that I'm the son of immigrants, but I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America and to be able to be an elected official for my community and eventually United States Congressman. I stand on the shoulders of people who came before me, people who understood sustainability, like my father, who grew up on a farm and came to this country and worked in the fields in the Central Valley and eventually became a construction worker and then a small business owner. My mother, who raised 11 children while my father went out and worked. Yeah, 11 children, 1 income, right here in California. And it's something that I'm so, so proud of. As a matter of fact, that's my father on one side over my shoulder, and that's my mother's father on the other side of my shoulder. And that's how the Cardenas family got their start in this great country. I'd like to say that I stand on the shoulders of many people who came before me. I'm proud to say that I earned my electrical engineering degree right there at the amazing University of California, Santa Barbara. And I also was able to represent my community in the state legislature, working on environmental issues and many others. Also on the city council, working with the largest water and power district in the country, LADWP, and be able to chair the committee that oversaw that department and our ports and our airports. 3 of the most interesting places when you think about activity of commerce and pollutants. And I was able to move the LA Department of Water and Power to create its first sustainability document and to follow that and to wean ourselves off of coal and to get ourselves into the new environment of making sure that we're cleaner and greener than ever. It's my opportunity today to say to everybody attending this sustainability summit to please understand the things that you've learned over this summit are very important, not only to your business, but to your family and to your future. I'm very, very pleased and proud to say that my wife, Norma, and I are grandparents to 2 amazing, beautiful grandchildren, both Angelinos, and we want to make sure that the future that they have is better than the time that we had on this planet. And the only way that we're going to do it is we have to realize that global warming is real. And what human beings do or don't do will determine the sustainability of this planet, the sustainability of human beings. And also, one thing that I want to point out Every single day, we're learning more and more that we as human beings can make sure that we attend to the fact that we have a responsibility to our planet, yet at the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure that the economy, that jobs continue, and we will do that. I have no doubt that the United States of America and Southern California, Los Angeles, is going to be at the forefront of that. It's really important for people to understand that Los Angeles, Southern California is the most innovative place in the country and perhaps the most innovative place on the planet. So we have a responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, to take what we know, the gifts that we've been given, and to do the best that we can to make sure that we chart the future that'll be cleaner and better than ever before. So once again, I'm talking to you from Washington, D.C. I happen to be in my congressional office. I just came from votes a little earlier. We recessed for a little bit, and we're going to be doing votes late into the night tonight. So like my forefathers, I'm not afraid to do the hard work necessary to get the work done that I've been tasked to do. So once again, thank you to LA Business Council. Thank you for having this Sustainability Summit. And to all the participants and all the attendants, I know that you learned a lot. Let's take it to heart. Let's do our best. And let's make our community of Los Angeles better. Let's make this world a better place. And let's chart the future so that we're cleaner and greener than ever before. Thank you all very much for having me at this event.